which is able to cook your ingredient in a very different way. So we are able to cook all the cells of your ingredient to the same temperature at the same time. Jeffrey, what are we cooking today?
I'm going to make chili con carne with some fresh ingredients like the minced meat, raw onions, raw garlic and herbs, and some beans and of course some spices.
Chili con carne, that is ready in what, about 3 minutes?
Yeah, it takes about 3 minutes to cook. Yeah.
So we're going to see that. He's now going to mix it in a bowl, put it in the machine. But meanwhile, we are going to look to one of our product examples, which is also showcased here at VivaTech this day. So we walk slowly here.
It's a prototype.
Yes, it's a prototype, because what we really developed is the IP and the technology behind. So what we do is putting ingredients in a very different shaped pan. Here you can see, maybe also for you who are viewing, the sides of this pan are metal, and that's very crucial because we are cooking with the principle of Ohm's law, so electrical resistance. So with gentle currents, we heat sensitively the ingredients in such a way that everything gets the same temperature at the same time. And that holds quite some advantages. You already noticed that. 3 minutes for a chili con carne is quite spectacular, from raw to cooked. But also the energy consumption, we are more efficient, up to 90%.
Let me ask you, I can't wait to try actually, but tell me, how is it with nutrition values, also with health values of those products? Are they exactly the same as if we cook them, I don't know, in an oven?
No, we perform quite better on that, and that's due to the fact that we are not overheating ingredients like you do in an oven on 160 or 180 degrees, for example. So we have 40% more nutrient retainment, and the taste and textures are beautiful. But maybe it's a nice moment to taste some. Because we just prepared this fresh chili con carne. Maybe you can have the smell a bit.
I will try in a second. Let me just ask you one more question because we don't have much more time. Why are you here at VivaTech? What are you looking for?
So we are in a licensing business. So we are connecting with original equipment manufacturers for all over the world for them to integrate this technology. So we offer our know-how and patents to them to make beautiful products for you at home, but also for business-to-business purposes.
Okay, great, Camille. I propose that we try a little bit. Let's try, and guys, if you want to taste some great food, it's C17 here at the Netherlands 10.
For all visitors, we have a specially made petit four this fair all day. So we see you at booth 17C.
Thanks a lot, Captain.
Anna, thanks so much. Looks absolutely delicious, especially first thing in the morning. We'll definitely be checking out the Netherlands exhibit. I want to turn our attention now to another exhibit. This is one of the biggest ones here, LVMH. I had the opportunity to check it out over the past few days. Absolutely incredible, very innovative things they're doing. Let's head over to Stacy, our innovation editor, who is following the action there. Stacy.
Thanks, Upton. So I'm here on the LVMH lab at the center of VivaTech, and we're going to see the exhibition of Louis Vuitton. So Louis Vuitton is one of the grandes maisons de LVMH. And so here at VivaTech, they've got a reality virtual experience called Ania Immersive, where we can deep dive into a visit of Louis Vuitton's family house. We're going to go meet with the creator behind the exhibition. So I'm here with Anne Peuzet, who is the Digital Innovation Client Experience Manager from Louis Vuitton. Welcome, Anne. Talk us through the exhibition.
Sorry.
Talk us through the exhibition here.
Yeah. Hi, Stacy. Here it's a VR experience from Louis Vuitton. We decided to bring our heritage to our clients. Usually we invite our clients in our iconic places as Agnières, the Maison of Agnières, the Maison of Louis Vuitton. But now with the COVID and also with the new technology, we decided to bring our heritage to our clients all over the world and to offer them a story, the story of the brand, and a deep dive into the story of the Maison of Louis Vuitton.
Fantastic. So as our viewers can see, it's this beautifully designed room, and I've just tested it out myself, and it's pretty exceptional to be able to feel and get a real sense of what Louis Vuitton's home was. How is Louis Vuitton constantly pushing boundaries to get close to their customers?
Louis Vuitton is always pushing boundaries. You're right. We look for excellence. We are pushing boundaries for the product. We are pushing boundaries for the client experience. We are pushing boundaries for the technology. We always are looking for the newest technology to serve our client experience, and we want to feel that they feel exceptional and very privileged.
Fantastic. So this is a visual experience. So we use the mask to really deep dive into the experience. I've read that you're also wanting to test out putting a sense of scent and also feel. How would that work?
Actually, you're right. We want to test it. Luxury is about emotion, about sensation, emotion, and we think that the VR is the right technology to do that, to feel emotion. But we are looking for the best technology to do it, and for the moment it's not okay. But yes, we want client can smell the wood when they are in the workshop, or we want them to feel the wind when they are on a boat, because on the experience they are on the boat, and that's it.
Fantastic. So we're just going to put on the mask on, and then we'll give it back over to you, Upton, so our viewers can see what they can check out on the Louis Vuitton stand. And so I'm here in front of Louis Vuitton himself, and we're walking through the stand. Thank you so much. We're going to check this out, and I'll send it back over to you, Upton.
All right, Stacey, enjoy being in an alternative reality. That looks a lot of fun. I definitely will check that out this afternoon as well. All right, so thank you, Stacey, for that. Guys, today's day 3, huge day. Elon Musk will be joining VivaTech. I want to get up to a preview of what we can expect to hear from Elon Musk. Let's bring in our reporter and check in on that. All right, let's head over now to Simon, who is on stage preparing for what is going to be a massive event. Simon, I can only imagine how incredible the energy is going to be for Elon Musk.
Absolutely, Upton. It's a sunny day, and we are expecting a golden guest, aren't we? Elon Musk, who is expected to be speaking around about 4 o'clock here at VivaTech. Certainly the main attraction at this year's event, and who wouldn't want to hear from the Tesla, SpaceX, the Twitter CEO, who's going to be speaking on a range of topics, and who is going to be expected to clarify, to discuss a little bit about his business choices, who have certainly been controversial, unorthodox at times, even it can be said this year. Maurice Levy, who is the co-founder of the VivaTech event, said that Elon Musk had caused a little bit of controversy perhaps over the last 12 months, certainly since he took stewardship of Twitter, but that he was an entrepreneurial genius, and that it would be interesting to get an idea of what his thought process was behind many of those decisions. Let's not forget that he will be also discussing one of the biggest topics at this year's event, which is AI. He was one of the co-founders of OpenAI before leaving that. He did sign a letter back in March, an open letter, along with some other tech titans, warning about the threats of AI and calling for regulation, but has since founded his own startup in generative AI, which is X.AI. He's also someone who has clearly made clear his links to want to invest more in France, particularly with perhaps more regulation coming in the next few days. That's a topic that he'll be touching upon. And all of this, of course, before the Élysée Palace confirmed that he's going to be meeting President Macron. So a lot to digest. A lot of people are really looking forward to meeting Elon Musk a little bit later on in the day.
All right, Simon, we'll look forward to that. Very, very exciting. Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot to discuss. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions for him. So hopefully there will be a lot of answers about the future of a lot of things, from artificial intelligence to electric vehicles and, of course, Twitter as well. I want to actually get now to our first guest on set here at VivaTech News. Let's start that. All right, I'm joined now by Edouard Bouygues, Deputy and CEO and Chairman of Bouygues Telecom. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, and congratulations for pronouncing Bouygues, which is not an easy word for a non-French speaker.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been practicing my French pronunciations all week, so really appreciate that. Now, you're a French multinational a multinational company operating in over 80 countries in many industries, from construction, telecommunications, media, and entertainment. And as part of your innovation program, you've been investing in digital strategies, especially artificial intelligence. So I want to know, how are you using AI technology?
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. We've got 6 different activities at Bouygues: construction, roadworks, television, telecoms, real estate. And we use AI in all of these different sectors. We've been using it to mainly gain more efficiencies, but also to bring better products to our customers and strengthen our competitiveness.
Can you describe the impact AI has had within different industries in which you operate? Because, it's really become mainstream just the past 6 or 7 months.
Yes. Well, first in the construction industry, we're starting, it's the very beginning, of course, but we're starting to use AI for product management, design processes. And for example, we're starting to test generative planning with a US startup. And it's the beginning, but it's very promising because we can start to see some real progress. We've got AI for energy and services with Equance. We can monitor and do some predictive maintenance on some installations, so you can start to measure vibration and things like that, and you can start to see something and change it apart before it goes wrong, which is of course really good for quality. In media, with TF1, we use it for content creation. We can improve recommendations for our users. And we can also optimize broadcasting operations. The group legal department also uses AI. You can sift through enormous amounts of existing or past contracts and kind of optimize the way you're going to work on contracts that are being written. So yeah, there's lots of different applications. Or one last one in our telecom business. We can analyze our customers, and we can predict the ones that are going to have trouble coming up with payment. And so we can call them in advance and try to find an easier way for them, or maybe put them on a better plan, or maybe change their payment periods, things like that. And AI helps us with that.
That's fascinating to see so many use cases already being deployed. How do you think AI can improve your services? And I want to know, what sector do you think will have the most impact? Because you named a lot, but which one are you kind of the most excited about right now?
I think they're all going to be they're going to go through a real change with AI. But I've got some examples that are showing that in energy and services, there's some real life impact already happening. So I'll give you an example. At Equance, we've got a nuclear activity called Ineo Nuclear, and they go through maintenance, and they have to verify more than 2,000 temperature sensors in some nuclear sites where they work, and they would just have to go through every single one, regardless of what's going on, etc. Well, with AI, we've been able to use historical data and prove that you don't need to go that often, and without any extra risk, of course, with nuclear. And we've been able to push from 2 to 4.5 years between 2 rounds of maintenance without any extra risk. That's about 10,000 saved work hours.
Wow.
And of course, that goes with our client. Our client has to accept these conditions, but it worked very well. That's huge savings for the same result.
What challenges has the company faced when implementing AI, and how are you addressing them?
Well, I think to get the most out of AI, we need some change on the people level. We need people to not be afraid of AI, because it is a little scary. It's something that's incredibly different, and all of us that have tried out generative AI have seen how powerful it can be. So of course, like many powerful tools, it's a little scary at first, but I think we can identify areas where AI can add significant value, and we can take our skills, our people, and make them better. And I think I heard something last night at a dinner that I thought was very interesting. The word AI, instead of artificial intelligence, it should be used to mean augmented intelligence. It's making people more efficient, more powerful, instead of replacing them. And I think that's something that we need our workforce to know.
Yeah.
It's going to help them. It's going to make them faster. It's going to make them better, and it's going to remove all the repetitive stuff. And
Well, it also makes me think that instead of people feeling like they're competing with it, it's actually helping it. It's gone from enemy to friend. So,
for sure.
My last question is on the dangers. How can those be avoided?
Well, I think since it's very powerful, it can be used for good or for bad. And we need to have some very strong ethical principles in the way we operate. We use AI. I mean, we also already have ethical principles for the way we do everything today, but these need to be enforced in the use of AI. For example, you're capable of doing many, many things in analyzing your clients, for example. We don't want to go and start, spying on clients and then doing some awkward things. We need to implement some very, very strict internal rules on what you can do and what you cannot do with AI. We can certainly make our clients' lives better. We can certainly make our employees' lives better by removing the repetitive stuff and removing some of the boring work. So I think we have a real responsibility to use it in the right way, and to use it and to start using it now so that we can understand it better and really tweak which way we're going with AI.
Well, thank you so much for joining. Fascinating innovations, and we'll see you out in the main floor.
Thank you for having me.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Don't forget, Elon Musk is joining VivaTech today from 4 to 5 p.m. at Dôme de Paris, and that's right next to Porte de Versailles. So we're very excited. Lots of course, conversation about artificial intelligence I'm sure will be had with him. All right, let's bring out our next guest. You're watching VivaTech News. All right, I'm excited to now be joined by Sophie Gomelan, who is Managing and Publishing Director of La Parisie. Welcome to the show. So now, you are also the former head of sales and circulation for digital marketing and communication at Groupe L'Echo, which is the leading French business and financial newspaper, where you contributed to the paper's digital transformation. Now, I want to talk about publishing, because the traditional newspaper business has undergone a massive transformation over the past decade. How have you managed that transition for both your readers and your business?
Le Parisien has been through a very big transformation. We used to be a very strong newspaper in terms of print circulation, and recently we moved very much to digital circulation, and we doubled the number of digital subscribers. Now we are heading at 150,000 digital subscribers, which is more than doubling the numbers in the last 3 years. So we are very proud of that. Another sign of big transformation is the growth we've had in the video. Video becomes one of our best way to engage audiences, and now we have 1,050 million video every month, which is very huge, and we are the first press media in terms of video, so we are very proud of that.
It's incredible. In terms of innovation, what new technologies have you implemented to engage in audiences in a more interactive and immersive ways?
In the newsroom, we have a data innovation desk. So we have journalists working together with developers. And they are really working with different formats. One of the formats we are very proud of is all the data quiz that we're doing. So we're putting a quiz on a lot of things and disengage a lot of the readers. The other thing is, I don't know if you do that, scroll telling. So it's a very large format with images. And we explain, for example, Ukraine war with this kind of format, which make it very much interactive with the readers.
With the Paris 2024 Olympics coming up, how important is sports coverage for you, and how are you preparing to cover that?
I mean, for Le Parisien, it's very important. Sport, we used to say that Le Parisien is the most sporty of the generalist newspaper. And these times we play at home. So Le Parisien, not only we are very good at covering sport, we have a desk of 30 journalists on sport, but also with our local presences, we have 9 editions in the Ile-de-France. We will be able to cover everything which it deals with day-to-day life of Parisian people, like transport, housing, security. So we will be very much in the heart of the event.
Finally, I want to know, in terms of innovation efforts, are there plans to introduce new formats?
Yes, we will cover the Jeux Olympiques with, of course, a new website that we are launching today. So it's a big announcement that we are doing at VivaTech. We're very proud of that. And we will also have a lot of series of video which will be embodied with the expert people, which also helping us with engaging a younger audiences. Today we have 1 reader out of 3 which is below 35 years old and watching Le Parisien on YouTube. We are the first media on YouTube, so we are so very proud of that. And we will launch a weekly series of podcasts with some experts, which we will explain the backstage of the events. So
amazing.
A lot of things going on.
Yeah, you got to meet your audience where they are nowadays.
Absolutely.
Final question, major challenges you face in the innovation process?
I think it's to select the ideas. We have the teams have a lot of ideas, and it's to go with the one that will engage the most our readers, which will make businesses, because we're here also to make businesses, and which will be easy to implement. So that is maybe a selection issue. We have many ideas, and to select the best one.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining. Absolutely incredible, and we're very excited to be watching what's ahead for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Now, around the world, it's been touted as a digital future for years now, but businesses and users are still a little bit skeptical about Web3 concepts. After some faltering experiments in decentralization, though, could we finally be moving away from server-based protocols? Well, what do the concepts of decentralization and Web3 mean anyway? Take a look.
Transforming the internet. That's what companies operating in the Web3 sector hope to achieve. Web3 pushes the internet away from its current client-server model and towards decentralization. The hope is that moving to the greater freedom of a peer-to-peer system will shift power away from large tech companies and towards individual users.
Web3 is the evolution of the web, and it means that not only can we read and write, but we can also own. So if you are, let's say, a content creator, now you can actually create a piece of content and you can publish it and you own it, so that if it gets actually transferred or bought by someone else, you'll still get a piece of that.
This decentralization is enabled through the use of node protocols like the Interplanetary File System, or IPFS. The current web, Web 2, relies on the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, to load web pages by retrieving content from centralized servers. Web3 would split this content and store it among users or peers through an interdependent network of individual IDs or hashes. The system already underpins financial technologies like the blockchain and smart contracts, but its potential for other sectors is vast.
Okay, AI, yes, there's a lot of good things that can happen with it, but there's also a lot of dangers. And some of those dangers could be over-centralization or whomever has access actually to the data that's collected. And two, could be also like we are being spammed with a bunch of stuff that we don't even know what's true, what's not anymore. While blockchain as a source of truth or like a log of events in a certain timeline could actually help prevent that.
There are still considerable challenges to be overcome before a global uptake of Web3. Making the transition from the reliance on the current centralized system of creaking HTTP architecture is one, as well as hackers exploiting the general lack of regulatory framework. When these issues are ironed out, Web3 could open up exciting new possibilities for businesses ready to take on the next iteration of the internet.
You're watching VivaTech News live from VivaTech 2023 here in Paris. We will be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Four spheres that awaken the senses. See the world with new eyes and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the JCDecaux Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without demising, keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solutions, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination. Virtual reality for safety training. Games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future. A future that works for everyone. So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
Cybercrime is the world's third biggest economy. Every company is affected. This is big, important stuff. And nobody's taking this seriously.
Jeremy, you are downloading an app. Suzanne, what do you do?
Jeremy, no! How useful was it? Zero use. Fun though. Really hurt him, I think.
Orange Cyber Defense.
Welcome to VivaTech News. It's now 9:30 a.m. in Paris, where we are bringing you all the live action. This is where tech meets innovation. Many big guests, many big companies. Yesterday, I had the chance to explore the L'Oreal exhibit, which was absolutely fascinating. Basically, they're going to be launching virtual makeup for Microsoft Teams calls. So now people, instead of having to put on real makeup, now they can put on virtual makeup. And it was really interesting because I asked the person at L'Oreal, I said, aren't you worried makeup sales will go down if people start doing it only virtually for their video calls? She said, actually, the opposite. They think it's going to be an opportunity for people who are using Teams to explore different products by Maybelline and then maybe go and purchase those products. So really fascinating innovations that we're seeing here at VivaTech. There is no shortage of things to explore. So if you're just coming or arriving, make sure to check out all the different exhibits. I want to head out now to our reporter, Catherine, who is standing by live. Let's check in with her. Good morning, Catherine. It's good to see you. You're with one of my favorite companies, which is Meta. Tell us, what are you going to tell us?
Hi there. I'm having a few audio problems, just so you know, but I am down on the stand of Meta, of course, one of the biggest companies present here at VivaTech 2023. And I'm in the company of the business director for Meta France, Pierrick Dutoit, who's going to tell us about everything exciting on this stand. Hi there, Pierrick.
Hi, Kat.
We're talking, first of all, about artificial intelligence. Is such a topic in technology at the moment in general, here at VivaTech. And at Meta, you're talking about this being the era of performance and possibility.
Yes. The first thing is that everybody's kind of discovering AI now. As you can see here, we've been in AI for many years. 2004 it started, and Yann Lequin, who was here on stage, is very successful about AI, but he created the Artificial Intelligence Lab in Paris 10 years ago. So it's nothing new for us, and AI has been everywhere in our products, from our feed in 2006 to now our feed, but also our ads, which generates a lot of business interactions and business results, which is key for us, which is the first thing, because we have like 80% of our investments going to our products and our business products, and AI is fundamental, and we're using that.
Fantastic. Well, let's have a look at some of the applications of artificial intelligence in Meta. We'll have a look around your stand. We'll go and...
The AI stand is here. Yep. So here we have some people from the AI, the researcher, who are presenting what they're doing. So that's the fundamental research that we're doing here. Mm-hmm. So it's a bit far away from what you see now exactly in our business products. But what's interesting is that some of these applications, and we're very open to discovering that for everybody, are going everywhere, and we're using that in our business. Whether for content creation, we have the AI Sandbox now. The AI Sandbox is giving the ability with generative AI for advertisers to create images, crop images, edit text with AI generative to give much more possibilities. So that's the far part of it. Closer to us, everything we have is in our product, in our business product, to deliver more business results. And since we implemented that, we see tremendous progress with conversion. If we look at last year in Q4, we had 20% more conversion on our products for the customers, which is good for the business. So that's really the fundamental part of the business that we're having there.
Things moving so fast in every aspect of this story. Let's move ourselves. We'll go and look at the part of your stand where we're seeing Meta involved in sport and play and leisure.
Yeah. So what you see here is everything which is augmented reality and virtual reality. And what is key to understand is that Meta, AI is fundamental for that. Without AI, you wouldn't get this precision, fluidity, etc. So AI is behind all that. And of course, when everything goes to VR and AR, you see concrete applications here. And as you know, we are the sponsor of the Rugby World Cup, so we are really into sports. And you see two examples here. Ping pong, and we're doing a partnership with Decathlon on this ping pong racket that we have, which is really nice. And you also have golf. So these are concrete applications of AR and VR in our day life. And again, AI being fundamental behind that to make it to the process and doing that. As you see here, we still have the Quest 2, we launched the Quest 3. It's going to be available in September, October. We're very excited about that because, and we can move to this part, it's about AR and VR, so augmented reality and virtual reality.
So this is mixing.
Exactly, that's the mixed reality. And what you see on the screen here with the Meta Quest Pro is really the ability for architecture, so we are more into the business application, building things and seeing in real life where it is. So the Meta Quest Pro is really key into this bridge that we've been doing between AR and VR, and the Quest 3 is bringing that to everybody because the cost of the casks, the helmets, is really, really interesting for everybody with tremendous precision, quality of images, and this mixed reality that we have.
There's so much going on here, isn't there? I know you've also got a whole section on your stand to do with reels, which we unfortunately don't have time to go into in detail, but thank you so much for showing us all of these Meta innovations. Pierrick Dutoit, Business Director of Meta in France. And with that, back to you.
Thanks so much, Catherine. Fascinating stuff. As a creator myself, I'm definitely excited to go check that out this afternoon. So thanks for bringing that to us. Well, sports and technology are an interesting combination. There's a powerhouse of possibility. And this year at VivaTech, we've opened up another space, an entire hall, it's called Hall 2, dedicated to the future of sport. I checked it out yesterday. Really interesting things to see there. Technology has already played a major part in athlete development, but now we're seeing it increasingly used in the fan experience. Only some of the factors that professional teams and athletes are now developing, though, are using these tech tools, but there is no limits to this. Take a look.
The sports world and the tech world have intertwined for a lasting and inevitable bond. At the heart of this union is fan experience. Tech has the potential to bring sports fans closer and deeper into the sports industry than ever before. A recent study conducted by the Capgemini Research Institute found that 69% of global fans had their viewing experience enhanced by technology. One company leading the way is WSC Sports, who with major sports partnerships are helping digitalize all content to meet fan expectations.
We're meeting the fans both in the arena, on their mobile, in the apps, in the website, distribution, syndication, wherever your content is. Like WSC enables to create and generate content at scale and then distribute it wherever it needs to go.
New cutting-edge methods of bringing the consumer experience to the next level without missing a second of the action. Not only to empower supporters, but also build your brand, drive revenue, and engage the community, such as SaaS-based startup FanPrime, who reward user engagement, gamify the community, and offer Web3 features.
Our solution enabled fans to interact, to be recognized, to level up in terms of status, to be able to share their status to other fans, and to be rewarded with money can buy experiences, exclusive merchandising, to have access to exclusive benefits. So they really feel part of the community. They really feel they are, in immersion with the team.
Despite a challenging economic situation, the sport tech market is expected to double by 2027 to over $40 billion as the sports industry embraces this new era.
I will hope we will continue driving with the sport tech movement in France, mixing together investors, athletes, which are super important, both active and non-active athletes. That's for me the magic mix to support French expansion in the near future.
Emerging technologies are no doubt the future of sport, and at the heart of every club, organization, or brand is the fan.
All right, let's head now to our Tech for Change editor, Murad, who has an interview for us. Murad, what can you tell us?
Yes, Upton. In fact, I'm in VivaTech's inaugural Femtech Village, a space dedicated to innovations in women's health. And it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Delphine Molou, who runs the young non-profit Femtech France. Many thanks for being with us, Delphine.
Thank you for having me.
Now, Delphine, 76% of Europeans don't know what Femtech is. So I think my first question needs to be, what are we talking about exactly?
So Femtech refers to all the innovations towards women's health. So from period to breast cancer, menopause, fertility, vulva pain. How can tech improve women's health?
Now, the obvious question, and maybe one that you do get asked a lot, is why do we need an entire sector dedicated to this?
So this term was created in 2016 by Idatin, the founder of Clue, the period tracking app, because back in the days she realized that health tech was not looking at women's health at all. So she really felt the need to create a specific industry to highlight the need to focus more and develop specific products and services to improve women's health.
Could we just say simply that there was too many men researching other issues and not focusing on this sector?
Yes, definitely. There were a ton of stuff for Viagra or erectile dysfunction, but nothing for endometriosis or fertility or breastfeeding. So yes, there really was a need.
Now, during this VivaTech salon, you've actually released the results of a survey that's really giving an overview of the sector here in France. Can you give us some of the main findings?
Yeah, so we released this survey with Wavestone, and some of the key findings that we have is that today in France we have 115 Femtech startups, which is quite huge.
It's such a young sector.
Exactly, and it's 40% more than in November, where we did a first mapping, so it's increasing. We see a real growth. 96% of them are female-founded, which is not a surprise, but still, it's interesting to see in tech such a female-specific industry. And maybe one last number, more than 30 million euros of cumulative turnover in last year was created by the startup who answered.
Super interesting. Now, over 4 days, 20 Femtech innovations are going to be presented in this Femtech village. Give us a quick walk and talk around of what can we see? What kind of projects do we have here?
Sure. So every day, 6 startups will be exhibiting, and they're changing every day. Today we have Fava with us. Hi. So Fava is an organic period brand, and they install distributors inside companies, but also schools. And then maybe we can have a look at Boom. Boom is a food supplement company for pregnancy and pregnant women.
Thank you very much. So, as you've just heard, 90% of Femtech founders are female, which means, in fact, you can be a man and work in Femtech.
Definitely. As long as you develop a product or service towards women's health, it doesn't matter if you're male or female.
Thank you very much, Delphine Morlou, founder here at Femtech, at VivaTech, the very first village dedicated to this sector.
Wonderful. Thanks, Murad. Great interview there. Yesterday, we heard from Mark Benioff, chair and CEO and co-founder of Salesforce. He explained why Salesforce cares for offering its customers an AI experience based on trust and respect of personal data. Take a look at what he had to say there.
We've built a trust layer, so we never look at your data. We don't have to look at the customer's data to give you the powerful generative experience. This is going to be so important for our customers, because just in predictive, we never looked at the customer's data. We were able to tokenize the data and keep it anonymous to us, private, so that we can then deliver these capabilities, but without looking at the corporate data. This is what our customers truly want. They do not want to amalgamate their data. Let me make that clear. The way this works is these large language models, or really machine intelligence in general, but especially the large language model, it amalgamates the data. It wants all the data, and then it has to pack it all in, and then it can kind of come up with the answer. But that's not how the data works with our large customers. We have sharing models. Not every executive can see what every other executive knows in a company, as you know. It has to be very specific for every executive. That is why the relational database model has been so successful in business, because you have security down to the cell level, to the row level. Readers don't block writers, and I know that this cell is protected, and only I as a user have access to that information. But that's not the way that generative AI works. Generative AI works in an amalgamated way. So we have to use the amalgamated technique, but we have to anonymize the data, and then we can deliver trust back to the customer. And that is going to be the real power of what Salesforce will be able to do. And we're going to release the new generative AI versions of all of our products in the next week or two. So we just in New York on Monday had our AI day where we showed our new sales GPT, service GPT, marketing GPT, commerce GPT, on and on and on for all of our products to show that our customers who will automatically get this release and be able to start using this capability. And then we will incrementally, every month this year, start to release new versions of our generative AI. Because our customers rapidly want to move from where they are now, which is very good predictive artificial intelligence, to higher productivity, but not at the cost of trust. So this aspect will be critical, especially here in France, where privacy is paramount.
All right, we're now joined by Stéphane Barret, who is head of private capital group and head of TMT coverage at Crédit Agricole. The leading French banking group has established itself as a major player in the tech industry, supporting leading tech-driven businesses. Now, you're providing a wide range of financial services from banking to insurance and, of course, asset management. I want to know, as a banking partner to many tech players, what are the banking needs of these companies, and have you witnessed any changes in their needs, especially with the current environment of high inflation and interest rates?
Abdeen, good morning, and thank you for your question. Listen, what happened is during COVID, we had a fantastic explosion of the growth of businesses funding, and in 22, we had a brutal stop. And most sponsors and tech companies had to revisit their capital stack. So clearly, equity had become expensive, too expensive in some situations, and so Crédit Agricole may come in to see how can we offer financing alternatives for supply chain financing and for giving more liquidity to these funds, in particular to the winning ones, because now there's going to be, those people are sorted. Those who win, those who will not have less of a chance to win. And if you can fund those to win, you can then fund the acquisition growth that a lot of them are going to take. So that's where we want to come in.
And how has the company been supporting innovative companies within the tech sector?
Well, we have multiple segments. We have number one, Le Village. This is an incubator which is across the regions of France. We have 40 incubators in France and overseas that have welcomed up to 1,200 startups to date, okay? So you just show up, you say you have a good idea. There's a jury committee, like always, Abdeen, as you can imagine. And then we can give you access to this free location for 2 years. Access to the Crédit Agricole group and all the bankers and the global network for you to use. So it's a very powerful startup. We also have La Fabrique. That's our own lab. And we look at fintech and how can we use the latest fintech technology to the benefit of our customers. Then we invest in venture funds like Brega. We do invest in startups like Supernova as well. And then we try to encourage as much as we can with our own network and the tech team.
Talk to me exactly what is Crédit Agricole's Village and how does it contribute to fostering innovation and supporting some of these startups you're talking about?
Well, this is very much at the local level because we think that when you do a startup, you're very much in your local environment. So you have to know the bankers, your clients, within a close radius of what you're working on. And so by Le Village, what you can do is encourage people who don't know how to start a business to attend a number of sessions on how to start your business, how to develop it, and then we will actually greet you at the Village, which is free or with a very low rent, and we will give you a number of items to help you grow, bankers, access to corporates, access to the international network, and once this picks up, then once you're ready to go, maximum of 2 years, Abdeen, can't be too much, you know. Then off you go and you give it a start on your own. So that's the way we work with the Village.
Yeah, amazing. Then it's time to fly.
Time to grow, time to fly, absolutely.
Talk to me a little bit about how you actually accompany startups in their growth journey amongst this time.
Absolutely. Well, at Crédit Agricole, we're more focusing on unicorns because that's where we think that the investment bank, where I manage, where I work, is clearly the best place to lever this. So what we've done, we've created a dedicated internal fund, 300 million, that we can allocate as debt. So it's called relationship debt to grow the companies in terms of liquidity. So basically what we look at is we look at a company, it's a unicorn, it's got cash, great shareholders, management has to be very incentivized, and we will give them a loan. An attractive loan, not a VC loan, it's an attractive loan to give them the ability to grow faster, to launch new products, launch new countries, or to make acquisitions. And so this is something that we've done with already a number of companies in France, like Content Square, like Vestiaire Collective. And so this is the new example that I was mentioning earlier. Put in additional liquidities in your stack, of your capital stack, to lever your equity, to lever your growth faster. We've done this in France. This is a new startup. We started a year ago on this. I think it's proven successful. The idea is now to scale it up and go international. So if people here are listening to us and they want to get access to it, give me a call.
Final question, what are your capital funds looking for when making investments within the tech sector, and what are the biggest trends that you're seeing right now?
Yeah, well, I think we're always looking for great management. That's the number one thing. Everybody's going to be unanimous on that. Great opportunities, but we're spending more time on AI. Who isn't? If you're not, you're out of the business, for sure. I'll give you an example, a small hint. we have something called Tetra Lab, which is our own internal lab within Crédit Agricole, and we work with open source AI to develop our own AI. So everybody's working on AI. They work a lot on impact. Crédit Agricole is very focused on impact. We think that is something that is here to stay, and we have to involve on that. And the last trend is SaaS, software as a service, which is always a key driver in terms of business performance.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Fascinating conversation.
Thank you, Aptine. All the best.
Thank you. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Now, the rate of technological innovation is raising big questions around our systems of education, especially the current analog ways that we're teaching students. Well, they're quickly becoming irrelevant in the digital world. But at the other end, can current employees keep up with the evolving skill set demanded by the modern workforce? Well, all these issues are being considered at the VivaTech HR Summit. Take a look.
A unique moment for the global workforce. Most current employees were educated and trained for an analog world, but all incoming graduates know only digital. There are fears that this situation raises invisible barriers between generations at work, as well as raising issues like potential skill gaps. The accelerating rate of technological innovation further complicates the situation. Old methods of training and in-work education need to be completely reimagined. The World Economic Forum says 65% of children now entering primary school will go on to work in jobs that don't yet exist. How can students be prepared for such uncertainty? The answer could come from companies providing more involvement at school level or even new ways of learning. École 42 in France says that modern education needs to reflect our digital reality.
By having a pedagogy that's based on peer-to-peer, they're not just learning the tech skills, but they're also learning the soft skills, or what we like to call the human skills. So we're going beyond low-value skills like memorization, calculation, and they're learning critical thinking, how to analyze information, how to seek information, how to use that information to come up with creative solutions.
New ways of hybrid working and the so-called Great Resignation may have been the most discussed impacts of the COVID-19 global pandemic, but education is also undergoing a revolution. In the US, only 51% of Generation Z students, those born between roughly 1997 and 2013, said in 2022 they had plans to attend higher education. In 2020, that figure was closer to 71%.
Education worldwide needs to change because the world is changing at an unprecedented rate. This has been happening for the last several years, but the situation has been radically accelerated by generative AI. Learners need flexible, affordable, agile paths to upskill and reskill. And we know this is not only a nice to have, this is an imperative.
Just one of the many indications that established ideas around training and education will need to be rethought as younger generations increasingly turn away from traditional career pathways.
And speaking of the future, we have Elon Musk joining us today between 4 and 5 at Dôme de Paris. That's just next to Porte de Versailles. This is going to be a very, very exciting conversation. We're all looking forward to that. Now, make sure you're following us at VivaTech on social. We're on LinkedIn, Twitter, TikTok, you name it, we're there. So be sure to follow along for full event coverage and use hashtag VivaTech as well. We'll be right back after this break.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming TotalEnergies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At TotalEnergies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created TotalEnergies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris, and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific examples of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So, for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance or a second life battery design system, and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions, and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the TotalEnergies on booth.
Edenred is the everyday platform for people at work, and we're proud to return to VivaTech this year. This year at VivaTech, we will showcase our innovative payment solutions and share our company purpose, enrich connections for good, with all tech enthusiasts. And we're bringing something extra special to the table. At our booth, we'll be offering an immersive 3D gaming experience that has been especially designed for VivaTech. It's an opportunity to interact with our digital solutions in a whole new way. It shows you how the Edenred platform is changing food, gift, and mobility, making them more responsible and fun along the way. Edenred's innovative technology is designed to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing working world, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. So whether you're an HR director looking to provide benefits to your employees, a business owner looking to streamline operations, or simply curious about the future of payment, we've got you covered. We really cannot wait to connect with you at our booth. Please come and see us.
Welcome to VivaTech News. We are covering all the live action from Europe's 7th edition of VivaTech, which is the largest startup and tech event. Big names here joining us, talking about the future of artificial intelligence, retail tech, Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, you name it. We're discussing it here on VivaTech News. It's been an absolutely incredible, fascinating morning with lots more to come. It's about 10 a.m. now here in Paris. So you have thousands of people who have began arriving already. And it's going to be an electrifying day because Elon Musk is joining the event. He'll be speaking at 4 o'clock. Whether you're with us here in Paris or watching from somewhere around the world, we've got you covered here on VivaTech News. Now, one of the big themes this year, of course, has been artificial intelligence. It's a world of possibilities, but also a world of questions. Some of the architects of AI are actually claiming that it could endanger humankind. So investors are excited about the possibility, but some people are skeptical. So how can society benefit? What are the tangible improvements to our life? And how do startups exploit this huge opportunity in the market? Take a look.
Creativity, accuracy, efficiency. The world of generative AI is in its infancy, rife with opportunity amidst a sea of uncertainty and criticism. According to Sequoia Capital, a $100 billion generative AI market will become more and more integral to everyday life and society, leading to an ocean of possibilities for investors.
I think now is a really interesting time to invest in AI. At the same time, I think we're in the earliest innings of where this technology will go, both from the regulatory perspective, but also the pace of new language models, new open source models.
Programs such as ChatGPT by startup OpenAI are living proof of how AI is impacting society. Reaching 1 million users in just 5 days after its launch, it can help with processing complex equations, composing emails or essays, and writing code. Calls for new laws and regulation are growing due to the dangers to society that AI could pose. The European Union already plans to introduce legislation with, at its heart, the notion of protecting the public. This highlights the necessity for businesses to find synergy between regulatory bodies, computer programmers, and investors alike.
I think that responsible companies, responsible individuals will actually welcome some form of boundaries, of regulation, of rules and guidelines and codes. And a lot of that will be up to, the relevant industries to set out for themselves.
Despite major questions on ethics and the impact on society, the AI sector is expected to grow 20-fold to $2 trillion by 2030.
Let's now get out to the Manpower Group, where we have a live interview awaiting us.
Hi, Upton. We're talking about the transition to the green economy, and most importantly about how that affects and how people who work within the green the world at large can really have an impact. I'm joined by Sebastian Van Dijk, the General Manager of Talent Solutions at Manpower Group, a global leader in workforce solutions. Now, the company has a strong commitment to sustainability and has launched multiple initiatives to promote environmental responsibility, including most recently the Green Booster program, which is designed to help businesses and individuals transition to a more sustainable and low-carbon economy. Before we get into the company's strategy itself, can you give me a bit more of the context about you yourself? What are your motivations for contributing and driving the company towards those objectives?
Well, I will say, as a leader, we have to be a role model, and as a global company for workforce solution, of course, we know that we have a DNA which is very social, recognized. Now we would like to also impact the environmental some things.
And can you talk a bit more about the Green Booster initiative? How does it support businesses and individuals in transitioning towards a more sustainable economy? It really puts the responsibility on the employees.
Yes, you know that as we are a global solution workforce company, of course, our job is to work with humans. So, meeting human every day. So, 100,000 people per year everywhere in the world. So, that means that it is very important that due to the urgent need to change our way of using the planet resources and work against the climate change, we believe and we are sure that we have to work on the societal impact we can have by the people, by the human, because the GIEC report says that human is the cause and the consequence. So due to that, we know that maybe meeting them every day, we have the chance to provide them a support, and we create a test. We create a test, a kind of diagnostic, to give you the opportunity to see your maturity about the climate change. And based on that, we can evaluate on what is your development plan to support you in your day-to-day, to support you in your work, and to support you within your company when you do something for your company. And we know that in our recent study, that 65% of the people would like to contribute to the climate change and improve the way we do the things for tomorrow and for sustainable world.
So the focus is very much on the human resources.
It's always the human. This is our part of the business.
So how do you think on a broader level human resources can have an impact, have a sustainable impact?
Yes, because this is a question of the behaviors. We would like to change the behaviors, but first of that, to change something, we have to assess your behaviors first. Are you a neophyte? Are you an ambassador? Are you green? Are you not green? So this is the question you have first, and after we can help you and support your entity, your organization, your company, because with all this tests, we can have your picture, of course, individually, just for you, anonymous per pictures, but also we can give all these pictures to your leader and give to the leaders the opportunity to change something by the humans, by the individuals, by the talents.
And businesses themselves, they're facing great pressure, it has to be said, to reduce their carbon footprint, improve their positive impact on society. How does the Green Booster at Manpower Group integrate sustainability and environmental responsibility into the business strategies that can be shared with those companies?
Okay, for example, in my company, we address about 150,000 people per year. So that means that we meet these people by the recruitment, by the assessment, by the outplacement, by the training, by many things on the HR side. So each time we receive them, for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, we of course try to help them and support them on how they are, what are their reflexes, what are their behaviors on day to day, and how they can address differently their job, their work in the supply chain they do. Because what is important for us is that the green product can be changed, but not by us. But the green behaviors can be changed by us. So this is the way we would like to address this societal impact.
Okay, time for one final question. You've been working with a lot of companies to develop these initiatives. Yeah. What have been the conclusions from your assessments of your communication with those other companies?
So VivaTech is the launch of Green Booster. This is the day for us. This is the first day we launched that. We just started to test many people here during the VivaTech session to be sure that we can have a kind of barometer at the end. So I hope that I will come back just after VivaTech to say where we are, and on the social network, of course, we will give you the answer of the first evaluation of all these people that address this topic.
Okay. Sebastian van Dijk of Manpower Group, thank you so much for all that explanation about a really interesting initiative and the Green Booster program at your company. Back over to you, Upton, in the studio.
Great interview. Thanks so much for that. Well, the French business movement is the most important representative of the French business and a recognized necessary part of the French government. MEDEF plays a vital role in shaping the business landscape and economic policies in France, while also recognizing the paramount importance of innovation in driving economic growth, competitiveness, and job creation. So I'm now excited to be joined by Geoffrey Roux de Bizou. Let's take a closer look at the larger context here. And of course, he is the president of MEDEF. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Hello.
Good to have you. So when we look at the larger context of what's happening here, the pandemic hit the world 3 years ago. We saw a huge shift in working habits from the office to working from home. It's been impressive to see how companies and employees have adapted to this major change. I want to know, how do you see this new way of working?
Well, I think the new way of working is here to stay. We've signed a major national agreement with the trade unions to make sure that companies have a framework to implement that in their own companies. We have now about, I think, 15,000 companies which have signed an agreement, and the pattern is now 2 days at home, 3 days at the office. Obviously, that doesn't concern everybody. You have, drivers, people like that are not obviously in a home office and telework. But we see that growing more and more. You have security issues, you have also comfort issues, make sure that people can work from home in a comfortable situation. But that's really changing the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So in 2023, does a company even need a physical location to reach their objectives and have a good work culture?
Yes, because you find out that companies which are completely remote lose a sense of leadership. People need physical contact. So I think the right balance is somewhere around 2 days home, 3 days office. I mean, it can be 3 days office and vice versa. But no physical office leads to really sometimes burnout, sometimes personal psychological difficulties. So we're pleading for a good balance.
That's great. And like any moment in technological transformations, there's both opportunities and risks here. I want to take AI as an example. Where do you see the opportunities? How can we mitigate the risks of AI? And what are some of the positive and negative impacts on employees?
Well, I'm looking at the positive side first. I think that it's a huge opportunity to create more jobs. Some jobs will disappear, but there will be more jobs created. It will suppress some tasks in companies which are not no added value. And I think it's an opportunity more than a threat. Now, there is threat on security, threat on fake news, threat on sovereignty as well. We're pushing to have alternatives to the American opportunities. We've just announced, I'm one of the investors, a new venture, Mistral AI, which is a purely French initiative. They've just raised 105 million euro. So it's a new world. Like any new world, you have to take the opportunity first.
in France right now, we are lagging behind in the AI sector, or are we lagging behind in the AI sector, or are we rising to the challenge of integrating and supporting this new technology, doing it, at the right pace?
Well, we just had a study made on the French companies, and you see roughly 2/3 of the French companies are looking at AI, but 1/3 is not. And that 1/3, which is really SMEs, might be in danger to lose opportunities or to lose market share. So our job at MEDEF is to make sure that everybody is aware and train, and the managers and the leaders and the owner of the company are fully aware of what's happening, what will be coming soon.
Wonderful. And what are you watching here at VivaTech?
I don't know, I've just arrived, so I haven't done my tour, but I think VivaTech is a fantastic example of how Europe, how France can compete with the US, can show that they've got the future Elon Musk somewhere in this venture, in this show.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
the time. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. I want to move on now to one of our reporters on the ground. Let's check in on the main action. All right, Alexi, it's over to you. What are you watching? All right, Alexi, if you can hear us, it's over to you.
Hi, Abdin. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry for the delay. Yeah, we are a lot into artificial intelligence. So I'm joined right now by Rama Robert Adawi. You're the head of AI at RATP Group. It's very, as I was saying, very bizarre to say RATP in English, RATP. Of course, for the French listeners today, we are joining you to talk about AI in the RATP Group. Could you tell me, very basic question to start with you today. Can you tell me a little bit more about RATP's AI program? What are the key topics that you are guys working on this year?
Yeah, hi. Hello everybody. My name is Rama. I am the head of AI program at RATP Group. So today, our program, our AI program, is considered as a key contributor to the innovation roadmap of RATP Group. It aims to enhance tomorrow mobility to give a new experience to our customers and to facilitate the daily mission of our staff and our employees. Okay. And so we are focusing on four main topics in our program. We will work on subjects like passenger flow, thematic crowd management tools. We will work on new tools with AI technology for operation, for optimization of operation of transport. We will work on maintenance operation, how to optimize resources, how to manage operation, to do it in a good way, and to make it fluid for the transport and passenger. And finally, we'll have new services, new interaction with our customers thanks to new technology like NLP or like real-time traduction for information for passenger and so on.
Okay. So through the different topic you just introduced to us, we got four main topics you were talking about. Could you explain what kind of public your AI program is actually targeting? Because we got the people that takes the subway, for example, or all the means of transport of RATP. We got multiple kind of people taking it. So is there a particular target in it?
Yes, just as I said, we target to improve the user experience while taking our transportation inside now our network, and so we are targeting two kind of clients. We have the passengers, to whom we want to offer a very good experience, a very personalized experience, and new services. attractive, safe experience in our network, and we have our employees, our staff, to whom we want also to facilitate their daily missions thanks to AI. So principally, we have these two kinds of clients for our AI program.
Okay, all right. And so could you also tell me a little bit more on how does the RATP foresee AI?
Actually, AI is a hot topic. We see it everywhere.
Especially at VivaTech this year.
But RATP Group was interested in this topic for several years now. We see it as an opportunity for our customers, as I said, to provide new service, to have the more attractive experience possible, to be a modern group. And we are a worldwide group, so we have to be a very attractive group in mobility. And we see it as an opportunity also for our employees to facilitate their daily mission, to help them with a task undertaken by employees, to help them to focus on more value-added activities. So it's a lot of opportunity, but on the other hand, it's a lot of challenge also. And the challenges, especially for a group like RATP, are to explain the technology. AI, we speak a lot of AI, we say a lot of things about AI technology. So for technical operation, we have also to manage the black box shape of the algorithm. So to treat high quality of data to be able to develop a very good, efficient algorithm and biased algorithm. So this is a very challenge for us. We have also other kind of challenges about the deployment of AI. My program is an innovation program, so we make the first part, the first step, and then if we want to deploy, it's another infrastructure that we have to build, and this is also a very huge challenge. It's good to start small, but we have to think big, especially for this kind of tools. So the question of deployment is a mandatory question.
Yeah.
And to finish, we have the cultural change. So how to help the end user of this technology to accept it, and how to help them to be a contributor of this innovation in their daily life.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot of innovation indeed, and we really do feel that it's pretty new as well, of course. So that's why it can be also, I guess, very difficult to proceed into different steps, but it has like multiple tasks to do, I guess, right now. Could you tell me as well, how do you intend to bring about transformation through AI? What's going to be happening, I would say?
Actually, we are working on the challenges of AI.
Yeah.
And we are working on opportunities at the same time. So to manage the two phases of this situation, we work on developing high quality algorithm with high quality of data, and try to work with all the contributor from the operator, the staff, to the technical experts together, to be sure that we develop the good solution for the good problem. So this is one of the things. Work with high quality of data. Work with.
It's no problem. Yeah, well, just so you know, she's making a lot of efforts in English. It's kind of complicated, so that's okay. If you're still looking for the words, it's okay. Don't worry. Keep it going.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, yeah, and the other thing for the cultural change is to have the client in the center of our project from the beginning to the end, and this is very important to have the acceptation at the end. We work also with all conformity problems. We can't do what we want with AI today. We have to construct a very responsive AI for our group, and this is one of the mandatory points that we are focusing on. Of course.
So one last question for you. Maybe it's going to be different to speak about that. Tell me in a few words, what's happening behind us? What can we see at the booth of RATP this year?
At RATP booth, we can show a lot of demonstration of our new innovation in different thematics. You can see what Group RATP are deploying as a new technology for the customers, but also for the employees. You can see in the AI corner one of the tools that we developed for the automatic line 14, to be sure then that you don't send people in the garage at the terminus. So thanks to AI, we are sure that nobody is still abroad, and so we are sure that nobody's going on garage and no still abroad. You can see also some technology, exoskeleton technology for maintenance. Don't hesitate to come and visit us. We have also La Vitre, which is one of the innovation for customer experience.
Let's call it the window, I guess.
Yeah, it's a new interaction way, a new dispositive who can be used to ask and interact with our staff, and there are a lot of other demonstrations. So don't hesitate to come and visit.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. Booth number J16. Everyone is aware right now. So thank you so much. And now we're back to you, Upton.
A fascinating interview. I'll definitely be headed there right after this show. And speaking of RATP, Link Paris's public transportation operators have some exciting new technology at their disposal. I'm talking about extended reality headsets provided by a firm called Luna. The headsets assist engineers in the field, which allow them to communicate and ensure maintenance and repair operations are completed with accuracy and efficiency. The technology can also even be used to train new engineers. Take a look.
It's not virtual reality, but assisted reality. A headset allowing operators to act in the real world with visual and auditory real-time support. Its manufacturer Luna is working with the RATP, the Paris public transport operator, to test their hardware in real life, helping technicians fix problems on the network.
So this is the Lunar headset that we've made available for the RATP. It's a connected headset that weighs about 210 grams. Here you can see the feedback screen for the operator on the ground, a camera which shows those at a distance and exactly what the operator is seeing.
The idea with this type of solution is to improve exchanges between different units, but also between different departments, to be able to resolve incidents more fluidly.
The collaboration between Luna and the RATP came about thanks to the Rail Open Lab Association, helping private companies find new solutions to problems faced by France's public transport operators. After several rounds of successful testing, RATP has started to put Luna's assistive reality headset into practice.
It was great that the manufacturer, Luna, was working so closely with us. While they developed the software for the glasses, the ideas that were put forward by the agents in the field were taken on board. Luna is ready to bring the software in line with the ideas coming from the field, as much as possible, of course.
Use of the assisted glasses technology is not just relegated to fixing actual problems on the network. The RATP's Tony Adnell says there's also a vast potential when training new employees.
We have different uses, but it's true that the more we use the glasses, the more we say to ourselves, oh, wait a minute, we can also use the glasses in that way as well. We talk a lot about new teaching methods at the moment, distance learning and all that. That also allows us to do trainings. That's a bit more of a mix, both face-to-face and distance learning. You can have one person present as a trainee and a distance learning person in the field who is explaining an activity.
The Paris Metro may be over 120 years old, but collaborations like this ensure that its maintenance and development remains up to date.
You're watching VivaTech News live from all the action at VivaTech 2023. We'll be right back.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux Mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. We want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux Mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
Hello, I'm Livy, the face of innovation at LVMH. I'm glad to be back for this new edition of VivaTech. This year, we will showcase how our talents leverage innovation to create unique products and experiences. Let me give you a taste of what to expect. You'll see a showcase of our latest omni-channel and retail experiences. We'll have exciting innovations from Tiffany & Co., Dior, Fendi, Sephora, and Louis Vuitton, including 3D customization and sensory experiences. Loro Piana will also show how the Aura blockchain allows them to stay ahead traceability and authentication. On the wines and spirits side, we'll talk with Veuve Clicquot about the use of organic materials for packaging, while Renard will present how technology helps to preserve biodiversity and regenerate soils. These are just a few of the examples we want to share with you. Come and meet us at the LVMH booth to find out more.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
Hello and welcome back to VivaTech News. We are live covering all the action at the 7th edition of Europe's largest tech and startup event. It's now about 10:30 a.m. here in Paris. Whether you're joining us this morning in Paris or watching from somewhere around the world, welcome. We have thousands of people who have already arrived behind me, and I want to get to our first interview of this session. EDF is the French energy giant working with Carbon8, which is a UK-based startup specializing in developing innovative solutions for the reduction of carbon emissions. I am now excited to be joined by Julien Villeret, Chief Innovation Officer at EDF, as well as Selena Good at Carbon8. Welcome.
Good morning.
It's great to have you. First, Julien, tell us about EDF's presence here at VivaTech. What are you showcasing?
First, I would say that we are very proud and very happy to be the low-carbon partner of VivaTech. That means that two of our startups are helping VivaTech to decarbonize, to be a carbon-free environment, and we are very happy to help them do that. And then we are the proud sponsor of the Impact Mile Planet. It's really a big booth. We are showcasing 10 startups that have an impact on the planet, a positive, of course, impact on the planet. And Carbon8 is part of this Impact Mile Planet booth.
Amazing. I had the opportunity to walk the mile yesterday. Very fascinating, innovative things. EDF has shown a lot of interest in technology innovation. How does EDF work with startups in general?
There are many ways to work with startups. We are mostly partnering with startups through open innovation programs, helping them to develop prototypes or to work with some of our BUs. And from time to time, we invest in startups. We have a CVC, corporate VC fund, and we are investing in a few startups that really makes an impact on the world. And actually, we invested in Carbon8.
Yeah, so speaking of which, tell us about Carbon8, the partnership, and why was this a great opportunity for the two of you?
Of course, and thank you, Julien. So as a startup, of course, for us, it's incredibly important who we work with. We want to find partners who have the same vision, the same mission as us, and that's why we really, really value the relationship we have with EDF and the investment we received. And I think any startup knows that this is such an important decision to help us grow at the speed that we can and to really maximize on our potential. So collaboration like this is key.
Absolutely. And what innovative solutions do EDF and Carbon8 offer to support the transition to a low-carbon economy?
So Carbon8 offer a really simple way to help heavy industry decarbonize. Effectively, what we do is we have a plug-and-play solution that we can retrofit onto an industrial site and capture some of their CO2. But even more than that, we actually capture their CO2 as well as utilize some of their ash. So it's actually a circular carbon capture solution, and it's very simple, retrofittable for heavy industry.
Julien, how would you add to that?
It's a really interesting solution because, as you said, it's like a plug-and-play solution. It's very, very difficult, very costly to decarbonize industries. It's a huge problem, and it's very difficult to bring to the table a very simple, very economical solution. And that's what Carbon8 is. In a few days, in a few weeks, you can plug and play those containers on a factory, basically, and it works. It just works, and it is about also a circular economy because the aggregates that are generated by this process can be used for construction, for example. So it's very clever, very interesting solution.
Absolutely, a lot of use cases there. And Selena, tell me, what are the big challenges we face as a society toward the transition to a low-carbon economy?
I think one of the biggest challenges we face is speed of adoption. This is an example where time is not on our side anymore. So we really need to accelerate not only the adoption, but also the scaling of solutions. And the only way that we can do that is through collaborations, because we have to build off of each other for this. I think nobody would argue that anyone can do this on their own anymore. And EDF also rightly also acknowledges that. And the Impact Mile is an example of that. And I think one other thing I'd add to that is what we can see here, even at VivaTech, is the solutions are out there. The entire Impact Mile demonstrates that. So we really are about scaling and accelerating that speed of adoption because time is not something we have anymore.
Absolutely. Well, fascinating conversation. Thank you both for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's go in and now check on the Chief Marketing Officer Summit. This is a very exciting event we have happening. A full day of high-level networking with top industry leaders where people can meet the brightest minds and discover the hottest startups. That's the CMO Summit happening with the top industry leaders as they discuss the future of tech and innovation. All right, moving along now, it's time to bring in our tech trends editor, Rudy. Good morning, how are you?
Very good to see you this morning.
Yeah, it's great to see you as well. So what are you watching today?
there's no way around Elon Musk, who is going to be speaking here later today. But, there's other things happening here as well. We have a very interesting session. It should be starting about right now on stage 2 about technology education tech, so EdTech as it's called. And that's a really interesting thing that's changing now also with the implication of AI, because with AI, that is an industry that is completely changing. For example, you can get if you are a remote learner, you might have a virtual professor, virtual teacher. We're talking about all the issues with AI, and you've seen in recent months about how universities were worried that basically students are going to be doing their homework or their dissertations on ChatGPT. But there's also a lot of interesting possibilities in AI, and some of that will be discussed.
Absolutely, and I want to know what's happening with funding for EdTech, because it's a really interesting time for startups. Funding is not what it was, just a couple of years ago. So is this something that investors are enthusiastic about?
It's not something that you might immediately think of, education and technology, but it's something that in 2022 attracted about 9 to 10 billion in venture capital funding, and now that was down, as you say, 2021 was a record year, but it's still something that has a lot of opportunity, and the market for we think maybe of universities, schools, etc., but also the market for corporate training, which is another area of EdTech. That market is worth more than 300 billion per year. So that's a humongous opportunity. About a fifth of the finance in EdTech right now is going into Europe. And we will have one of the companies, which is Bright Eye Ventures, who's going to be on stage. So they may tell us something about the direction that educational technology is taking.
The broader day 3, all the headlines and the excitement is around Elon Musk. Elon Musk aside for a second, there's some other big names today. Tell me about that.
We do. VivaTech does attract very big names in tech. And we'll have Bob Metcalfe, who's one of the founding fathers of the internet in the 1970s. And he is the co-inventor of Ethernet. If you plug your computer into the wall socket to have some internet connectivity, for those who still use fixed computers, that's Ethernet. So he will be talking about connectivity, and obviously as we move forward to more and more connectivity in the world, it'll be interesting to hear his ideas. We're also going to have Zubin Garamani, the AI researcher who heads Google DeepMind in London, the research laboratory of Google into artificial intelligence, and Jim Bayer, the investor who was one of the very first investors in 2005 in Facebook, and he now basically says that the combination of AI and medicine, that is probably the biggest tech opportunity that he has seen in his career.
I heard the end of aging is upon us within the next few years. Some people saying that within a few years AI can just be so advanced that we can all just reverse age.
As we've seen all around here at VivaTech, the possibilities of AI are, at this time, we are only at the start of imagining what we were able to do with AI. So, yeah.
Rudy, which has been your favorite exhibit so far this week?
I actually have mostly been in the watching the speakers here at VivaTech. So what is striking is how many of the countries and also regions of France, for example, but also regions of other countries are interested in presenting what the various startups in their communities have to offer to the world, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. You also got to check out L'Oreal. They have an integration with Microsoft where they will do virtual makeup on Microsoft Teams. So fascinating things coming ahead.
Influencer economics, and obviously L'Oreal influencers, they are definitely linked, will also be one of the topics that we'll be discussing here at VivaTech today.
Absolutely, Rudy. Pleasure as always. We'll catch up in a little bit. All right, you're watching VivaTech News live from the action here in Paris. All right, I'm excited now to be joined by Corinne de Bilbao, President of Microsoft France, as well as Sylvie Oziel, CEO of Shared Platforms from Publicis. The technology and communications giants have recently joined forces to announce an exciting partnership. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you.
To Corinne, tell us more about this partnership.
Well, does that work? Can we hear
yes,
it? Okay.
Great.
Well, we've been working we're very excited to work with Publicis. We've been working many years with Publicis, starting with, with Marcel, which is based on AI. And now there is, a new era coming with generative AI, where it's going to enhance productivity, collaboration, and there are many more use cases, in this industry of media today. So there are a lot of, use cases we're working on, and which is about productivity, but as well how you can create value for your customers and create new content.
Absolutely. And can you share some of the insights on generative AI and the new ways of working?
Yes, so the use cases we start to see very concretely, augmenting human creativity, are upstream and downstream, I would say. At the very beginning, finding new ideas and inspiring our creative talents, and more downstream, translating, resizing, what we call amplifying existing content to create different versions. But very, very important, we are very excited, of course, about what Gen AI is going to bring. You can now develop content which would not have seen the light without generative AI, because it would not have been possible for budget, for time, for practicality, feasibility reasons. So it's really pushing the limits. But we never use Gen AI without the preliminary consent of our clients. And we joined C2PA together with Microsoft and Adobe, because we want to voice the perspective of the brands and the creators in terms of IP, in terms of traceability and attribution of content. And we are extremely sensitive, obviously, to confidentiality. So again, we never use Gen AI without the consent of our clients. And we notably signed a contract with OpenAI and with Microsoft, which allows us to use ChatGPT 4 and to use DALL-E in such a way that no data would actually leave our environment, and the prompt would not inform the large language model. So no risk a brand would actually unwillingly educate other brands with what they are thinking of.
Very important for companies to be thinking about. AI offers new scenarios and opportunities, but also, as you mentioned, requires a very responsible approach and mindset. So I'd love to know, how do you develop this ethical approach when it comes to working with AI?
Yeah, that's a very good question. As you said before, it offers new ways of working. It's very interesting. You come from an autopilot to a copilot, which is what we announced with MS365, where you really enhance, productivity and help to create content. So it's kind of, you have augmented possibility in terms of the employee, in terms of what you can do and generate content. But it's a huge opportunity, as you said, and it comes with a huge responsibility as well. We've been working very early stage on this, and when you look at the Azure, cloud services, we do commit to work, not to work on user customer data. It's a secure environment. Your data is your own data, is customer data, so we don't train model on it. But very recently as well, we did announce our Brad Smith, our vice chairman, made an announcement on additional commitments. So we are early stage on AI, all of us, So we're going to share all our learnings at the generation of use case, but as well as we implement. And in addition, we are developing, an insurance program where we're going to put resources to help our customer to meet the regulatory and the legal requirements in each region. We will have a dedicated legal and regulatory team to help, customer to meet those requirements, which are necessary, of course, because it's huge responsibility, and we want that to be developed.
Absolutely. And from the development of Marcel, the AI-powered platform, to the launch of Publicis GPT, why has AI been, or how has AI been a major area of investment for many years ahead?
Yeah, so long story, I will try to make it short, but it's true we launched together with Microsoft in 2017 Marcel.ai, focusing first on identifying and leveraging talents at scale with more than 100,000 employees. And it was massively useful, obviously, during COVID. And then Marcel evolved into a broader collaboration platform to manage content, to welcome customers to collaborate with us, to also surface all our applications in a seamless way with a unique user experience. More recently, you see now media are more and more digital, which means everything is actually addressable. Even TV now is connected TV is addressable. We move from paid to own audience, meaning that every brand can have an individual dialogue, an individual conversation with consumers directly, individually, which means AI for optimization and content tailoring is absolutely paramount. Recently, last week in London, we launched a new solution for content supply chain, which connects creative, production, and media to bring personalization at scale to life in a way which is mastered, which is scalable, at speed, at cost, mastering the massive complexity to truly speak on an individual basis to your consumers. And so the next revolution is obviously generative AI. You mentioned Publicis GPT with 3 spaces, one called Sandbox to safely use ChatGPT-4 and DALL-E without informing the large language model in a confidential way. What we call Gallery to partner with startups which are bringing forward amazing use cases. We are notably collaborating with some nice startups, finding nice ways to compensate the creators, which contribute to train the large language models. And the last chapter of our Publicis GPT is our own toolbox, which is called the Factory GPT, for our own tool to support our clients. And so Microsoft is obviously very central to this collaboration and working with a lot of startups and large giant tech players. Microsoft is clearly ahead of the curve. There will be a race and everybody is really trying to catch up. But when it comes to scalability, availability, readiness, in terms of technology, also in terms of terms and conditions, maturity around, again, IP and confidentiality, I would allow myself to say Microsoft is really, as we can see it, ahead of the curve.
Amazing. Sylvie, Corinne, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Absolutely fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Let's head out to the main floor and see what's happening on the ground. All right, we have Simon joining us now. What can you tell us?
Hi, Upton. Well, I'm actually at the Google HQ here at the VivaTech event, and I'm joined by a very important guest, Neil David, the founder and CEO of Tidal. Neil, thank you so much for being with us today. Google's Tidal project is at the heart of something very, very good. Our global population is expected to balloon in the next coming years. So can we perhaps start from you telling us a little bit more about what this Tidal project is?
Absolutely, yeah. So Tidal is an AI and robotics company, and we built a platform that can help ocean-based industries move towards decarbonized, sustainable operations while increasing profitability. So our products and services kind of sit at the intersection of, sort of like environmental and economic incentives to align them, and to show that really, doing good in the world is good for business.
And in many ways, this project is also your baby. How was it born? How did it come about?
Yeah, I mean, we started with sort of an understanding that the ocean is critical to humanity, from food and economic security for 3 billion people to regulating climate to providing every other breath we take. It's really hard to overstate the importance of the ocean. And so the reality is, as the population grows, as you mentioned, we're going to have to get more out of the ocean, and we have to find a way to do that without using it up. And so that was really the genesis of Tidal 5 years ago when I created it, was to find a way to enable innovation in the ocean so that we can utilize it more without destroying the very thing that's supporting humanity.
And does that start with increasing our understanding of the ocean, and how do we do that really?
Absolutely. Well, look, the reality is the ocean's big, which is great. I mean, this planet is basically ocean. There's a lot of data that exists out there today. So the approach that we're taking is we're trying to find that data and liberate it and get it organized and useful, and then find the places where the data gaps are, and then fill those gaps with technology. So when you think about AI, ML, human perception being put underwater, it's really to try to bridge the gap in terms of the data that needs to be collected so that we can understand the natural world in a more robust way.
We know that climate tech is taking an even bigger part in the tech ecosystem, generally speaking. Would you say that this is the perfect example of how tech can help us hate the planet and make greener choices and help our understanding of the planet?
Absolutely. I think it all starts with data, which is no surprise, right? We can't really help things that we can't measure and understand. And so, when you think about the natural world, it's a huge systems problem. So all of these different ecosystems, whether it's on land or in the ocean, are all connected. So understanding those connections and being able to predict how those connections are going to change over time based on human activities as well as climate change is really important. It's important for businesses that operate in the ocean. It's important for people, in the world. And so it all starts with data, understanding, and then being able to predict what's going to happen.
And I think you were saying this just before the interview off air. Everyone's so keen about space and exploring space, but you're actually making the case that, well, actually, we need to explore what's right next to us because there's still a lot of unknowns.
Absolutely. I mean, this planet is ocean, as I mentioned, but it's largely unknown. And so how do we bring intelligence and sort of vision and understanding into the ocean at scale? And what happens when we do that? What can we find? What new sources of kind of things that can help the world can we actually find when we do that? That's really exciting.
And Neil, final question from me, I guess. What are your perspectives and your expectations for the Tidal project going forward?
Yeah, I think we want to build this platform and launch it to a set of developers that can really take our technology and scale it to places that really need it and to address problems that really need it. So parts of the world, parts of the ocean, we really want to be able to democratize innovation in the ocean at scale and make it usable and make all the activities that happen in the ocean be sustainable.
Neil David, the CEO and founder of Tidal, thank you so much for being with us for this. Well, there you go, Upton. Climate tech really is at the heart of VivaTech 2023, and Google's Tidal project is simply the last example of that.
Absolutely. We're excited to go check them out later today on the main floor. Let's head out now for another interview where we have Catherine on the ground. All right, Catherine, what can you tell us?
Hi there, Upton. Yes, I am at the JCDecaux Group stand. JCDecaux Group is one of the world leaders in HR solutions. And here in France, the JCDecaux Group has 9,000 employees. They've got 1,400 offices and agencies, and they work with 47,000 different businesses. And they're looking at solutions for HR for the future, of course, so how to innovate. And a bit of a focus today for our Inside VivaTech on inclusivity in recruitment. Now, you might think making a CV, we've all done that before, it's quite easy, but actually, for a lot of people, it's not so easy. There's a whole sort of language to making a CV, and the technical side can put people off. Or quite simply, maybe you've broken your arm, you need to apply for a job quickly, and you can't type one out. So they've got this tool which is already being used, and a new version coming out soon, the Inclusive CV Maker. Now, we've already set it up. I'm going to do a little test.
Okay.
And what it does is you simply speak into it, you tell it some of your professional experiences, and then it creates a CV for you. So Gauthier is going to help me out. Let's do a test, Gauthier. I was a French can-can dancer in Germany from 2003 to 2010. From 2010 to 2023, I was a pastry chef in Paris. Okay, so let's see what it does with those somewhat fictitious job experiences there. I wanted to keep it interesting. But you can see, so this tool, it's actually available for free via JCDecaux's website. People can go online and they can do what I did just there, speak into whatever microphone they can have hooked up to their computer. It understands different languages. It can generate the CV in different languages as well. So you're going to see in a second, it's all going to pop up. There we go. It's even translated it into French for me. So danseuse can-can in Allemagne, French can-can dancer in Germany. So it's, Gauthier, excellent work. It's understood what I was telling it. So an idea there to bring more inclusivity into the hiring process. So if we take you a little bit further around the JCDecaux stand, we have something for recruiters, for the people in the HR departments who are doing the hiring. So this is the inclusive box. Come inside. Hello there. So I'm going to be taking the place of a recruiter, and testing my own prejudices, and also whether I respond to people coming to me with their prejudices. It's a training tool to try and remove discrimination from the hiring process. So I would be in your place. I would be speaking to somebody, having a sort of an interview with somebody who might say to me, I need to hire a new assistant, I need it to be a young woman, and I don't want any foreigners or something like this. And it films you, and then this image that we have on the computer here, this is what gets filmed. If we come outside, we can see how it gets analysed using artificial intelligence. So over here, you can see we get analysis of your face. How does your face look when somebody says something discriminatory to you? How does your voice sound? There's various elements here that go into this, and this is to help recruiters with their own way of behaving when they're undertaking the recruitment process, and using these technological innovations to get to the heart of something very, very human. So we can see it's a place where the human aspect and the technological aspect cross over. So yeah, this is all down at the JCDecaux group stand here in VivaTech. If I just take you and show you the stand a bit more, we've got all sorts going on here. They're doing talks as well for employers, for HR professionals, and as you can see, all these innovations to show you as well.
Catherine, thank you so much. Exciting innovations surely ahead, especially in the future of HR. Really good stuff. All right, we'll be right back with the third hour of the Tech Early Birds. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
At Manpower Group, we believe we are entering a new era where technology can help us create a desirable future of work for all. We are very excited to discuss this with you in our lab. What we call the new human age is a world where people use technology not only to be more productive, but also to enhance human connection and live more meaningful lives, where technology is truly leveraged for the benefit of talent and not the opposite. This year, we will showcase the latest HR innovations that serve this idea. Innovations already deployed within our group and others that we are currently developing with startups. For example, we will talk about augmented and virtual reality learning, immersive onboarding and upskilling, AI and human ingenuity, and so much more. So, come and meet us on our booth, and let's create together a better future of work, more connected, more diverse, greener, and above all, more human. A future of work that truly works for all.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. By adopting generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams, are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times, and this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake.
Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sink activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
Welcome to the third and final hour of the Tech Early Birds. You are watching VivaTech News live from the 7th edition of Europe's largest startup and tech event. I'm Upton Saidi, and I'm excited to be joining you for all the live action and the full coverage of this event, where we have some massive names. Elon Musk is expected to speak this afternoon. We're all anxiously anticipating that. There's, of course, going to be a lot to talk about, from Twitter to the future of artificial intelligence and everything in between. Plants in our brains, electric vehicles, Tesla, SpaceX. There's a lot to discuss, so we're all very much looking forward to that talk. I want to head out to the main action where we have our reporter Simon standing by. Let's check in on him. All right, Simon, what can you tell us?
Hi, Upton. Well, as you know, I'm keeping a close eye on climate tech and sustainability this morning here at VivaTech on day 3, and that's exactly where I am now. I'm actually happy to be joined by venture build at the NG Factory Asia Pacific, and Michelle's going to be talking to us a little bit about Billion Bricks, which is a climate tech startup that is creating the world's first carbon negative solar home community where everyone can be a home owner. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. And I guess the first question is, tell us.
Thank you. So Billion Bricks is actually a startup that's incubated by NG Factory. NG Factory is the startup studio of NG Group. So Billion Bricks' mission is to actually create affordable housing that is also sustainable. The problem that the world is facing right now is that actually about 40% of the world's carbon emissions come from buildings. But the reason why sustainable buildings are not taking up is because it's so expensive for people who actually need affordable homes. So what Billion Bricks does is actually create these modular housings that actually have solar rooftops that not only generate enough energy consumption for the families living inside it, but actually has solar energy that can be sold. And this helps the families generate extra income, which can take up to 20% of their mortgage bills. So it makes it even more affordable. And at the end of 6 years, these housing communities actually become carbon negative.
And we're looking at the model here. Michelle, talk us through how you are creating this new innovative future.
So, each of the houses are about 45 square meters for each family, and each rooftop can go up to about 10 kilowatt peak. And what is really interesting is that when it comes aggregated together, it becomes like this solar farm that can actually develop the communities even further.
And Michelle, final question from me. We know how powerful VivaTech is to getting innovation and business together. Tell us a little bit about your experience here at VivaTech this year. What have been your goals here at the event?
So I think VivaTech, first of all, is my first time here. It is huge, it is fantastic, it is so impressive. And I think it was just not only meeting fellow corporates, but a lot of startups that are keen to partner with corporates like NG. I mean, this was how Billion-Briggs was born, right? It was a non-profit founded by a founder called Prasoon Kumar, who was an architect by background. And he was doing a non-profit building homeless shelters for people in India. And we partnered with him to see how can we disrupt the housing community by not only creating more affordable homes, but also homes that are sustainable. So a little fun fact, like in the building construction world, actually 70% of building construction is from housing. So we're very glad to be creating change in that area.
Michelle, thank you so much for joining with us for this interview. An absolute pleasure to speak to you. Well, there you go, Upton. Sustainability really is at the heart of many projects here. This is just one of the latest examples. VivaTech is really at the heart of trying to bridge the gap between tech and some other parts of the world and trying to bring that tech ecosystem to parts of the world that most desperately need it. We know the housing industry, we know the population ballooning is a massive problem, and perhaps here at VivaTech this year and Billion-Briggs is an example we can find the solutions to solving those problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive theme we're seeing this year. Thanks so much for that, Simon. And another theme we're seeing is the female founders. So at VivaTech, for the first time, Femtech industry has been given a special place with its own dedicated Femtech village. The market is expected to grow at almost $70 billion, and this is a sector that is more important than ever as women continue to struggle to receive the quality healthcare they need. Take a look.
Femtech, the disruptive and innovative sector addressing women's health issues. With a $5 billion growth from last year, Femtech promises a bright future. Experts believe that by 2027, the world market will be worth $70 billion, close to doubling its current value.
We see that there's a need in France and a good dynamic of the Femtech industry. For example, we saw Station F launching a program dedicated to women's health entrepreneurs. So it was, I think, the good time, and also it was answering a need.
Aimed at increasing and improving women's health services with technology, Femtech has seen big appeal across the globe, whether it be software, diagnostics, or even products and services serving to innovate menstrual health, contraception, pregnancy, or more. The proof of concept and the demand has been proven. Healthcare professionals are already taking full advantage of the new technology available with impressive results.
With Elixir, this is a problem we are seeking to solve by providing scientific information to women at the right time in their infertility journey to lighten the mental burden of treatment and improve the chances of pregnancy with each attempt.
Thriving to exploit a portion of the market that has so far remained by and large unexploited. Viva facilitates access to female sanitary products in schools. They aim to break down stigma and plan to unveil their new digital training platform, Augmented, this year at VivaTech.
An educational digital platform that will help students, boys and girls, understand the essential topics that are period, sexuality and inclusion.
The momentum towards improving women's healthcare has never been stronger. Interest is high, investors are keen, and Femtech innovators are working hard to help meet half the world population's healthcare needs.
I'm excited to now be joined by Sonia Becker, Sales and Business Development Manager at Zortify. Welcome to VivaTech.
Thank you so much for the invitation and for the chance to be here.
It's great to have you. Now, Zortify develops human experience management solutions. So basically, human intelligent decision making. What exactly does that mean?
Yes, so exactly, we use natural language processing to help HR decision makers to make better decisions. So when it comes to the selection process of people, when it comes to the development, but also to teaming procedures, whenever you want to know more about the people who are sitting in front of you, we enable you and give you products to help to understand each other better.
So usually the definition of a good business idea is one that solves a problem. So let's take a step back. Tell me what the problem in the industry is.
So the great problem currently when it comes to the field of HR is the quiet quitting. So people feel really disconnected to their working environments, also after Corona. So due to home office, you don't have the chance to reach out to everybody, to talk to everybody, and people are unsatisfied. So, and they are looking for a purpose. And reason number one for quitting is a bad employee experience. And our mission is really to enhance human experience again and to build the bridge between the employees and their employer to understand each other better, to understand better their needs, and to, yes, connect them again.
Yeah, I just read something like nearly 60% of employees have quitted. So how can this technology really prevent that, I guess? Is it a matter of recruiting the right talent, the ones that are not going to quit a year or two after hiring them?
Yes. So basically we focus on the soft skills and on measuring the right things when it comes to business success and what correlates with it, positively but also negatively. So for us it is important really to give everybody a voice in the company. So not even the extroverts like me, but also the shy ones, the ones who are afraid to speak up, the ones who are not able to express themselves. And the technology, natural language processing, helps us to express ourselves in our own words, in our mother tongue, in our own language, because your way, how you express yourself, is another way than I do. But our technology helps us to find insights and to connect each other again, and helps us to understand each other better.
Yeah, it's so funny because there was the headlines that said people want to work from home, they don't want to go back to an office. And then just yesterday, I think I saw an article saying people are really lonely working from home. So they're kind of caught in this paradox.
Yes, definitely. So they want to work from home, but how is it now able to connect them again? So the solutions that we build help HR decision makers to understand better what are your needs. So even if you're at home office, so we are able to by open-ended text questions to ask you, for example, so what would you need from your employer that you feel more satisfied at your working environment? And this is another topic for you than for me. Maybe you have completely other needs. Yeah. But the technology is able to really detect these needs that you have, and as an HR person, you're able then to really, solve this problem and help out with the right benefits, for example. Yeah. Because we don't meet at the coffee corner every day, so...
Yeah. Well, and also skills are so different than personality traits, right? Just because you have the right skills for a role doesn't mean you have the right personality for the corporate culture or something like that. Yes. So I want to move on to artificial intelligence. How are you seeing that play out? It's really an exciting time, one of the big topics here at VivaTech.
Yes, so when it comes to artificial intelligence, so everybody's speaking currently about it, but what really counts is that you're able to use this technology for good and really to understand how you can use this technology and make it accessible to everybody, that it makes fun to use it, that it's really an added value to your decision-making procedures, because we as humans, we make decisions every day. In HR, you need to be quick, you need to be on point, but it's crucial that you make the right decisions. And we give you an additional layer of information by using natural language processing that is more objective and less biased and connecting, again, humans and technology.
How do you view the regulation right now? Because even some of the big innovators of artificial intelligence, like Elon Musk, are saying, whoa, we might need to slow down here.
Yeah. So everybody is really excited about this topic, but I think the upcoming AI Act, the upcoming AI regulation is crucial really to use technology in a way that is meant to be good for people, in a way that really takes us into the responsibility as a company that uses natural language processing to do it in a way, in a positive way, really to help people. It is crucial that there's a regulation that really sorts out the ones that take technology for, for wars, for whatever, really for bad stuff. But it's definitely also our duty and it's our mission to use this technology for good, and therefore I think it's really crucial to have this upcoming AI Act, and we are more than happy to contribute in a way that, yes, we also do research on that and contribute with the research that we are as a Luxembourg-based company, also share there with the universities. We recently signed a collaboration with the university in Luxembourg, really to have an impact on that and to share the ideas about that and to make our working environments better with this.
Final question, what are your goals here at VivaTech?
Yes, so goals, of course, yes, presenting our products here, but also as VivaTech is the Europeans' biggest tech fair, to really grasp the trends. So what is outside and to understand the customers' needs. And VivaTech is really a perfect place for us to showcase our products. As yes, a lot of decision makers come together, a lot of ideas are in the room, and we are only able to build products that really are useful for people if we understand their needs. And therefore, VivaTech is definitely the perfect place.
From an extrovert to an extrovert. Thank you so much, Sonia. Great conversation.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to have me.
Thank you. So, VivaTech and the International Finance Corporation have teamed up for the second edition of the Africa Tech Awards. That happened yesterday afternoon. Two of the winners are Waspito. That's, of course, an e-health platform which connects patients with doctors for live video consultations. The second one is Cubic, which is an environmental tech company turning plastic waste into low-carbon buildings. Our reporter Luke Brown interviewed their CEO and founder. Take a look.
What does it mean to you winning the VivaTech Africa Tech Award?
I mean, I feel very proud for my team because they keep surprising me every day with impeccable execution. This is a result of their hard work. I think I'm just very excited.
And tell me more about the opportunities that you're hoping that this will create for you and your company.
Hopefully enough visibility. You know, with a startup like ours, we depend a lot on partnerships, B2B partnerships. Hopefully this puts us on the stage where we can have more of these partnerships and be able to grow even bigger.
And can you tell me just finally, very quickly, what is the value that you're hoping that you and your company, Waspito, can provide for the citizens, that are your neighbors, that are your friends?
So basically what we want to be able to do is facilitate the access to care for everybody. So making sure that everybody who has Waspito on the phone has immediate access to doctors anytime, 24/7, which is already a big problem in Africa. Make sure we reduce the amount of journeys that people have to make to have access to care. So that's really the kind of value we want to provide.
And why is that personally important for you?
So basically because some years back I lost my dad due to the fact that he had to travel. We had to travel with him after I had attack to a town where there was a cardiologist. And today I think many people, we've seen numbers show that about 500 million Africans have to travel to see a doctor. Many of them die on the way, including my dad. So that's what makes it very personal to me. And we're going to fight to make this a better solution to Africans so that they don't need to travel to see a medical doctor.
There are companies like us out there in Africa that are really at the forefront of fighting climate change. It shows that there's a lot of founders out there that have global solutions. We're just one of them, and I'm really happy to be representing them.
And what kind of opportunities are you hoping that this will create for you and your company, Cubic?
Yeah. So any early stage startup like Cubic are looking for funding. Funding is what helps us grow. It's what helps us get a network together and momentum together. So we're obviously here for that. But beyond that, it's just for people to know that solutions like ours exist. I'm really surprised that when we were at these booths, many people did not know you can convert plastic waste into building materials. Now they do, and they can really think about different ways of investing and different ways of supporting companies like ours.
And what are your objectives in the coming years? How do you hope to contribute value to your fellow citizens from Ethiopia, correct?
Yeah. Yes. So we're operating in Ethiopia at the moment. We have the capacity of transforming 45,000 kilos of plastic waste every single day, empowering over 10,000 women collectors. We're going to be doing a lot of transformational work. I really am excited to actually see that happen. And this year is going to be really focused on getting that done.
Neoplants is the first generation of plants that are bioengineered to fight air pollution. I'm now joined by Lionel Mora, who is co-founder and CEO of Neoplants. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us first and foremost, what exactly is Neoplants?
So we're developing the first generation of plants that are bioengineered to purify the air in your home. So we are building plants or recoding plants so that they are not only able to capture more efficiently the pollutants, but to use them and recycle them into useful compounds.
And how do you do this exactly?
So we do this at two different levels. First, we modify the DNA of the plant's metabolism so that it can capture more efficiently the pollutants and use the pollutants to grow and to turn that into sugar, water, and oxygen. The second thing is we work on the microorganisms that live outside and inside the plant to supercharge its air purification capacity.
So you're essentially augmenting what a plant's already doing, right? Because, I mean, plants are already cleaning air, but just not at the level that neoplants do?
So we are doing both. We are augmenting some of the things that the plant already do, and we are enabling it to do things that other plants don't do. For example, a regular house plant, even the air purifying ones, would only capture inefficiently the pollutants and then store them into their cells. So our plants don't store pollutants. They recycle them and use them to grow.
That's fascinating. And how does the business model work here? Do people buy online? Are you in brick and mortar?
So right now we have a waitlist open on neoplants.com. So we're going to start direct to consumers to really create and define this category. But in the future, we're already receiving a lot of traction from B2B and retailers. But to start with, it will be neoplants.com.
What kind of price point are we talking about here?
So the plant is sold with also a shell that is here to help with maintenance, but also to maximize the performance of the plant, and 3 months of microbiome. So for the whole package, it will be $179 starting price point.
Now, sustainability is a big theme, a net zero future. A lot of people are talking about that. How do you think neoplants can help the world get to that?
So what we are doing is we take the problem of indoor air pollution to start with, which is very big scale, and we are bringing a biological solution to that, one that is sustainable by design. And I think this is opening the way for, future innovations that are not machines or chemical solutions, and I think the world needs that.
Wonderful. Lionel, thank you so much for joining. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News live from the 7th edition of VivaTech. I'm now going to bring in our innovations editor, Rudy. Rudy, what are you watching?
Upton, what has really amazed me is, and we've been talking about AI all the time, and it was very interesting what you were just discussing. Also, AI to find solutions for the really difficult problems in health and in molecular chemistry, for example. The AlphaFold is the famous example, of course, about really trying to understand these very complicated molecules that has been so hard with the technology we've had so far in AI. Opening a window there. What's really been, it's that, last year we talked about Web3, crypto, and there's still a bit of that here at, it's not completely gone, and there's still some uses for blockchain that we're seeing, for example, in the luxury goods market, where it allows to check and basically track luxury goods products. But it's just that the AI sessions, they're like jam-packed here, and they're on the big stage, right? And now the smaller stage, that's crypto, and there's still a lot of interest in there, but just the astounding difference in how fast things can move in technology.
It's fascinating, and it feels like it's not that blockchain is not extremely important and discussed. It just seems that AI is just so much more exciting right now for so many people.
I mean, definitely. If you looked at the discussion last year about AI, crypto, there were a lot more doubters, right? People see the value, but there's also people who are saying, well, it's probably not going to move so fast. At the same time, blockchain, the technology is less than 15 years old, and if we see how the scale up for technology, that can take a lot longer. The World Wide Web was 20 years before it really started making a small impact, and look where we are now. But AI, everyone is just seeing the potential of AI, and here there are no doubters. Everyone believes that AI is going to have some sort of application in their industry. The discussion here is about whether it's going to be AI for good, or whether it's going to be, maybe less good.
Yeah, some people comparing it to when Google first came out or the iPhone first came out. That's kind of where we are right now with artificial intelligence. And I think one of the reasons is that it already became instantly applicable to everyone, from the the student trying to make their essay easier to the person writing blog posts. You can instantly log on to ChatGPT or now Google Bard and see how AI is benefiting you. So yeah.
I mean, we've seen AI it's not new, right? It didn't start just last year, obviously, and we know that the social media companies have been working with AI for a long time. I mean, Microsoft for the entirety of, let's take Facebook. I mean, their whole premise is to some extent driven by a form of AI. But what's really changing now is that with these large language models, as you say, people are really starting to see the applications. It's really coming straight into our lives, and that's a big change. So there's now a lot more awareness, and I guess also a bit more concern because things are going very fast.
Absolutely. We're now just about 4.5 hours away from Elon Musk. What are you hoping to hear from him today?
I mean, Elon Musk is going to be very interesting because he's one of the people who's expressed some reservations about AI. He's actually
Which is ironic, right?
he's actually said he's quite scared of it. And Neuralink, you know about Neuralink, where they're trying
planting the chip, which he just got approval for,
or at least make some sort of brain connection to technology. And he said that is about avoiding AI becoming other. So basically, making sure that we are integrated with AI and that it does not become, I guess, the enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. What else are you going to be checking out today for us?
Well, I'm going to be looking at some of the discussion around media in this new technology environment and also AI. We know that communication, the future of journalism, which is very relevant for us, is going to be completely changed by AI.
Yeah.
These deep fakes, they've become so easy to make. So, there's so much time being put into how do we check that something is real? And how, as these technologies get more and more powerful, how do we, will it still become possible? Is it going to be some race between an AI that is creating something that is fake and another AI that is then trying to determine whether it's real or created?
Yeah.
So the way that we see reality with AI, that really risks being completely overturned.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about how ChatGPT has been inaccurate sometimes. And it's like, well, isn't this supposed to be smarter than all of us and even Google? So it's going to be really interesting to watch.
I mean, that's the thing, right? With because AIs are the code, or at least are the instructions that you put into them. And a large language model, or at least ChatGPT, it is designed to provide you with an answer. So then if it doesn't find what you might be looking for, it will provide you an answer anyway.
Yeah, a little bit scary for sure. Well, Rudy, thank you so much. We'll catch up in a little bit. You're watching VivaTech News. Make sure you're following us on social, at Twitter, at LinkedIn, at Instagram, Facebook, and of course TikTok. Also use hashtag VivaTech. We'll be right back. Perfect. Thanks, Rudy.
40 seconds to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally, with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data, as soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
4 spheres that awaken the senses. See the world with new eyes and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility.
Welcome to VivaTech News. We are live at the 7th edition of Europe's largest startup and tech event. I'm Upton Saidi, guiding you through all the news here from today's event, where we have Elon Musk himself expected to speak at 4 p.m. this afternoon. I know a lot of people are very eager to hear from him. There's also a Future of Sports Hall this year. That's a new addition we have here at VivaTech. It's absolutely massive. I checked it out yesterday and highly recommend you spend some time there. We have, of course, the Paris Olympics coming up in 2024, so sports is going to be a big deal, especially when you combine it with technology. So I want to get out to the main action here at VivaTech, where we have 5 reporters standing by. Let's head out to the main floor. Alexis, what can you tell us?
Well, Optim, just so you know, I'm right behind you. We are down here at the Digital Experience AI Park, and so I am with Bermak Eshmat today. Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time with us. You're going to introduce to us a very interesting display and probably the future of virtual reality, but you're going to talk to us about that. So thank you once again. And, well, very basic question to start with. What are you doing here at VivaTech 2023?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we are Brilliant. We are a Silicon Valley-based company, and we are creating a new category of displays that gives you sort of virtual experiences without you having to put on a headset. Because a lot of people like virtual reality, but they don't like to put on headsets. So we actually are, introducing this product here in Europe for the first time. So Ultra Reality gives you a 122-inch virtual image on your desk, and we already have a lot of companies using it.
Okay, all right. So let's take a look at it.
Take a look.
Okay, all right. Let's go. So here it is. So come with me, please, and, well, tell me a little bit more. So you were saying me that 123-inch display, is that it?
122, that's correct.
Okay, all right. And so tell me a little bit, how does it work?
So what we are doing is that we are sending the light through a set of optics, and that optics basically processes the wavefront of the light and makes it more flat. And that gives you a type of depth that's called monocular depth. Now, no other display in the world has this kind of depth. So we are the first company that's actually giving you this kind of single eye depth. So if you try and close one of your eyes, you can still see the depth in this display.
I am trying. Sorry, I am trying.
Yeah, and so this depth is much more comfortable to the eye, and it also gives you that sensation of immersion. It's as if you're looking into a virtual window. So you can be actually closer to the screen, but the image is optically further away.
That's okay, all right. And so, yeah, just the point of view, from my point of view, it's really immersive. I guess that this is the main word. This is the key word of it. It's very immersive. And so you were saying that you're the first one to do that, and you were mentioning as well something very interesting. People sometimes don't really want to put on a headset. Is it? At some point, are you guys going to be making like a huge concurrence with Apple, for example, who just released their headsets, and we see that it's full of technology and it's getting incredible, but yeah. Is it going to be something better than Apple? I don't know.
That's a great question. So I actually come from a background of headsets, and I've been talking about headsets for a long time. And I think that there is a market for a headset. Maybe 20% of the market would use a headset. But it's very hard to imagine people using headsets for 8 hours a day, every day. True. It's just a big commitment, sitting on your face. So we think that there should be an alternative for the rest of the population that still want to get that immersion. They still want to get that depth and panorama, but they don't want to wear a headset. And so that's for that percentage of the population. So we think, this is a new emerging category that will go into the future along with headsets.
And so could you give me a few more details as well on what we can do? Basically, you were telling me that we can go into YouTube, we can watch stock trading, for example, we can play video games. Give me a few examples of what we can do with it.
Absolutely. So the depth mapping in this hardware happens all inside the optics and inside the hardware. So it's fully backward compatible, which means that you can just connect your laptop, your PlayStation, or whatever that puts out on HDMI 2.1 or a display port, and basically check your email or watch YouTube. Any 2D content, pretty much, you can work with here.
Okay, and just in a couple of words, very quickly, what can VivaTech this year can bring you guys?
Well, VivaTech has been very generous to sort of nominate us to be in this show and help us to be here. So this is a really great gateway to explore the Europe market, and we are lucky that we're already talking to a lot of customers here. So hopefully this will lead to some of the partnerships going into the future.
Well, we really hope so for you. I guess it's going to be a success. That's for sure.
It already has been, yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. That was very interesting to see that. And now I guess we're back to you just up there, Ripton.
Yes, Alexei, I see you from above. Thanks so much for that great interview. Well, switching gears now, it's one of the most pressing issues of our time. I'm talking about the climate crisis. Governments have been piling pressure on businesses to act. In the wake of similar U.S. legislation, the 2019 European Green Deal compels EU countries and organizations to reduce emissions and prioritize sustainability. But some companies are already working way ahead of that. They come under the loose grouping of what's known as climate tech. This is technology developments that are aiming to not only mitigate some of the more pre-predicted effects, but also to reverse them. Take a look.
Technology tackling some of the biggest challenges facing our planet. Climate tech has the potential to become an important tool in the struggle against irreversible climate change. Now the race is on for businesses to cash in and engineer hope for future generations. From alternative energy, capturing carbon, to carbon accounting. Sweep helps companies measure, track and reduce their carbon footprint. CEO Rachel Delacour says climate tech could soon encompass the whole tech sector.
We, climate techs, are today reorganizing and orchestrating the collective climate actions on every part of the world, of our industries and our needs as humans. From a software standpoint, to make sure that companies are able to monitor their carbon, to act on it at the scale of their whole supply chains.
During a challenging time in the tech sector, climate tech quietly expects exponential growth in the coming years. The sector was estimated to be worth around $13.8 billion in 2022, with the potential to transform wasteful industries like manufacturing, transport and energy. Companies like Switch Energy are rising to the challenge.
We produce green, permanent, renewable electricity using osmotic power. Osmotic power is the energy that you got when fresh water and seawater meet. It's a natural energy that you can find massively in all deltas and estuaries of the world.
Climate tech actors don't just aim to mitigate the effects of climate change, but in some cases reverse them. Climeworks is one example, a company aiming to capture carbon straight from the atmosphere.
This technology enables us to provide a permanent carbon dioxide removal service to our partners. So we're building and operating these direct air capture facilities. And then we partner with storage providers, and so capturing the CO2 from the air, then permanently storing it underground.
Meanwhile, the UN is already warning of a potential green tech gap. These new technologies rely on high internet connectivity and digitalization, which can be challenging factors in the developing world. While the climate tech sector shows great promise, significant challenges still need to be addressed.
Let's head out now to one of our reporters, Anna, who has a guest for us. Anna, what are you watching this morning?
We are definitely talking loads about food. I don't know if you remember our tasting table this morning. Now we're going to be talking about food waste, how to combat food waste, because there are solutions. Did you know that every minute we waste enough food on the planet to feed 1 million people. And Tony from Rip Labs is here with us. They invented special stickers who improve life expectancy of our products.
Correct. So what we are developing are bioactive formulations that can be conveniently placed on the very easy to use products that can be applied all over the food supply chain. We can have a product line that are stickers that go directly on the fruit. We have a product line that are labels that go to the packaging when it's not conveniently to label each fruit, and the sachet that go to directly to the boxes. If you think about the technology, it's actually making a protective shield around the fruit, because we are using bioactive compounds that are volatile in nature, and they are released slowly from these devices and make a protective shield to protect from the diseases.
How the idea came about, and what are the stages now of your development?
So 6 years ago, our co-founders, they thought about the waste that you just mentioned. Around 50% of the waste is generated by of all global food. And so they thought about a very simple solution that is already on the market. In any case, stickers are applied in distribution chain for retailers and are very convenient product types. We are going to the market stage. We actually stopped being a pre-revenue company just last month, and we are so we are launching the first product with Walmart, and hopefully we'll have the recurrent sales.
You said the idea is to have it very cheap, so one sticker will be at about 3 cents, so very affordable. What are you looking for here at VivaTech then? Tell us.
So what we are presenting actually is our technology to Europe. We have our headquarters are in US. We have presence in Belgium, in Europe, and what we are looking for is to open new markets. France is one of the biggest markets and the motor of the fruit and vegetable market of the Europe. So we are opening here new horizons for us.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much. I would definitely use it. Let's walk farther, because there are other solutions to combat food waste. For instance, VTZ is a startup from Italy, and Aisha is here with us. You came with a product that is improving shelf life expectancy of different products in our fridge.
So hi, I'm Aisha, marketing coordinator at ViTC, and we are from Italy near Venice with a startup for 20-25 people. So we created Shelfie. This is our latest product. We create smart and sustainable devices to improve the well-being of people. This increases the shelf life of your food up to 12 days. It removes odors and bacteria inside the refrigerator. We use photocatalytic technology, so let me show you the product. This is the photocatalytic filter. It's made in ceramic. The best thing is that you don't have to change it. You don't have to replace it every 6 to 12 months. You just wash it under running water. It's activated by LED light. There's a fan that helps the air circulation inside the fridge. So in this way, all the bad contaminants, like for example ethylene, that normally is fruit and vegetable release inside the fridge, they're going to eliminate them inside the filter. There's a battery inside, lasts 30 days. So once a month you wash the filter, you charge it, and you put it back in the fridge.
Let's just have a look. As you said, yes, you put one in the fridge and it works for the hot compartment. Zucchini, I was told, 12 days longer?
12 days longer, the zucchini. So for example, even if you have a larger fridge, it works perfectly, because there are 3 different modes: eco, standard, and performance. So based on the dimension of your fridge, you put one shelfie for every type of fridge and you're good to go.
Okay, I guess we can already pre-order it. It's coming to the market.
Yes, exactly. You can pre-order it on Indiegogo. We have an online on our crowdfunding campaign. You order it now, €109, and you will receive it by the end of the year. There will be the official launch, of course, on our e-commerce.
Hey, Aisha, thank you very much. Let me remind you that we're combating food waste here at the center of Viva State Hall 1. There is much more to come on that later on.
Anna, you found a good beat for yourself. It's food, so keep it up, because now I'm getting hungry as we go into lunchtime. All right, thanks for that. So over the last few days, our Tech for Change editor, Marit, has been reporting on extraordinary innovations with positive impact. But who are the people behind the scenes? I'm talking about the ones who finance these projects.
Now, as you know, VivaTech is where business meets innovation, and alongside all the startups, the major corporations and the tech leaders, there are, of course, investors. And the investors are lucky enough to have their very own investor lounge here at VivaTech. Let's go inside. Now, the one word you see splashed all over this VivaTech conference is the word impact, which is why I'm now joined by Charles Fourreau, a partner at AFI Ventures, an impact investment fund. Many thanks for being with us, Charles.
Thank you, Merit, for having me today.
Now, you've just spoken at a session called Whispers of Impact, the secrets behind raising an impact fund, and I'm here to find out some of those secrets. But just to begin with, as a general partner, how do you define an impact investment? What are you looking for specifically?
Oh, yeah, that's a tricky question, because there is actually no one definition of impact today, and it's true that when you are investing like us at early stage, it's very difficult to assess, what is impact actually. And at this stage, it's all about intentionality and what the founder, what the entrepreneur wants to, create and to positively create, on the society and on the environment. So it's all about, what drives the business model and the company to, at the end of the day, creating a positive impact.
So that intentionality is really a key word there. Now, AFI Ventures is investing up $500,000 in 1 to 2 companies per month. What kind of projects have you already invested in? Could you give us a couple of examples?
Yeah, sure. So we launched the fund 2 years ago. It's a 30 million fund. We are investing, as I said, in seed and pre-seed, so very early stage, the very early days of the company. And we are focusing right now on companies, tackling big challenges in the environmental and social spaces. So we, for instance, we invested in a company scaling reforestation projects across the globe. So the idea is to accelerate reforestation by drone. So it's a very powerful project to gain traction on the net zero journey. And we also invested in a company creating a platform for co-living between seniors and students. The idea is to recreate social link between these two kind of population and to help them live together.
Really good examples there of an environmental impact and a social impact. But how difficult is it to balance between financial gains on the one hand and this social and environmental impact? Can they go hand in hand, really?
Yeah, I do, and we have the conviction, at AFI that we can, have a twofold of missions to be, impact driven and also to scale and to have a financial performance. And it's true that maybe a few years ago it was not the same case, but today we have the conviction that the two objectives can now work together in a closed loop, and the more you're going to scale, the more impact you're going to produce, and it's a virtual cycle.
Absolutely. And one last question, and I think it's fair to say that impact investment is super fashionable right now, but do you think it's a trend that is here to stay?
Well, I would say that, today's current events are only accelerating, a deep-rooted awareness about systemic dysfunction and a call to action, and, with a pressing demand for sustainable and innovative business model with a positive impact on society and the environment. So I think, impact is going to be a huge wave for, tackling the big challenges we are facing right now.
It'll just become a standard way of investing.
Maybe.
Thank you very much, Charles Fourreau, partner at AFI Ventures, joining us here from the Investor Lounge at VivaTech.
All right, thank you for that interview. I'm now excited to be joined by Stephanie Gabriel, who is Chief Customer Officer at Boxy. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Hello, welcome. Thank you so much.
Let's start off by telling us about Boxy.
Sure. So Boxy is a plug-and-play autonomous store, which is open 24/7. So it's basically like a maritime container of 15 square meters that we've recycled and transformed into a store. So really, like, consumers can have a fully autonomous shopping experience, but at the same time they can interact with product and see and touch product, which is super cool for them. So
a lot of times people wonder, okay, how is it working? Is it tracking my face? Is it tracking my cell phone? So how does it work?
Yes, of course. There's no facial recognition. So it's basically a combination of computer vision, scales, and all of this is mixed with deep learning program. So basically there is a QR code reader at the entrance of the store that identifies who's coming into the store. Then inside the store, there is computer vision that allows to distinguish the movement of the consumers, and there are scales on the shelves which allow to detect the variation of weight, so we know exactly what has been taken when.
How about, is it mostly packaged goods? Because I know Amazon, one of the Amazon Fresh stores does something similar now, but they were saying that apples all have to weigh the same, otherwise the technology doesn't work.
Yeah, so we basically mostly, so for now we have 35 stores and we have like convenience store product offer. So it would be mostly packaged goods for the simple reason that if we want to have like tomato or apples, like the expiry date is so short that you don't want to be disappointing the consumer. So we keep like packaged goods. It's much easier and better for everybody actually.
I see. So is the cashier going to be extinct in 5 or 10 years?
That's a very good question. So do you know that about half of the population in France doesn't have any access to convenience store? And to be honest, I'm pretty sure that this number would be very similar in many other countries. So basically, where we are going for now is in places where anyway you would not have a store or where the store owner would not stay. So we're coming in addition to the commercial ecosystem which is existing. So I don't think cashier would disappear, but for sure autonomous stores are going to complement the offer that consumers can experience.
How about privacy concerns? I'm sure that was a challenge maybe a few years back, but now it seems people are more likely to be open. I mean, even just this year versus last year, I've noticed between London and Paris, so many more self-checkout stations at grocery stores, right? Between labor shortages and whatnot.
Absolutely. I mean, we've also since COVID, the fact of using a QR code is something which is now pretty much ingrained in the consumer habits. But also, as you say, consumers are far less, wondering, oh my God, what's happening with, me putting my payment method in an app. So we don't have that issue, to be honest. People are actually very much willing to try. And we've done a survey last month, and 67% of the 18 to 49 years old are now willing to shop in autonomous store. So this is a massive number. It's more than half of the population, which shows that people are not really scared anymore to go an autonomous store.
Absolutely. And I have to ask, what happens if I pick something up, but then I change my mind?
That's absolutely no problem. You just put it back, and the computer vision and the cameras and the scales are going to identify the product that you've actually put back. So you're not going to be taken out of your credit card, of course.
How do you see the technology playing out into other services or even bigger sizes of stores?
I mean, honestly, we could have that technology in 1,000 square meter store. The combination of computer vision and scales and deep learning is pretty much accessible to all type of size. We as a company have chosen to come with a plug and play solution simply because it's super easy. You install the store in 3 hours and it's operational in 48. So it's so easy for people. You don't have to retrofit a whole, shopping or a big store. So there is no loss in business for people who want to be operating such a store.
I have to ask about crime because this is a problem, especially in cities like San Francisco right now, where Amazon actually has autonomous stores, Amazon Go, but now they have to have so many security guards manning them because somebody needs to be there. So how do you address that?
First of all, touch wood, we didn't have any issues so far, so that's great. But we've been working massively on the topic. The box is so secure, the quality of the door, of the material, it's really hard to be opening a door. Some people tried, a few years back, but now they can't, honestly. So this is really a super secure, store. Now, do we have little incidents like any other store, but honestly, for now, no issue.
So you need the QR to even unlock. So basically crime becomes impossible because enter, you're already getting charged.
Yeah, but also because people in general go alone in the store. They want to experience the shopping. It's like being, living your dream of being alone in the candy store. So people are very respectful of not going too many people in the store. So we don't have that issue really for
Wonderful.
now.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll be sure to check out your autonomous store just outside in the entrance of VivaTech. You're watching VivaTech News live from VivaTech 2023, and we are counting down about 4 hours left until Elon Musk will be joining the event. One of the biggest names in technology in a lot of different industries, so we're all very excited to be hearing from him. You're watching VivaTech News. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Tech Early Birds. I'm Upton Saidi. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to join you for the past few days. Make sure to be following us on VivaTech social channels. So LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and more. Also use hashtag VivaTech, where you're going to get all the action from these days and throughout the year. Even after the event, you can find all the best tech news, interviews, and so much more. Stick around, because after this is Marjorie, who will be guiding you through the next 3 hours of VivaTech News. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you out in the main floor.
Cybercrime is the world's third biggest economy. Every company is affected. This is big, important stuff. And nobody's taking this seriously.
Jeremy, you are downloading an app. Suzanne, what do you do?
Jeremy, no! How useful was it? Zero use. Fun though. Really hurt him, I think.
Orange Cyber Defense.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the JCDecaux Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without demising, keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solutions, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination, virtual reality for safety training, games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future, a future that works for everyone. So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux Mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. We want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux Mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
40 seconds to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally, with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data. As soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
And welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon and you're watching Breaking Tech. Our guests, reporters, innovators are literally in the starting blocks to give you the best of what's happening today on day 3 at VivaTech. Coming up, digital transformation at a state level. Can we actually change the way we govern through tech? Well, we'll talk to DINAM, the French government agency. And how to deplastify the planet? Well, an international open innovation program tackles a world without plastic. And to learn more about it, I'm joined live by Olivier Cotina. Olivier, you're the CEO of Moho. This one-of-a-kind collider is based in Normandy. Why was the city of Caen the perfect headquarters to start this revolution?
You know, after being like an entrepreneur and professor for more than 20 years, I tried to find a bigger scale, a bigger impactful project. And my belief that today the challenge that we face are so complicated that only a group of entrepreneurs, of organizations, or big corporates can together try to solve this issue. And we got very inspired by the D-Day during World War II that happened in Normandy, because that's the last coalition that really changed the path of history. So that's the reason why we base our 8,000 square meter HQ in Caen. So it was the biggest city close to the D-Day beaches.
And you definitely have a superpower. That is mobilizing entrepreneurs, students, startups, and also, of course, scientists, NGOs, corporations, and citizens overall to co-create the future. You just talk about a coalition. That's definitely what you're bringing to the table here. And in an ambition to blend more easily and seamlessly the digital and inclusive transformation of digital, and also a transition and inclusion when it comes to the environment.
Yeah, it's exactly that. My belief after working all these years that you need expertise, you need energy from different background, different region of the world, and so we get together, we create this coalition, we pick a topic, we pick some partners, and all together we try to train people, we try to generate content, but also we try to generate new ideas, new concepts that solve the problem. That's the main topic of the coalition.
And how do you make them work together?
Well, it's a lot of work. So we have this space that sometimes we mix that physically, and then we have a lot of expertise in how by bringing different background, different people, we make together. So it's a very complicated process that we maintain. And the first very important part is really to align, because you were talking about plastic. It's not like carbon. There's a lot of debate on how you can get rid of plastic. So the first one is making sure it's a round table. We make sure that we align and define the objective, and after our process and our team make sure that each party, so it's industry players, startups, research centers, citizens, all together, they bring a part of the solution that can be scaled and fix it at the end of the day.
So let's dive into this world without plastic that you are trying to co-create again. You actually took action 3 years ago with the University of Berkeley to launch Deplastify the Planet. How is it going? Any progress since 2020?
Yeah, we did. So we started with a class at UC Berkeley at the College of Engineering. It has become one of the most popular class on campus. And now we announced a few days ago that we are launching this coalition officially with the BCG and UC Berkeley. And we are now connecting with a lot of major multinational any part of the value chain of the plastic to generate this concrete solution to fix the plastic. It's highly systemic. Mm-hmm. It's also why coalition for me it's the best and probably the only way to fix it, because it's a very, very complicated problem. There is a lot of different side effects, and so it's very exciting. We have a lot of very good insight feedback. Now it's very challenging. It's very complex because nobody has the answer yet. So we are trying, to mix and blend, like you say, the expertise and the people, so that we can make it happen. And it's going to take some years, but we have a very, very good feedback from students, for corporates, and also strong support from governments.
And you're not only the CEO of Moho, you're definitely at the head of a nation, the Moho Nation, with a motto: freedom, unity, audacity. How can we join the revolution?
Yeah, I would say, like I was saying at the beginning, we got very inspired by the D-Day. So really the idea is to anyone that wants to join, wants to be, part of this coalition. We are going to announce, a couple of new coalitions that we are already working in. We have a lot of very good meetings here in VivaTech. Mm-hmm. And so you can just reach us on mo.co. It's on our website. And we are about to structure the nation and how we're going to connect people from all over the globe, because it's very global. We had a lot of support for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for example, that, connect us all over the globe. So it's obviously the 12th countries of D-Day. Next year is the 80th anniversary. So it's going to be a very, very big date with all the presidents coming, etc. And now we need to make it happen. So it's exciting, and the space, it's going to be a lot of things are going to happen in our space. And I encourage any people that see this video to come visit, because it's really unbelievable.
Absolutely, a D-Day for innovation. Thank you so much, Olivier Cotina, for stopping by Breaking Tech. And now our favorite innovation editor, Stacy Bignon, joined us live. So Stacy, good morning to you. You are on set, but you're definitely not alone.
I am not alone, Marjorie. I've actually brought some help with me today. I've got Alexis Moulard, who is the head of innovation and experience at VivaTech, who's going to talk to us all about how it all came to life. Welcome to the set, Alexis.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Hi.
Hi there.
Alexis, my first question is, I've spent the past 2 days exploring the floors of the salon, checking out all the innovations. How did it all come to life?
Did you like it?
I loved it.
Yeah, so basically my job is, once again, and we talked about it, hunt for the most interesting technology and startup all over the world. So we look for the most interesting subjects, startups and technologies, and we make sure that they come to VivaTech, and they come and they showcase in different parks and innovation parks. So this year, for instance, we decided that AI was a main subject, so we went all over the world to try and find the most interesting stuff, startup and experiences to bring to VivaTech and make sure that the visitors could experience it and test it for themselves.
So there's been 300, if I'm correct, 300 different innovations.
Yeah, a bit more than 300,
on the floors of VivaTech. How many have you tested, and which ones are surely not to miss?
I've tested at least 50 of them. I've been running everywhere for the past 3 days, but everything, one of my favorite innovation of all is one that's just over there, and it's a robot called Enchanted Tools, and it's a robot like we've never seen before. They're working with Gaumont, for instance, to create a face that's completely new, completely friendly, especially for children in hospitals and these kind of things. They're the future champions of robotics, and I'm in love with what they're doing. And they're actually doing a big reveal at VivaTech, and they're revealing the next robot. They've done it yesterday, but there's a lot of sessions where they're basically showcasing it.
What was the most anticipated innovation that we can check out on the floors of the event?
Well, there's one that was extremely interesting and everybody wanted to see it, and it was ZR. And they're actually revealing at VivaTech. They were revealing on the first day at VivaTech, on the first station on the Discovery, their air scooter, which is an eVTOL and a flying helicopter for personal use. It's completely crazy. It was under a drape and stuff like that. We unveiled it on the first day at 10 a.m. and there was a huge electricity in the crowd, and it was amazing.
And I want to talk about the Impact Mile. So the Impact Mile is one of the new excitements of this year's edition, which is the 400 square meter avenue. We're calling it the Champs-Élysées of impact innovation.
Exactly.
And it's all things green tech. So the Impact Mile is split into two different sections, one for planet and one for human.
Exactly.
I've loved getting lost in this avenue. There's stickers to extend the shelf life of fruit and vegetables.
Yeah, replabs, yeah.
There's drones to reforest forests around the world. What went into creating this innovation or this new exciting avenue for this year?
Well, at the very start, we said, the tech for good is actually the key DNA of VivaTech since its creation. And at some point we said it's good to talk about tech for good, but we need to make it concrete. So what we did was partnering with Actionable, which is a consulting group in RSE, in CSR, in impact. And we made sure to work with them on these two slots of the Impact Mile that you said, one on planet and one on the human and society part. And we make sure to select startups together to make sure that we had a huge analysis on each of them to make sure that they had impact on the people, on the planet, that it was real, and the overall dynamic of the overall startup and company and founders and all of that was really at the top of what we could do in terms of impact.
It's fantastic to see that Tech for Change and climate is really at the center of this year's edition. We've seen it since 2016, but we can see that it's getting more and more traction each year. What do you think will be the next trends for next year's edition?
The next, sorry?
Next year's edition for VivaTech. Will Tech for Change and all things green tech be more and more at the forefront?
Yeah, I think it's something that we definitely want to do. And especially, as you said, we decided this year to put it at the very center of the show, at the very heart of the show, and the discovery at the very base of it. So it's something that we want to showcase. We did a big try this year and we wanted to highlight it the best way possible. But next year is obviously going to be even bigger.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
To our visitors back at home, obviously there's all things green tech to check out on the Impact Mile. There's the Z Air by Zapata to have a look at. There's still 1.5 days left of VivaTech and all these wonderful innovations to check out right here at the event.
Absolutely. I have to say, guys, Enchanted Tools is just wonders. I love the way that they're actually totally solving the uncanny valley part of robotics with their super cute type of robots. Thank you so much, Alexi. Thank you so much, Stacy. Now, if I just ask you how to digitally transform a state, would you actually have the answer? No? Well, we're going to learn more about it. We're going to happen the Fireside Chat segment with Simon Harding. He actually reviews DINOM, the French government agency's roadmap.
Hello and a very warm welcome to our latest episode of the Fireside Chat. I'm joined by Stéphanie Schaer, the Interministerial Director of Digital Affairs at DINOM, the French government agency responsible for the state's digital transformation strategy and implementation. Thank you very much, first of all, for being with us. Could you please start with explaining what is DINOM's roadmap for digital transformation?
Merci beaucoup. La stratégie numérique de la DINOM, en fait, c'est une stratégie au service de l'efficacité de l'action publique. C'est une stratégie d'ailleurs qui est disponible sur notre site numérique.gouv.fr en français et en anglais. Elle est présentée comme notre nouvelle ambition pour un État plus simple, plus efficace et plus souverain.
And Stephanie, every roadmap needs a strategy to overcome the challenges of implementation. Can you break down your strategy for us and how are you rolling out this digital transformation?
Oui, tout à fait. On a fixé en fait 4 priorités qu'on a pu d'ailleurs présenter à tout notre écosystème le 1er juin. La première priorité, c'est d'évoluer dans la conduite des projets informatiques. Faire en sorte d'adopter au sein de l'État les méthodes agiles, chercher l'impact pour chaque projet de système d'information. La deuxième priorité, c'est le défi des compétences, trouver les meilleurs talents pour rejoindre l'État et participer à cette transformation numérique. La troisième priorité, un peu sans étonnement, c'est de pouvoir utiliser les données publiques dont on dispose dans tous les départements ministériels pour exploiter ces données et rendre justement cette étape plus simple, mais également avoir plus d'efficacité dans nos politiques publiques. Et notre quatrième priorité, en fait, il s'agit de la souveraineté de l'État dans la maîtrise de ces systèmes d'information, faire en sorte qu'on dispose d'outils pour les agents publics de services dont on assure la maîtrise. Ça va jusqu'à une ambition de suite collaborative mise à disposition des agents publics en logiciel libre.
And speaking of which, planning the digital transformation of a government, of a country is absolutely huge. So what are the biggest challenges you face when it comes to such a large-scale transformation?
Oui, en effet, il s'agit d'embarquer l'ensemble des ministères. J'étais d'ailleurs ce matin même à animer le comité interministériel du numérique qui réunit les directeurs du numérique de chaque ministère. Ils ont un exercice qu'ils vont conduire là dans les prochains mois de déclinaison de cette stratégie nationale pour le numérique en la déclinant avec des projets phares clés qui vont les embarquer sur cette nouvelle façon de procéder. Il s'agit aussi de travailler en interministériel, donc de désiloter l'action des différents ministères. Et l'ADINUM est là aussi pour accompagner les ministères dans ces changements. Nous avons ainsi une brigade d'intervention interministérielle avec des experts de l'UX, du cloud, de la data qui peuvent venir en appui des ministères pour relever l'ensemble de ces défis.
And countries across Europe are all undergoing this same process that you're going through. Some are more advanced than others. Have you been working with other states and other digital minister counterparts to learn from their successes or even their failures?
Tout à fait. Nous avons en fait au niveau européen la réunion des CIO, donc je suis la CIO France. J'ai justement rencontré ces 2 derniers jours à Stockholm sous l'égide de la présidence suédoise l'ensemble de mes homologues. Je peux vous dire que nos priorités, je les ai retrouvées dans les échanges que j'ai pu avoir avec eux. On fait face à ces mêmes priorités d'apporter les meilleures solutions numériques. Une priorité, par exemple, c'est la qualité des démarches en ligne. On a tous fait beaucoup d'efforts sur la dématérialisation. Et là, aujourd'hui, ce qu'on vit, c'est la satisfaction des entreprises, des citoyens, des agents également qui sont confrontés au quotidien avec les démarches en ligne. Et d'ailleurs, on progresse en France sur ces sujets avec des objectifs renforcés et un observatoire sur la qualité des démarches essentielles. Et puis après, il y a les coopérations qu'on peut chercher avec certains pays européens et notamment sur cette suite collaborative. On a une ambition partagée avec l'Allemagne et Markus Richter, le CIO allemand, a
And now, how about cracking the equation on the last mile delivery? Well, my guests here definitely have an answer. Kiak Kong, you're the vice president and co-founder of Newbility. Well, Newbility is all about making our life easier. Like, you know that the consumer demand for e-commerce and convenient delivery is booming, of course, and Newbility looks to captivate the last mile delivery market again. How are you going to do this?
Well, Newbility's mission is to automate the urban streets, and we are developing a self-driving robot to do that kind of stuff. Newbility focused on the pain point on the last mile market. The last mile market has a lot of high delivery cost, bad customer experience. We want to solve that problem. So we are developing a self-driving robot and a platform to provide this kind of service to our customers. Yeah, and that is how we do it. And the advantage of our robot is that we want to make our robot cost-effective. Mm-hmm. So we want to be the cost leader in this market. And at the same time, we want to provide the customer new experience by using this kind of robot. And after that, we're developing a platform for scalability so our customer can have no problem using this kind of robot as a service. And this is how it works in Newbility.
Yeah, because it definitely have to be seamless to be super useful. And you figure it out end to end, if I can say so, from software to hardware.
Yeah, we are developing the software and the hardware all in-house. So the robot is manufactured in us, and we have already manufactured about 200 robots, and 60 robots are deployed in South Korea. So we are ready for this market, and we are providing the service to our customers. Yeah.
So tell me more about the robot part of it, because I would love to have a sidekick robot, to help me with all deliveries at all times. What's the robot exactly? How does it look like?
Well, the robot has adorable eyes in front of you, so it has a good human-robot interaction. And our robot is camera-based, so we are not using expensive sensors like LiDARs. All the sensors are camera-based, and we are using high-tech technologies to do that kind of autonomy stack. So our autonomy is not just classical approach. We are using a data-driven approach. Mm-hmm. So as we get more data, our autonomy stack will be improved. Yeah.
And you do operate in the Republic of Korea for now. Any plans expanding sometime soon?
we are now mainly in South Korea, but we are seeking chances in the global market. So next year, we are trying to go to the global market, and we are here to seek some best global partners in Europe too. So Europe is a candidate, and we are seeking for chances.
And absolutely, you can do that at VivaTech. So now you established Mobility in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Since then, the company has attracted a significant amount of investment, 23 billion to be accurate, from one actually, which is roughly a little less $18 million from investors. Are you looking for more?
Yeah, this is all about autonomy and high tech. So research and development is really crucial in this part. So we are using our money to improve our robot and improve our hardware, software, all this kind of stuff. So we are looking for more money, and we are trying to open our Series B round next year. Yeah.
So you were actually talking to me about the little beautiful eyes of the robot. Now, there's definitely one more equation to crack when it comes to robotics. It's the uncanny valley. How can you make those robots more of a friend than a foe, basically?
Yeah. Well, we try to make our robot cute as possible because, some robots look industrialized, but, we are looking at our robot as a perspective and a companion of the humans. So robots are not replacing humans. We are here to support the humans. So this is our perspective towards the robot. Yeah.
That was really great talking to you. Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for making our life easier by cracking down the equation. Oh, nice smile. Delivery. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Now we're gonna go inside VivaTech because Simon Harding is definitely waiting for us with a guest, with an innovation. We don't know. Let's see. And I guess, Simon, it's a guest, but also an incredible innovation.
Yeah, hi Marjorie. You're absolutely right. I'm in the mobility park with perhaps one of the new inventions that's gathering a lot of attention here. It is the air scooter of Zapata, which should be hitting the market in 2024. It's absolutely incredible. It looks beautiful. And actually, to speak to us a little bit more about this, we are joined by Jules Bierschler, the head of business development at Zapata, who's going to talk to us about this incredible invention. Jules, thank you very much for being with us. Congratulations, first and foremost. Talk to us about this air scooter.
So the air scooter is a personal mass market flying machine. And it is mostly designed for a recreational use case, so entertainment basically, in the United States.
And Jules, tell us a little bit about how it works, because it looks a little complicated, but I'm sure it's a lot more simpler than what it is.
So there's actually two main technical features about this machine. The first one is a flight controller. So it's a machine which is intended for mass market use. So anybody should be able to pilot or not, with a minimal training. So it's computer-assisted flight control system. And the second thing is the hybrid propulsion system, which is basically composed of 8 electric motors working together with 4 combustion engines.
Now, this is an invention that is meant to hit the market in 2024, but it's not exactly going to hit the market in terms of sales straight away. There's a different approach to that Zapata wants to put in place, yes?
Yeah, correct. So, as I said, this machine is intended for recreational use case, so entertainment. So basically, consumers will not want to buy this machine. They want to fly it. So they will buy tickets for experiences. And these machines will be operated by partners, so franchisees, essentially, and they'll be the one buying the machine from us.
And talk to us a little bit more about the global vision, Jules, because I think the dream and vision is nothing less than mass individual transport, right? So how far along this journey is the air scooter to Zapata actually getting there?
Yeah, correct. I mean, the dream and vision is clearly to hit the mobility market, so air mobility market, which is something that will be a reality in the distant future. But in order to get there, we think that the most relevant approach for us is to start with this recreational business, and it's only a first step on our way to revolutionizing air mobility.
And what's very interesting as well is that this touches upon a lot of clean sectors, because I was reading on your website a little bit about it. It's one of the key statements is that it's easy, it's safe to fly, but also that it's clean, and you're meeting all the briefs. We know how important climate tech is becoming. So how important was it as well to build something sustainable?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, this was one of the key, let's say, design elements or specification elements when we designed this machine. It was to make it clean. And for that, the two keys are we had to make it as light as possible because cleanness also comes from the amount of energy that you spend to fly, and the weight is the key element. And the second thing is the type of propulsion. And I mentioned the hybrid propulsion system, and this is clearly the most efficient and the cleanest form of propulsion that we could use. One thing that I didn't mention is the fuel that we use, because it's hybrid. It uses combustion engines. We use a very special type of fuel to power this machine. It's synthetic fuel, so sustainable aviation fuel, and the carbon footprint of this fuel is a fraction less of classical fossil fuel which are used on cars.
And just finally, a more general question, Jules. Everyone's interested in this. We've been seeing, we came here, we struggled actually to speak to you before the interview. You know, how difficult has it been to contain people's excitement? Everyone wants to get in it. Everyone wants to see it. You know, I guess you've been incredibly popular, right?
I mean, it's not been difficult. It's been a pleasure. We've had a lot of people coming to us, people from the press, politicians, people from the public. And I mean, this machine is a mass market machine, so it has to be something that everybody can see, everybody can touch, and everybody wants to try.
Jules Bischler, the head of development at Zapata. Thank you so much for that. Well, there you go, Marjorie. The future of air mobility, perhaps in the future. One final look at the air scooter and everything that it represents. It looks absolutely beautiful, and who knows, maybe one day we'll all be zooming around in one of these. I think you'd look good in one of them.
Oh my God, Simon, you're flying me over the clouds, like literally. And Zapata has been innovating for years when it comes to the future of aviation mobility, of course, and with some efforts, put there to try on bringing eVTOLs and make them trendy. So thank you so much, Simon Harding, for putting your hands on a Zapata innovation. And now, of course, that's all we have time for in this half an hour. But do stay tuned. You can keep track of VivaTech news on our website and also on our social media also accounts. And when we're back, well, we'll aim for the stars with some space tech. We'll definitely see you after the break.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. By adopting generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams, are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times. And this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake. Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
Hello, I'm Livy, the face of innovation at LVMH. I'm glad to be back for this new edition of VivaTech. This year, we will showcase how our talents leverage innovation to create unique products and experiences. Let me give you a taste of what to expect. You'll see a showcase of our latest omnichannel and retail experiences. We'll have exciting innovations from Tiffany & Co., Dior, Fendi, Sephora, and Louis Vuitton, including 3D customization and sensory experiences. Loro Piana will also show how the Aura blockchain allows them to stay ahead traceability and authentication. On the wines and spirits side, we'll talk with Veuve Clicquot about the use of organic materials for packaging, while Renard will present how technology helps to preserve biodiversity and regenerate soils. These are just a few of the examples we want to share with you. Come and meet us at the LVMH booth to find out more.
We're back on VivaTech News here on the ground at Paris Expo, but also, of course, in studio and online. You can definitely join us on our digital platforms and social media accounts. Join the conversation with the hashtag VivaTech. I'm Marjorie Payon. You're watching Breaking Tech. Coming up, can space technologies help us come back down to Earth? Well, we'll aim for the stars and meet the UN's SDG with space for good. But first, we're going to go inside VivaTech with Catherine Lakelson. And Catherine, what do you have in store for us?
Hi there, Marjorie. Well, I've got a company for you in the Impact Mile. This is a company that's won a lot of awards over the years, including one here at VivaTech 2023 for electric motorbikes. Here is the very first one that this company produced. The company is called Cake. It is based in Sweden, but also present right here in France, as well as Italy, New York and Los Angeles. I am with Cake's Valentin Zemouche, who's going to tell us a bit more about this motorbike. Now, this isn't a prototype, right? It's actually usable. It's being used already.
Exactly. This one, you can purchase it since 2017, actually. So this one is a fully off-road version. Basically, the goal was to have a power ratio very interesting because the weight is only 69 kilos of this bike, since the chassis is made from aluminium. The battery actually produces 11 kilowatts, meaning that we didn't get to put so big batteries inside the bike because we wanted to keep that experience really ludic and really fast bike.
And the important question for anyone who's into motorbikes, how fast does it go?
This one goes up to 110 kilometers per hour, so it's quite nice given that it can go off-road.
Fantastic. So real fast one there. We could take that out on the périphérique ring road of Paris even. Let's have a look at these other two models that you've got here as well. What do these do?
Yeah, actually the vision of the brand was to produce really commute-friendly bikes. So this one is really some of utilitarian version because the goal was to put something very range in terms of accessories. Basically, you can do anything with them. For example, the seats can be taken out like this, and you can add other seats behind. You can add the basket that is in the front. You can put it at the back as well. And only with this clamp, you can basically create a whole bunch of bikes with only one.
Look at that. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Build your own bike almost. And so these bikes responding to the fact, I suppose, that more and more cities are making efforts to be carbon neutral or lower carbon. Right, here in Paris, we have quite bad air pollution a lot of the time, right? And the mayor is trying to get rid of those combustion vehicles. So is this a vehicle that fits in with those moves?
Exactly. The goal was to create something really towards zero-emission society and to as well commute in style because we have products that are very different to what you can find in the market right now without neglecting the riding style that is really different given the weight of the products as well, that's always the lowest as possible.
And let's just return to your very first model there that we saw right at the beginning, because you've got some really interesting uses for this right now. It's nothing to do with Europe, it's nothing to do with cities. We're talking about South Africa.
Yeah, exactly. We have a project with anti-poaching rangers that actually use this proper bike to really try to find people that practice illegal hunt on some protected animals. So the goal was to provide these products that don't make any sound, meaning that they can intervene at the scene really quickly and without people hearing them arriving, meaning that they can basically arrest the people that are hurting those animals in those parts of the world.
So a real world use, ecological, environmentally friendly in a totally different way. another project in Africa using these. It's a charity that's using them to deliver medicines.
Yeah, exactly. We are as well providing motorcycles to some associations that help really fight some diseases in Africa, in order as well to be environmentally friendly. So the goal was as well to provide bicycle to help those people in need.
Fantastic. And obviously you're right here pretty much in the middle of VivaTech 2023. What did Kate come to VivaTech for?
Well, we came to VivaTech first to show off the products because people don't see it very often, and as well to promote the fact that there are not only prototypes, but you can actually buy them. We have a shop in Paris, in Milan, and Stockholm, as you mentioned, and as well to really showcase a bit the technology we used for developing the bikes, since it's something quite unique that you cannot find in the market currently, besides cake.
And these motorbikes, you were saying to me just before, they could perhaps have a special place at the Paris Olympics next year when combustion vehicles are going to be banned from the city of Paris.
Exactly. We are trying to really find some partners in order to really put cake on top of the scene during the Olympics, since, as you mentioned, only electric bikes and cars, I guess, will be allowed in the city. So we are trying as well to answer that need with cake's products.
Okay, so a call going out there to perhaps the Swedish delegation of the Olympic Games. Thank you so much for showing us your bikes. I might be booking myself a little test ride at the Paris showroom, who knows. Thank you very much, Valentin from Cake. And with that, back to you, Marjorie.
Well, Kat, I would love to see you cycling. I'll probably join you after Breaking Tech, though. Save me a seat if you can. Now we're going to join our reporter, Murray Dundas, at VivaTech's Investor Lounge. She walks and talks with Charles Fourreau, partner at AFI Ventures.
Now, as you know, VivaTech is where business meets innovation, and alongside all the startups, the major corporations and the tech leaders, there are, of course, investors. And the investors are lucky enough to have their very own investor lounge here at VivaTech. Let's go inside. Now, the one word you see splashed all over this VivaTech conference is the word impact, which is why I'm now joined by Charles Fourreau, a partner at AFI Ventures, an impact investment fund. Many thanks for being with us, Charles.
Thank you, Merit, for having me today.
Now, you've just spoken at a session called Whispers of Impact, the secrets behind raising an impact fund, and I'm here to find out some of those secrets. But just to begin with, as a general partner, how do you define an impact investment? What are you looking for specifically?
Oh, yeah, that's a tricky question, because there is actually no one definition of impact today, and it's true that when you are investing like us at early stage, it's very difficult to assess, what is impact actually. And at this stage, it's all about intentionality and what the founder, what the entrepreneur wants to, create and to positively create, on the society and on the environment. So it's all about, what drives the business model and the company to, at the end of the day, creating a positive impact.
So that intentionality is really a key word there. Now, AFI Ventures is investing up $500,000 in 1 to 2 companies per month. What kind of projects have you already invested in? Could you give us a couple of examples?
Yeah, sure. So we launched the fund 2 years ago. It's a 30 million fund. We are investing, as I said, in seed and pre-seed, so very early stage, the very early days of the company. And we are focusing right now on companies, tackling big challenges in the environmental and social spaces. So we, for instance, we invested in a company scaling reforestation projects across the globe. So the idea is to accelerate reforestation by drone. So it's a very powerful project to gain traction on the net zero journey. And we also invested in a company creating a platform for co-living between seniors and students. The idea is to recreate social link between these two kind of population and to help them live together.
Really good examples there of an environmental impact and a social impact. But how difficult is it to balance between financial gains on the one hand and this social and environmental impact? Can they go hand in hand, really?
Yeah, I do, and we have the conviction, at IFI that we can, have a twofold of missions to be, impact-driven and also to scale and to have a financial performance. And it's true that, maybe a few years ago it was not the same case, but today we have the conviction that the two objectives can now, work together in a closed loop, and, the more you're going to scale, the more impact you're going to produce, and it's a virtual cycle.
Absolutely. And one last question. And I think it's fair to say that impact investment is super fashionable right now, but do you think it's a trend that is here to stay?
Well, I would say that, today's current events are only accelerating, a deep-rooted awareness about systemic dysfunction and a call to action, and, with a pressing demand for sustainable and innovative business model with a positive impact on society and the environment. So I think, impact is going to be a huge wave for, tackling the big challenges we are facing right now.
It'll just become a standard way of investing.
Maybe.
Thank you very much, Charles Furreau, partner at AFI Ventures, joining us here from the Investor Lounge at VivaTech.
And now from the Investor Lounge to the Fireside Chat studio, we're going to join Anna Kowalska and their guest, Philippe Trouchot from PwC.
Absolutely, fireside chat today with Philippe Trouchot from PwC. He is a Chief Technology and Product Officer. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let me start by a new strategy, new equation strategy that was founded in 2021 by PwC. It's a strategy that responds to fundamental changes on our planet, climate change, social changes. Can you tell us more about it? You said that it was human-led and tech-powered.
Yeah.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, this means that when we look at the market and when we survey some CEO, 82% of the CEO in the world, wherever is their industry or their geography, their top priority is to invest in technology. It could be for the sustainable impact, it could be for the digitalization of their client experience, whatever. They want to invest in technology. And in their mind, they have the feeling that this investment is very urgent. So 52 of them consider that if they don't do this investment, their company is going to die in the next 5 years. So it's a very urgent matter. So of course, what they ask from us is to be integrated in their delivery models. This means provide more technology, and we think that if I compare from what we were used to do in the past, we were providing pretty PowerPoint to our client. Now we want to have more sustainable outcome, and this means bring to them some technology, what we call the digital product.
Is that what brought you to VivaTech for the very first time? Because this is PwC's first participation here.
Yeah. No, so definitely we took this decision to be at VivaTech because we thought that we have technology that we can show to our client or to the guys, all the people who are in VivaTech, but also, of course, the purpose of VivaTech is a startup, and according to what I said previously, we need to innovate. And it's always better to innovate with partners such as the startup, and we are more than enthusiastic with that, and we have learned a lot during these 3 days.
Tech by PwC, that's a stand, that's a section that we can see on your booth here at VivaTech. Can you tell us more about it? What can you see there?
So first we have a digital store. It is online. You can Google it, PwC store, and you're going to arrive on our store where you can see all our products. As I said, we have a purpose that is to show the technology, helping people to be more accurate about the technology. If you take the metaverse or the AI, there's a lot of issue around the upskilling. People need to discover what they can do with technology. It's also, I think, a good way to manage the fear of technology, because we have another survey, at PwC we do a lot of survey. We have surveyed something like 4,000 employees all around the world. I was shocked by this statistic. 42% of the people consider that their job is going to disparate during the next 5 years because of No, not you. No. So fear is never a good behavior, in fact. So to avoid that, we need to upskill the people, as I say, to show them the technology. For example, in the media, there's shock with ChatGPT. I'm not sure all the journalists are going to disappear, hopefully. But you probably, as everyone like me, you need to understand what you can do better with AI, what you can do in the client experience with the metaverse. So that's the purpose. So we have our store, we have all our digital product, our what we call demonstrator. The object is to show the technology, and of course all the innovation that our startup are bringing to us and to our clients.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about this artificial intelligence, because it brings lots of changes, fears and hopes at the same time. Can you go through what is your opinion exactly on that?
Well, AI is a question of trust. Okay, so it can be a good move. Maybe AI one day is going to save my life because the diagnostic will be much more efficient than in the past. So there is a good way to use AI in different business. But as always with technology, there's a kind of dark side of the technology. So mainly, in my opinion, it's a question of trust and ethics. But of course, as I mentioned, the upskilling and the way we're going to work, and not only as a company, I mean as a country or even as a human being, is going to be very important, because I don't want to lie. Sure, it will have an impact on the employment, but maybe we can avoid all the loosey task force and things like that. But we need to be careful. And as I said, not only as a company, but probably as a human being. And we need to invest, I mean, on the country basis and probably in Europe on the upskilling, because most of the employees are going to change, in fact.
Okay, thank you very much, Philippe. Very interesting start. We're obviously looking forward to see what's going to happen. Philippe Truchot, PwC, obviously Chief Technology and Products Officer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And huge thanks to you, of course. Anna, now it's an invisible arms race against anonymous assailant from anywhere around the world. Modern global cybersecurity opposes hackers constantly updating their methods to fighters forced to stay one step ahead at all times. Let's meet those facing the unpredictable.
An ever-present and ever-growing challenge for every connected organization and individual. In 2020, a single data breach anywhere in the world was estimated to cost companies on average $3.86 million. Significant financial loss is not the only threat businesses need to be aware of.
Weak security practices make it easier for the bad actors to get into your network and to launch their attacks. And of course, once they're there, they can steal your data, they can access your business secrets, they can try and steal your money, they can do all sorts of things. So you need an actual plan, not just on paper. It needs to be tested and to be kept fresh, such that if the worst happens, you've at least got something that you can do about it.
The infrastructure surrounding cryptocurrencies remains especially vulnerable. Leading blockchain analysts, Chainalysis, called 2022 the biggest year ever for crypto hacking, over which an estimated $3.8 billion worth of cryptocurrency was stolen. 2022 also saw major hacks at News Corp, Microsoft, and the Red Cross, showing that almost any organization is at risk. There is no lack of demand for security experts and technologies that can help to stem the tide, like blockchain, AI, and quantum computing. Companies like Proton Mail are keen to underline the importance of safeguarding data.
The best way to actually protect data is to not have it in the first place. And by using end-to-end encryption, we actually don't have access to any of our user data. So all your emails that you might store on Proton Mail, we cannot decrypt from that. And this is also not just good for your privacy, but it's also good for security, because a hacker cannot steal from us something that we do not possess ourselves.
With cybercrimes escalating from extortionate attacks on companies and government departures to acts of cyber warfare on critical infrastructure, there is little excuse for organizations to be lax about security. With an expected 30 billion interconnected devices online by 2030, cybersecurity is a critical issue for societal and business sustainability.
moving on. Can space technologies help us come back down to Earth? Well, we're about to find out with my next guest, Jessica Immelman. Great to have you on set. You're business lead at Space for Good. I love the name, by the way. This is a Netherlands-based social startup, and you're definitely using space tech for social and environmental good. How does it work exactly?
No, and thank you very much for having us. Well, Space for Good is leveraging the power of remote sensing. So this is satellite and drone data analytics. And we're leveraging this towards social and environmental impact projects around the world. Now, this is really taking the power of perspective, analyzing that data, and then providing insights that can enable impact makers on the ground to improve their impact projects.
And from what I understand, you're combining remote sensing, geo-information services, AI, to map, to analyze, and of course to model complex ecosystems. You mentioned those who really want to make a difference and impact on the environment and the fight for climate change on Earth, but to whom are dedicated those modelizations to be accurate?
Yeah. Good question. For us, it's really like-minded, like-hearted entities. This could be anyone from an NGO through to government entities trying to enlighten themselves as to the activities going on Earth. We also work with corporates who are looking to monitor their impact, but in a truly impactful way. Mm-hmm. So as a social enterprise, our company makes a decision based on impact principles. We're also a certified benefit corporation. We functioned from the beginning as a social enterprise. Last year, we were officially certified as a B Corp, and those principles have to hold true for us to maintain our position and standard in that sense.
And actually, again, I mean, Space for Good started as a startup incubated by the European Space Agency. Of course, you mentioned that you're now B Corp certified, and yeah, it's definitely crucial to be true to your words. I mean, you can't actually have this social-based startup that is not true to its words.
No, absolutely. And this is what we love so much about the technology that we use. Transparency is key. So you're taking raw data from satellites, from drones, you're analyzing them, there's a track record, there's a historical data set, and then we can also look into the future and provide insights as to where we could be going or our partners could be going. So in that sense, there's always a record, there's always answerability for us and for our partners.
So tell me more about the tech behind Space for Good, because I know there's drone imagery, LIDAR, geodata, AI again. I mean, that's a lot of different space tech tools embodied in one solution to actually meet all challenges your clients and customers need to meet.
Yes, so we're active in a variety of impact projects from climate and infrastructure, peace and justice, but most recently have been gearing our efforts towards nature-based solutions, monitoring, reporting and verification. And here we have a beautiful example of how this technology comes together. We recently sent our team across to Singapore to compete in the X Prize Rainforest Challenge.
Oh my God.
And there we were using a variety of UAV payloads from multispectral to thermal, LiDAR imagery. We bring this all together along with satellite data to create 3D models of the forest. Now, this particular objective is to model for the biodiversity in that area, which of course is the new frontier in understanding the value of our environment. So maybe perhaps this is an example of how this all comes together. Our team is extremely well trained. We're using cloud technologies, so we're very versatile. We can get into context while also being able to operate outside of context remotely.
Now, the Netherlands seems to me very interesting when it comes to the new space sector. Of course, I mentioned the European Space Agency, ESA, which has based its HQ for business incubation, definitely in the Netherlands. But I mean, there's a bunch of startups there trying to, again, bring the best of space tech to make it to the Earth. You're one that stands out from the crowd. But I mean, again, there's a lot of things happening in the Netherlands when it comes to new space.
Yes, absolutely. And that community is essential to our and each other's success. So we continue to be involved with ESABIC. We are mentors as well as getting involved in hackathons and supporting those processes to help other companies grow. We also cross-contaminate and collaborate. So this is really the perfect environment that could help Space for Good to flourish from not only the company's setup perspective, but also talent acquisition and networking.
And one of the main goals here is, of course, to help organizations you're working with to meet UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Can you achieve it?
I believe together we can. We can't do this as Space for Good by ourselves. We really choose impact partners on the ground who have the same ethos and belief system as ours. As I say, it comes down to traceability, it comes down to transparency, and in all working towards an impactful outcome together, I think that yes, we can achieve this, but maintaining these principles is key.
And 2030 is literally tomorrow. It's in the blink of an eye. Can change happen overnight?
I think sustainable and resilient change, not so much, but I think every little step counts. Insofar as overnight changes, I think educating ourselves as to tools that are out there, such as remote sensing, can really help us to perhaps change our strategy overnight. But no, we're in this for the long haul.
Well, aiming for the stars to actually achieve this vision, matching space tech to empower Earth. Thank you so much, Jessica. A moment, Space for Good is definitely the startup you're working for and pushing again toward the stars. Thank you so much for stopping by Breaking Tech. That's it for us. That's all we have time for now in this very segment. But you need to stay tuned. You need to keep track on everything VivaTech News is bringing you on our social media platforms. Of course, we do have some TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube account. When we're back, we'll see how VivaTech warms up for an upcoming guest star, Elon Musk. Yep, we'll see you after the break.
Welcome to VivaTech News. Live rolling news coverage from the heart of VivaTech. With a leading team of international journalists covering the newest in innovation and brightest minds in tech. 10 hours of live news, interviews, reports, and major announcements. 3 shows capturing the biggest moments of each jam-packed day. Tech Early Bird with Upton Saidi. Breaking Tech with Marjorie Payon. The Tech Newsroom with Thomas Mizrachi. Distributed across more than 20 channels and broadcast live on LinkedIn, on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and VivaTech.com. VivaTech's powerful technology ecosystem brought to you from Paris to Dubai, Cairo, New Delhi, Seoul, and New York.
Welcome to VivaTech 2022.
You can join us on our digital platform globally, anytime, and literally from anywhere.
We talk everything you need to know about tech, startups, AI, you name it, we are here for it.
This is VivaTech News.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sink activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
At ENGIE, we are an energy company which is committed to be net zero by 2045 on all our activities. We will need lots of innovation, and that's why we're so excited to be here at VivaTech 2023. At ENGIE, we are working to make energy transition possible. That means working to decarbonize cities and industries. That means also finding the right energy mix between electrons and molecules, producing green electricity and producing green gases, biomethane or hydrogen. And that means also, of course, finding ways to store energy and to make the system flexible. We need an energy transition that's reliable, affordable, and of course, we need solutions at scale given the needs we have.
Our research and innovation at ENGIE is about opening up a new path to accelerate energy transition, to accelerate to a carbon neutral world. So how we do that? Thanks to our 4 research labs, to our corporate venture fund, to our incubation systems, to our open innovation approach. We do design the new solutions that will match the sustainability, scale, and competitiveness we need to deliver energy transition. We also connect talent with technologies, connect talent with solutions, and then we integrate the best of breed in terms of technologies, so we mobilize technology to make the impossible possible.
You're right, Olivier, to talk about talents, because at ENGIE, with our 600 researchers in our labs, we need lots of talents. So if you are watching the video, think about joining ENGIE. We need talents, and we need especially women talents. We very much believe in diversity in our labs. We need more women to join us.
So we're looking forward to meeting all those talents that are passionate about technologies and energy transition. Please come and meet us. We'll be happy to engage. See you soon.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
Welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon and you're watching Breaking Tech. Of course, your daily dose of innovation here live from the ground at VivaTech. Our reporters, guests, experts, innovators are literally in the starting blocks to give you the best of the 7th edition of VivaTech. Now, coming up in the next half an hour, a sea of opportunities will navigate the future with a startup submerged in the water. And AI, of course, is everywhere at VivaTech. Will artificial intelligence live and die by regulation? Well, our upcoming guest star, Elon Musk, might have an answer. But to do so, I definitely need some Rudy Rothenberg's knowledge. Rudy, you're joining me live. Thank you so much. We deep dive into AI, of course, on day 1, on day 2. What about day 3? What's on your radar?
What's interesting is we've had the combination of AI and educational technology today, EdTech. And of course, what changes with AI is, and we've seen that with the large language models, especially in coding, you don't need to be a computer scientist anymore. You don't need to learn code to basically produce a program, to have software, to have the AI create something that you want just by giving it instructions. And that is a complete change. So that demands an entirely new set of skills. That means we're also going to be much more skills-oriented rather than education-oriented. So definitely AI in the education world and the skills world creating a big change.
Yeah.
And what is also interesting, of course, is that we are facing a big skill shortage in technology with just lots of people not taking the STEM educations anymore. So some of those people from different types of educations might be brought in the tech world due to AI.
Well, the question to me is probably less about will AI kill jobs than should we actually be looking into AI way more in terms of who's going to be able to manage AI in the near future and who won't.
I mean, this is, of course, one of the concerns. We've seen the questions around AI regulation. Obviously, this week, the European Parliament approving the AI Act for the EU, which will now be discussed by the European Union governments, all the various member states. It's been a big debate here. There are some people who, see all the positives of AI. Nevertheless, they also, they have some questions and there are some concerns. There are other people who are very worried about where this is going. Now, we do need to have some regulation to keep it all in check.
Speaking of which, well, actually, he recently co-signed a call to pause on generative AI. Elon Musk is definitely the sensation here today at VivaTech. From Twitter to Tesla and SpaceX to Neuralink, the billionaire is literally all over the place, Rudy.
And definitely Elon Musk has a very clear opinion on AI. He thinks it's dangerous. It's actually one of the reasons he says that he came up with Neuralink. He wants to be able to integrate the human brain with the software system, with the computer systems, with the entire network, basically to avoid AI becoming other, so non-human, something that might be an adversary, which we'd all like to avoid.
Absolutely, and the question to Elon Musk is basically, should we more push AI and the augmentation of machines or of the human brain? This is definitely the live or die question he's having right now. Well, a month ago, aside the Choose France Summit in Versailles, he promised President Macron major investments in the near future. Just quoting here. Will it be more specific today at VivaTech? Hopefully.
I mean, we know that President Macron has said that he hopes to discuss AI, of course, with Elon Musk, but also social networks and regulation. And, of course, France hopes to attract a gigafactory for Tesla, so electric cars. I mean, definitely Europe and France has been pushing its entire automotive industry towards electric, towards low-carbon mobility. And for now, Tesla has only one factory, gigafactory in Europe, and that is in Germany. And we have seen some gigafactory projects in the north of France. Now, France and President Macron are hoping to attract a big investment in that sense from Tesla.
And we don't want the French-German friendship being disrupted, do we? Even if you're not a Musketeer, to be honest, you can give Musk, that is definitely the hot topic of the season. Why does he stir up passions so badly?
I mean, he is definitely... People argue whether he's a true innovator, but he has definitely he's changed things. We can say that, with PayPal, he's changed electronic payment. With Tesla, he something that existed, for the electric car exists since the start of the automotive industry, but it never became a success. And basically, Tesla made electric cars sexy. With SpaceX, he has made access to space so much cheaper, and we know what benefits we can have. I mean, you discussed it earlier on the show, the benefits that we have from access to space. At the same time, with what he's been doing at Twitter, there are some people who are maybe less happy with that in terms of some very controversial
especially
people.
Brands.
Some controversial people coming back to that social media space. He's had some very strong opinions on a few things, sometimes a few remarks that have been questionable. He's going to be a very tricky person also to interview for Maurice Lévy, who will be on the stage with him later today, because we know that sometimes, Elon Musk can go off on a bit of a ramble. So it'll be interesting, or basically, long pauses in his conversations. So it will be very interesting to see how that works out.
Well, I bet it's going to be one of those amazing Maurice's moment on VivaTech stage, of course. And we'll see, actually, what the new CEO of Twitter, Linda Yaccarino, is up to. She just stepped in a few days ago, and we'll see if she's up to revamp Twitter's business model, because this is definitely the question here.
Well, but social media in a larger sense faces many questions also, particularly with AI, the topic that we've been discussing, because content creation becomes so much easier with AI, and content creation also means, potentially fake content being put out there. Deep fakes with Zelensky announcing the surrender of Ukraine, that sort of thing. And so it becomes very hard also for users of social media.
Absolutely.
What is real?
What is real, what is not? I mean, Rudy, is real. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your perspective and knowledge. Rudy, on this set on Breaking Tech. Now, let's go inside VivaTech to see what Alexis Lallemand is up to. And Alexis, you're not actually with your favorite sidekick, Stacy Bignon, but I'm pretty sure you have amazing things in store.
Yes, I do, Marjorie, and I'm still in the future of Sports Hall. I am joined right now by Carole Capitaine. We're going to talk a little about a subject that I pretty love and one of my passion today. We're going to talk a little bit about 24 hours of Le Mans and especially the impact of new cars that are going to be coming in the days ahead and the years ahead, cars that are going to be powered with hydrogen. So you're going to tell us a little bit more about this. Well, first of all, could you tell us, why are you this year, why the ACO and 24 hours of Le Mans are here at VivaTech 2023 this year?
Because we would like to be the future of motor racing and the future of of sport. And as you know, in motor racing, we have a goal now. It's to be sustainable. We have to use sustainable technology. And with this car, hydrogen car, you can do some competition with zero emission. As I can show you, with hydrogen car, so we will use a fuel cell, hydrogen, oxygen, and we can build electricity, heat and water at the exhaust of the car. Only water, zero CO2, and it's a goal for motor racing to show we can do sustainable solution for motor racing, but also for global mobility for everybody.
Of course, because that's why we were talking with each other just a little bit before, and we were saying that especially 24 hours or Le Mans are kind of a laboratory of every innovation that are going to come to cars in one day. That's it?
Yes, it's the ADN of the 24 hours of Le Mans. When we start with the race, there is 100 year. It will be the goal was the safety of the car, and after that the performance of the car, the consumption, and now the goal is sustainable technology. So we can use this new technology, and we are in link with the manufacturer to find some solution for sustainable mobility. It's the goal of the race. Okay, we have passion, we have sport, but we have also a goal to create new mobility.
And so also a goal, it's a kind of way to deconstruct the image of a sport that is, of course, polluting a little bit. So your presence over here is, that's it, in a way to deconstruct that image and to say, okay, motor racing is not one of the most polluting sport, or it's kind of a shift right now.
It's an easy view of motor racing, because at the end, when you see what we have done on the track, we are working for everybody, because we are working for mobility of everybody. So we are engaged of mobility for everybody. So we can't understand this easy image of motor racing.
Of course. This hydrogen-powered car, we saw it during the few laps this year of the, it was the centenary of 24 hours of Le Mans. So it was not during the race. In which year, at what point, when are we going to see those cars doing full races at the highest level we can?
2026. So it's a short time. And last year, you can see this car in race in Michelin Le Mans Cup. It's a level of European endurance. But in 2026, we hope to have some hydrogen car to win Le Mans.
All right. Well, we'll see this in 2026. Thank you so much for your time today. That was very interesting to get a focus on this on day 3 of VivaTech 2023. So rendezvous is taken for the next years to see those hydrogen hypercars racing at the 24 hours of Le Mans. Thank you so much, Carole.
And welcome to the Mission Edge 24 start.
Of course. Thank you so much. We're back to you, Marjorie.
Well, Alexi, I'm looking forward to seeing you racing at Le Mans in 2026 with this incredible hydrogen car. I'm just booking tickets right now. Can I? Okay.
Love to.
So now let's move on to our next segment. Green is good, of course, but blue seems to be the warmest color when it comes to innovation. I'm joined live by our next guest, Daria Sobotina. You're the administrative secretary of the C Opportunity. It's a beautiful, beautiful name because your company is definitely at the crossroads of science and industry. So what you're doing is that you're offering sub-C services to companies. How do you manage to actually combine your social commitment and your clients' needs for results?
Good afternoon. Yes, we are immersed in the sea.
Literally?
Entirely. Our company was founded in 2017 in the city of Pesaro, in Italy. The city of Pesaro is famous for the composer Rossini, you know. So we are on the Adriatic coast, and our company, the Sea Opportunities, is involved in research and development, underwater engineering, ROV production, and mainly in subsea services, in ocean sustainability and blue economy. Here is our main product, ROV. A remotely operated vehicle that goes underwater up to 300 meters with fiber optic umbilical cable to make any kind of subsea exploration.
That's an amazing piece of technology you have out there. How did you R&D it? How did you come up with this solution?
We engineer it and then we product it, we construct it. So it's our construction.
It is.
And we offer the services with this technology, any kind of subsea services in the sea, in the river, in dams, for explore waters, for explore seabed.
So this is definitely this is definitely your work, and this is definitely the perfect tool to see what the future of the blue economy can be. What type of customers are you actually dedicating this ROV to?
Our main clients are the companies that develop offshore wind farms, offshore fish farms, fish farming generally. Then we work in dams. We work in exploration of pipelines, different pipelines. These are our main work.
So you're definitely, to me, the missing piece in the puzzle of the blue economy. Of course, you're an Italian company, so of course your country owns very large coastlines. In which other seas or oceans can you actually bring this piece of technology?
Yes, Italy is surrounded by the sea.
It is.
But we try to expand our services everywhere in the world. We participate in different exhibitions all over the Europe for now. Recently we were in Britain, in Great Britain. Now we are here in France
to actually bring your technology.
To present our technologies, yes, to present our technologies in different seas and oceans all over the world.
The ocean is definitely your playground. Thank you so much for your perspective on this future of the blue economy. Thank you so much. And now moving on to another total different story. For the first time here at VivaTech, the Femtech industry is being given a special place with a dedicated village. The market is expected to grow by almost $70 billion, a sector that is more important than ever, of course, as women continue to struggle to receive the quality healthcare they need.
Femtech, the disruptive and innovative sector addressing women's health issues. With a $5 billion growth from last year, Femtech promises a bright future. Experts believe that by 2027, the world market will be worth $70 billion, close to doubling its current value.
We see that there's a need in France and a good dynamic of the Femtech industry. For example, we saw SNCF launching a program dedicated to women's health entrepreneurs. So it was, I think, the good time, and also it was answering a need.
Aimed at increasing and improving women's health services with technology, Femtech is seeing big appeal across the globe, whether it be software, diagnostics, or even products and services serving to innovate menstrual health, contraception, pregnancy, or more. The proof of concept and the demand has been proven. Healthcare professionals are already taking full advantage of the new technology available with impressive results.
With Elixir, this is a problem we are seeking to solve by providing scientific information to women at the right time in their infertility journey to lighten the mental burden of treatment and improve the chances of pregnancy with each attempt.
Thriving to exploit a portion of the market that has so far remained by and large unexploited. Viva facilitates access to female sanitary products in schools. They aim to break down stigma and plan to unveil their new digital training platform, Augmented, this year at VivaTech.
An educational digital platform that will help students, boys and girls, understand the essential topics that are period, sexuality and inclusion.
The momentum towards improving women's healthcare has never been stronger. Interest is high, investors are keen, and Femtech innovators are working hard to help meet half the world population's healthcare needs.
And now, change can literally happen overnight. We're going to rethink night bus travel with our next guest, Luca Bortolani. You're the CEO of Twiliner, and you're all about actually creating a beautiful and sustainable new travel experience between European cities that is good for us. What you've been doing out there is developing the world's first safe, first-class bus seats so that you actually transform them into cozy bed just at the push of a button. Am I correct?
That's correct. So there's already first-class lie-flat bus seats in other parts of the world, but not in Europe, because up to date, no restraint system for passenger safety has been developed for the lie-flat position.
Oh.
And we have tackled that challenge. So when we will be live in approximately 10 months, we will be the first and the only bus company in Europe to transport passengers in a lie-flat position across Europe.
My God! So tell me more about it. How does it work exactly? I mean, so I just have to push a button, and then I'll be perfectly, not even seated, but perfectly aligned to spend the entire night in the bus.
Exactly. It works very similar to a first-class aircraft seat that you can put in a comfortable position, but also in a lie-flat position at the push of a button. And normally a belt wouldn't help you in case of a crash. So we have developed, together with a university in Switzerland, a system that keeps the passengers safe when they're lie flat. And this is what creates this new mobility solution that, of course, we want to grow in Europe and make it connect every bigger city that people want to travel.
Yes, because, I mean, you're definitely putting us in the driver's seat when it comes to more safety, but it's an incredible piece of technology behind.
There is technology. We have applied for a patent application for it as well. But in the end, it's also very much hardware. So bus and lie-flat bus, it's an old idea. It's nothing new. Mm-hmm. But then it was not possible for the last 20, 30 years because of the safety regulations. And now it will come back. And we believe that there is a need for it. People don't want to fly as much anymore. There's not so many night trains available. So if we can provide a night bus, we think that we can offer a good, sustainable way to travel across Europe for many, many people.
So now, how sustainable is it to travel by bus?
Normally, a bus is already quite sustainable. We will be using biodiesel, if possible, and that makes us as sustainable as a train.
and then you can compete, of course, with the railway sector. What are the main challenges in transforming our travel behavior? Because we definitely saw that after lockdowns and after COVID. I mean, it was so weird to travel again, to be traveling again, and so many different EU plans to recover were linked to the fact that the mobility sector really need to go greener.
Yes, and cheap flying, it's very cheap, and that makes it very attractive, and it's fast, and we understand it, and people want to travel. But today's solutions are not taking into account the needs of the people, which is to travel more sustainably. Mm-hmm. So I think we will need to accept that alternative solutions may take a little bit longer, they may cost a little bit more, that maybe traveling is part of the holidays, and the holidays don't just start when we arrive, but they start when we depart already. And if we start with, or we can make this change of mind in our heads, then people will accept this new way to travel, and then change in behavior is possible. Our part is to make it a very comfortable journey, a very nice journey in the bus.
Well, it's definitely and literally a long journey and sustainable journey again. So you're also aiming at being a real link between European cities. What type of travels could I be able to make with Twiliner in Europe?
So we're looking at cities that are approximately 1,000 kilometers apart. So it could be, for example, Paris to Venice or to Berlin. We look at cities that you can travel long enough for a good night of sleep, but we don't want you to be more than maybe 12 hours in a bus, so that's then also enough.
So, I mean, you're definitely going to see what kind of journey you can actually provide to your customers based on those 12-hour shift, right?
That's correct. And the bus is very flexible. So we can use it actually to go to any kind of city. And if we look at routes, there's dozens of routes across Europe, which cities, between cities which are around 1,000 kilometers apart. So I think our growth is not limited by the amount of routes there are. There's tons of solutions.
Well, one country which is definitely all about buses and coaches are the US. Any plans after launching, I mean, for real, in Europe, any plans trying to move your system to the US?
No, our focus is really Europe, because here is where those safety systems are needed. In other parts of the world, you can lie down in a bus without the safety mechanisms that we've developed. So our focus is really Europe, but the market here is already huge.
Well, that's definitely a great illustration on how regulation can provide business opportunities, right? Last question with you, Luca. You're definitely on a mission to make bus travel more sustainable than train and rail travel, but can you make it more affordable?
I think from a price point, we are similar to a train. Maybe in the future, when also buses will drive autonomously, then yes, the price will go down a lot.
Well, the revolution is definitely underway. Thank you so much, Luca Bortolini, for stopping by Breaking Tech and telling us more about the way you're definitely rethinking night bus travel with Twiliner.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And now that's all we have time for, of course. But do stay tuned. Keep track on everything's happening on VivaTech News on our website. And when we're back, we're going to deal with real humans. AI disrupts the use of professional video communication. We'll discuss that after the break.
EDF is the everyday platform for people at work, and we're proud to return to VivaTech this year. This year at VivaTech, we will showcase our innovative payment solutions and share our company purpose and rich connections for good with all tech enthusiasts. And we're bringing something extra special to the table. At our booth, we'll be offering an immersive 3D gaming experience that has been especially designed for VivaTech. It's an opportunity to interact with our digital solutions in a whole new way. It shows you how the EDF platform is changing food, gift, and mobility, making them more responsible and fun along the way. EDF's innovative technology is designed to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing working world, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. So whether you're an HR director looking to provide benefits to your employees, a business owner looking to streamline operations, or simply curious about the future of payment, we've got you covered. We really cannot wait to connect with you at our booth. Please come and see us.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
At Manpower Group, we believe we are entering a new era where technology can help us create a desirable future of work for all. We are very excited to discuss this with you in our lab. What we call the new human age is a world where people use technology not only to be more productive, but also to enhance human connection and live more meaningful lives, where technology is truly leveraged for the benefit of talent and not the opposite. This year, we will showcase the latest HR innovations that serve this idea. Innovations already deployed within our group and others that we are currently developing with startups. For example, we will talk about augmented and virtual reality learning, immersive onboarding and upskilling, AI and human ingenuity, and so much more. So, come and meet us on our booth, and let's create together a better future of work, more connected, more diverse, greener, and above all, more human. A future of work that truly works for all.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the JCDecaux Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without is amazing. Keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solution, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination, virtual reality for safety training, games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future, a future that works for everyone. So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
And we're back on VivaTech News. As usual, you can actually follow us live here from the ground at Paris Expo, but also on our digital platform, and join the conversation with the hashtag VivaTech. I'm Marjorie Payon. You're watching Breaking Tech. Upcoming in this edition, a fintech on a mission, empowering women and the young generation through investment and financial education. Well, we're fortunate enough to have Share's CEO and co-founder Benjamin Chamla with us on set to actually talk about this mission. So, if I'm not mistaken, after launching in the UK in 2022, your social trading app is taken on Europe, and you've already reached over 150,000 users overall in Europe again. What would you call it, a social trading app?
Hello, Marjorie, and thank you for having me. What an event. I think this is a perfect example of the power of community and how we need this social interaction. Finance is no exception. I was a heavy user of trading platform, trying to understand what I should be doing with my savings, but I was kind of lost. And that's how I realized that I could learn with my friends, but also with the power of the community. Mm-hmm. And that is very much like what initiated the beginning of Shares.
Absolutely. So, investing again. Apparently there's an app for that. You definitely insist on how Shares connect people and make it simple to invest. The idea is to be way more seamless when it comes to investing.
Absolutely. Shares is the first social trading platform, which means that it is a trading platform where you can invest in stocks, but you can also see your portfolio, but also your friend's portfolio. They are moved in real time and get inspired by their activity, and you can exchange ideas, and this way you can learn.
And from what I understand, you're definitely targeting the Gen Z and women as audiences for this new trading scene. Who is the average user of Shares?
Actually, we've been quite surprised since we launched. At the very beginning, we didn't really know what we will get. And so first, we've been the second most downloaded application on the Apple Store in the UK our first month. So that was a very impressive early success of the gate. And when we analyzed the base of our users, we realized that about 40% of them were women, which is very powerful and meaningful to us when you know that only about 6% of retail investors in general are women. So now I would say we're under a mission to really help people educate themselves, learn and grow their wealth. No matter who they are, what is their demographic, we are the platform where they should be.
So, the mission is not only financial education, if I understand correctly, it's also financial inclusion.
Financial inclusion, and as said, the real mission for us is to help people grow their wealth. Any kind of asset will be available soon on the platform, from stocks up until cryptos, funds, ETF. No matter what is your strategy and where you're at in your life, you will find on Shares a place where you can safely invest and follow people more experienced and learn from them.
And understand how to do it, because sometimes it's really difficult to worm your way in the trading and investment world when you're an average user.
We live in a world extremely social. If today you want to pick a restaurant for tonight, eventually you'll go online and you'll see reviews. If you want to buy an apartment, you're going to maybe ask friends that works in real estate. Finance is no exception. So the idea here is by mixing and combining under the same roof people with different level of experience and expertise, you really empower the beginners with the knowledge of more experienced people.
Now, two incredible role models. I've actually bet on Shares a while ago. Venus and Serena Williams. They are shareholders and the faces also of the company. You're making a crucial point to me here, is that empowering women through financial education and inclusion is definitely about role model and leading the way.
They are a fantastic person, and I got very lucky not only to meet them, but also to have them with us in the Shares family. And it's beautiful, and everything they stand for is very strong. And one thing that we really enjoy by working with both of them is that we are actually the second brand ever to do a campaign with both of them. The other one is Apple. So it's quite exciting to be only that second brand. And what is strong about them is that people think that they play each other, but actually they always have been in the same team. And this is exactly the first value at Shares. We are all together in this world, and we are all trying to grow our wealth by the power of community.
Well, I don't know if Shares is the Apple of trading, but you also question financial well-being. Why is that?
I think there is a very stressful component with the financial well-being and the lack of education. And this is the gap we're trying to fulfill with our application. And we believe that this is a way to more in general access to a well-being situation. If you know what you're doing with the savings and you feel like you are going in the right direction, learning and investing, that way there is a more general well-being you'll access to.
So what you're offering basically is to just think about investment and trading as a GPS for our entire lives.
Yeah, but we are being very careful not giving financial advice, because every situation is different. Everyone comes with a different background, and as you all know, the capital is always at risk when you invest in finance. But at the end of the day, the idea here is give access to people with expertise and on par access to well-being this way.
Speaking of risks, well, actually, let's face it, the crypto market is having kind of a rough year. How do you navigate those turbulent times?
Yeah, the crypto market has been through a very difficult and tough time. On my end, on my personal level, I've always invested in crypto on the side. I believe that it's a long run. It's such a disruption. But as a platform, we are about to add cryptos to the mix in the European market as soon as we launch, because we believe that now it is an asset class with a lot of risk, yes, and volatility, but it's a must-have, and it's a good way to manage your portfolio, to have a very diverse range of assets within it.
And I'm speaking to a serial entrepreneur, if I may, even though the expression can be a little outdated. You actually were at the very beginning of Stuart. You sold it, and after that sale, you tell yourself that you needed to go for an extra mile when it comes to being an entrepreneur and launch shares. Why, diving into a new entrepreneurial story?
I feel like Stuart has been a fantastic experience. I've launched shares quite recently. Stuart was kind of my first big experience, my MBA. I learned how to grow fast teams across countries, open many markets at the time. It's been a fantastic experience, and I feel like now I have this unique opportunity to put all my learnings from mistakes also that I've made towards making shares a huge success.
Well, want to know more about a startup MBA? Let's ask Benjamin Chamla, of course, and let's join share the social trading app. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for giving us your thoughts on what kind of investment education we all need. And now let's move on to our next story. Paris's public transport operators have some exciting new technology at their disposal, extended reality headsets. They assist engineers in the field, of course, allowing them to communicate and ensuring maintenance with accuracy and efficiency. We have to take a look.
It's not virtual reality, but assisted reality. A headset allowing operators to act in the real world with visual and auditory real-time support. Its manufacturer Luna is working with the RATP, the Paris public transport operator, to test their hardware in real life, helping technicians fix problems on the network.
So this is the Lunar headset that we've made available for the RATP. It's a connected headset that weighs about 210 grams. Here you can see the feedback screen for the operator on the ground, a camera which shows those at a distance and exactly what the operator is seeing.
The idea with this type of solution is to improve exchanges between different units, but also between different departments, to be able to resolve incidents more fluidly.
The collaboration between Luna and the RATP came about thanks to the Rail Open Lab Association, helping private companies find new solutions to problems faced by France's public transport operators. After several rounds of successful testing, RATP has started to put Luna's assistive reality headset into practice.
It was great that the manufacturer, Luna, was working so closely with us. While they developed the software for the glasses, the ideas that were put forward by the agents in the field were taken on board. Luna is ready to bring the software in line with the ideas coming from the field, as much as possible, of course.
Use of the assisted glasses technology is not just relegated to fixing actual problems on the network. The RATP's Tony Adnell says there's also a vast potential when training new employees.
We have different uses, but it's true that the more we use the glasses, the more we say to ourselves, oh, wait a minute, we can also use the glasses in that way as well. We talk a lot about new teaching methods at the moment, distance learning and all that. That also allows us to do trainings. That's a bit more of a mix, both face-to-face and distance learning. You can have one person present as a trainee and a distance learning person in the field who is explaining an activity.
The Paris Metro may be over 120 years old, but collaborations like this ensure that its maintenance and development remains up to date.
And now let's check on our reporters. Anna Kowalska waits for us inside VivaTech somewhere, but where? So Anna, what do you have in store for us?
Checking some US solutions. Don't forget that VivaTech, hundreds of world premieres of never seen before products and solutions. We are now at the center Impact Mile, that's at the EDF section where we try to find sustainable solutions for a future. And we're talking about energy, how to produce, how to extract energy in a very sustainable way. There is here one solution from Norway. Stian Valentin Knudsen with me from Wild Wide Wind. You are proposing floating offshore turbines.
Yes, so the conventional turbines, they have it's hard to scale because they have a top-heavy nacelle and they have to replicate land to get offshore to make it stand still. And they need very much steel, and they need very special vessels and big cranes. So what we did is the opposite. We have the big, heavy part down in the bottom. Then we have a floater, and then we have a mast, which this is, inspired by sailboats. So this looks like a sailboat in a way. That's the keel, the heavy part with the generator, and then the boat, the floater, and then the sail, the mast. And
that's producing up to 3 times more energy than normal wind turbines we know.
Yes, so this one is a scale model for a 40 megawatt turbine, but we can even scale to 90 megawatt with this construction.
There is quite a lot of questions, controversy sometimes with normal wind turbines in terms of the ecological impact. Also, for instance, birds who quite often get just simply killed while being thrown on them. How does it work with this?
So this is, for birds, it's really nice because it's just moving in 4.2 RPM. So the birds will see the blades and avoid them. And in terms of, recyclable, every material is recyclable. We have a wooden mast, is a glue lamp with wood, and then we have aluminum. So everything can you recycle, also the blades. So we don't have the conventional blades, we have aluminum blades.
Why do we need offshore turbines and not just a normal turbine, wind turbine park that we can normally find everywhere on our planet, like on land, I mean?
So land-based is good, but there is a lot of sound, and they don't have, where some place they can't have them because they have a sort of space. And offshore, 80% of the big winds are offshore, so we have to go offshore. But they don't have any solution for that, and we have to go floating. For fixed, is too, it's not the big winds, so 80% is out there, so we need to go far out to catch the big winds.
This is the first time we are seeing this prototype. This is a world premiere here at VivaTech. What are your next steps now?
So the next steps, we are building a demonstrator in Sweden now, so we will put it out in the sea, in a lake within 3 months. And then and that's 30 kilowatt. That's 20 meters high. And then we will move to a 1.5 megawatt, which we will build between 3 and 10 around the world. And we start that project. We have already started, and we will start to build them next year. And then we will move to 24 megawatt and this 40 megawatt within 7 years.
So the purpose is that, I guess, institutions, countries buy some of those and implant them as part of the energy production scheme.
For sure, yes, yeah. So yeah, that's my goal, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to remind you, Worldwide Wind, that's offshore floating turbines, presented here for the very first time ever at VivaTech in Paris.
Thank you so much, Anna. Of course, I was just reviewing actually what we have in store for you now on Breaking Tech, because I'm joined live by an outstanding, I have to say, guest because of his technology, of course. Oren Aharon, you're the CEO of Hour One, and what Hour One is all about is turning real humans into virtual companions. So what you're doing out there with the AI company, that's your specialist in the development of those virtual humans for the use in professional video communication at first.
Exactly. So R1 is a generative AI video creation company. We create presenter-led videos with stunning 3D environments already today for leading companies in the world. Big brands and SMBs are using us on a daily basis to create a lot of content, including news companies.
So Oren, tell me, can anyone create its own digital clone?
Yeah, so today announcing here on VivaTech, our iOS that is called Pocket Studio. Anyone can come in, search for R1, and create his own virtual human after 6 seconds of video creation, video capture, and then immediately go to our platform and start creating content for yourself.
Well, that's probably what I'm going to do in a few seconds. But I saw actually my colleague, Emmanuel Kessler, from Capital,
Exactly.
is the director, of course, of this news outlet. Give it a try. He seems to be pretty happy.
It seems to be?
Pretty happy about it.
Yeah. I mean, the quality is already staggering. People can clone their voices and can clone their faces in really high quality. It's not what we've seen like a year ago. Now, generative AI is actually tracking the best quality out there, and people are very happy with the results.
Well, that was actually one of our questions, because on the video I've reviewed on the Howard1 website, and even with Emmanuel Kessler's try, the voice was not really matching a human one. It was more like a robotic type of voice. I was wondering at first if it was still room for improvement when it comes to having a more human type of voice, or if it was made on purpose so that we don't have this uncanny, moment.
No, so to tell the truth, the technology is still a bit behind, but it's improving very fast. Today, we already integrated the best quality in voice in the world in our product. It's an enterprise customers only get this one, but anyone that comes to our platform can clone his voice today automatically by himself, so have voice and face already there.
So the entire idea of your technology, for instance, I mean, your hardware is going to scan me and then turn me into a virtual presenter, probably. And then, I mean, my virtual twin will be used for many different things, like presenting the news, presenting a lot of different things. How about copyrights? How about GDPR?
Exactly. So R1 is a GDPR and SOC 2 compliant company. We keep these things very important for us because we serve the best businesses today in the world. And now, once you are talking about copyrights, R1 is the only company in the space of generative AI which actually build a mechanism that get the copyright for each video from the creator, like from yourself, every time, and basically give it with the video to the broadcaster. So we are the only one who actually serve you with your copyrights every time you create the video.
Now, I mean, there's still some concern about video and voice when it comes to deepfakes. How can you prevent your technology from a Black Mirror type of effect?
Yeah, sure. So that's a very important part of what we are doing and the way we operate. So every person who captured himself in here on the booth, J61 and with their app, is basically going through a moderation a team that really recognize that this is a true person. It's like a true KYC process that we do for everyone coming in, and only then you can use it. It takes something like 10 minutes. The character is ready after 1 minute, but moderation takes a few more minutes, so we want to be sure it's you, and this is very important for us.
So now how about emotions and creativity? Because, of course, I mean, the entire body, face are seamless. You're telling me that the voice will be in a few months from now. But, I mean, how could we actually, improve that part of generative AI? Because, I mean, to me, it sounds like, or looks like the ChatGPT, the face of ChatGPT.
Yeah, so you are correct. So one of the layers that we are building in with our research team is the emotion level of your character. And the emotion level needs to go with the content, and everything needs to work together. So when you go to our platform today, you can prompt one line, create me an ad for VivaTech, for example, and immediately you get the text, images, the virtual human, the theme, everything is there. We are currently training our algorithms to actually add the emotion level into the scene, and then immediately you get the video endlessly, playing like a real human in a 3D environment. I mentioned before that we are doing newsrooms. We can create these environments, and we have news companies in the US, in Germany, that works with us on a daily basis to create a lot of news content, and it looks very natural.
I hope so. We'll see if VT News is presented by one of your virtual humans next season. But the application, it will. Oh, no, please don't. I still want a job, in the future. The applications are definitely endless. Of course, we talked about news, we talked about television, entertainment, we talked about professional communication, but this can be also human resources, right. E-learning, right. Name them.
So a lot of e-learning companies today are coming and creating classes with us, 3D environments of a class, and a teacher working. So top companies in that space. Learning and development all over. A lot of big companies using us because we have 3D virtual templates. Usually you get very basic there, but we have a crazy type of 3D content that we can create for you. And a lot of companies are using us for product marketing, social marketing, and customer success applications. So all over, you see a lot of companies using us today for these applications as well.
Well, actually, a virtual presenter or a human one, you'll have to make your mind for next season. Thank you so much, Oren, for stopping by. Breaking Tech. Now, you know that it's going to be literally the sensation of the afternoon. Elon Musk is about to take the stage mid-afternoon at the Dome here in VivaTech. And, of course, Simon Harding, is like scooting the conference to see what people, are feeling about this upcoming talk from Twitter's main investor. And I don't know, Simon, if you're standing with a musketeer, but people are definitely excited by the upcoming appearance of Elon Musk.
Hi, Marjorie. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The excitement is growing. I'm here in the floor right in the middle of VivaTech. It's just over 2 hours to go until Elon Musk is expected to speak on a variety of subjects. People are still trying to grab places, try and get tickets to do so, but you can feel that a lot of the topics that Elon Musk is going to be talking about are critically important to all categories of peoples here, whether they be investors, startups, and also students. And I'm actually joined by a student who's here today. Maeva has very kindly offered to speak to us. Maeva, I guess the first question would be, why is it as a student that you feel it's important to be at VivaTech and also to hear from Elon Musk?
Yeah, I think it's important to learn about the new technologies, the world of the job, like the company, because you can have a lot of big company here. You can learn a lot of things, and I think as a student, it's important to know how the world's change and to know it because I will work soon, so I have to know everything and then improve myself.
And you said that you were still looking for a ticket to go and see Elon Musk. He's very unorthodox in a lot of things he does. What would you like to hear from him? What do you expect to hear from Elon Musk?
I think he's kind of a genius. Even if you don't like his personality, it's just he have such a big company and he's doing a lot of new technologies. So I think it's important to know and to learn of this man because he's a big man of the world. So yeah, I think it's really important to know him and to know his way of think because it's genius. As I said, it's the genius, I think.
And last question before I let you go. Your generation is going to have to contend with artificial intelligence a lot more than my generation. So I want to know, what do you think about artificial intelligence? We heard President Macron say that he wants Europe to really develop it. What's your take on that, generally speaking?
Well, I think it's really a big change for all of us. I think it's cool because you can have a lot of help from this EA, but I think you have to be careful about the usage of these things because it can be very dangerous for everyone about the rights. We don't have any rules about how to use it. So I think it's important to know how to use it, but in a better way to improve ourselves and not to replace the human being. No.
Maeva, thank you so much for that. It's super insightful. Well, there you go. You get an idea really of the kind of atmosphere and the tone of what people are expected to see here. Elon Musk, of course, is the main attraction. He has been ever since he announced that he wanted to come to VivaTech, that he would be speaking to VivaTech. But as you can see behind me and everywhere here, the business is still going, the innovation is still flowing. But there is, Marjorie, I have to say, that sense of trepidation, that sense of excitement, which only comes when, and as you heard Maeva say, really a genius talking, and that's really what we're gearing up to here. There's plenty of geniuses at VivaTech as well, but Elon Musk and the personality, as you mentioned in your introduction, means he is so unique, and particularly to a tech ecosystem like VivaTech. And actually, I was speaking to other people before who perhaps didn't want to be filmed, didn't want to be on camera, but they were saying, that the fact that Elon Musk is here is even more growing validation for VivaTech, and that startups and businesses who are here feel that they're heading in the right direction because there are such big personalities like him, like the CEO of Salesforce. So it's really encouraging for everyone around, and there's that buzz of excitement undoubtedly.
Oh my God, Simon, I can definitely feel that vibe and buzz, like literally raising from the ground here around the studio of VivaTech News. Thank you so much for actually finding people to tell us about how they feel about Elon Musk. Of course, he's definitely the sensation of the season, and we'll have more about that in a few seconds for now, because that's all we have time for in this half hour. But do stay on track with us. Do actually follow us on our social media accounts, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, of course, LinkedIn and YouTube. When we're back, we're going to review tech solutions for a better future and how they can impact the world. We'll see you after the break.
Four spheres that awaken the senses. See the world with new eyes and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming TotalEnergies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At TotalEnergies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created TotalEnergies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris, and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific examples of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance, or a second life battery design system, and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions, and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the TotalEnergies On booth.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux Mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. We want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux Mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
Cybercrime is the world's 3rd biggest economy. Every company is affected.
This is big, important stuff. And nobody's taking this seriously.
Jeremy, you are downloading an app. Suzanne, what do you do?
Jeremy, no! How useful was it? Zero use. Fun though. Really hurt him, I think.
Orange Cyber Defense.
And welcome, ladies and gents, to VivaTech News. It's 2 p.m. here in Paris. It's probably breaking tech time somewhere. I'm Marjorie Payon, and I'm bringing you your daily dose of innovation here live from VivaTech. Coming up, shaping the future of computer vision for autonomous driving. Well, we'll sit with Safe AD's CEO and tech solutions for a better future. Let's review innovations that impact the world. To do so, of course, Murad Dundas joins us for a segment, Tech for Change. Well, actually, Murad, you're not alone. Nope. You definitely brought a guest, and this is going to be a very informative type of talk and interview because your guest's innovative platform helps companies to track their emissions.
Absolutely, Marjorie. We spent a lot of time over the last few days talking about climate tech to mitigate or reduce emissions, but the obvious next step is how do we measure and track and potentially reduce those emissions in a business sense? It's obviously super important because businesses have an interest in, one, reporting their carbon footprint, and increasingly they are required to do so. Hence, step in Greenly, which is an all-in-one platform to help measure, manage and reduce emissions. Alexis Norman is the co-founder and CEO of Greenly, which has been selected as one of the laureates of the French Tech 2030 unveiled by President Emmanuel Macron during VivaTech. So welcome and congratulations to you, Alexis.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Now, before we start, I want to go back a little bit. Before Greenly existed and other companies like yours, how have companies been typically measuring their emissions?
Yeah, so, very large emitters had to measure their emissions already, so they typically used consultants who came in and did a very good job, but with a lot of spreadsheets and a lot of going back and forth into offices. Our bet is that, everyone is going to have to do this, so not just the large enterprise, but actually their supply chain, the mid-market, the SMBs. So you need to invent software for this that makes the beginning of the climate journey super simple, and that's what we work on.
So basically you go in and help companies identify the source of their emissions and then provide them with a kind of dashboard on where they stand?
Yeah, exactly. So most of our companies are first-time sustainability managers, that are working with us, and they sometimes start with the basics. What is my scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, my direct emissions, those linked to my energy consumption, those linked to my purchasing, and so on. And so they need something simple to start with this topic, which is, okay, I need to quantify everything that my company does. I need to convert that into carbon. But the pain in this process is collecting the data. Mm-hmm. And where we build tech is by essentially creating integration so that you pull this information from your accounting, you pull this from your electricity, utility software, your cloud if you're a tech company, etc., etc.
Now, in general, are companies doing as good as they hoped or a lot worse than they imagined?
So most companies have no idea when they start, and they're kind of afraid to share where they're at. So I would say the first thing is it's important to disclose your emissions. There's no shame. The world at large is emitting too much. So if we start hiding things, it's worth than saying, well, I'm really bad, but in fact, I'm transparent about this, and I have a roadmap for reducing. But still, a ton of CO2 is very abstract for most people. So there are two things you can do to make it more palatable. One is provide benchmarks, and since we have about 1,500 customers today, we can be very granular in providing benchmarks, not just overall by sector, but by type of emissions. Are you more intensive in terms of cloud consumption? Are you more intensive in terms of business travel, in terms of electricity spend, and so on and so forth?
What's really interesting, Marjorie, is that Greenly also, as well as tracking the emissions, advises the companies on how they can then go about reducing it. Like you said, there's nothing to be ashamed of. What there is to be ashamed of is not trying to reduce them, and you help them with that.
Yes, exactly. So, the Paris Agreements for Climate Change have set a trajectory where we need to halve our emissions by 2030, and then it's essentially a 5 to 8% reduction per year. So you need to first and foremost identify the big buckets, also the low-hanging fruit. And this is very different from sector to sector. But since we're at VivaTech today, working with hundreds of tech companies, we've seen that half of their emissions are indirect. They're linked to their consumption of digital services, and mainly their cloud. So why is a cloud emitting? Well, these are machines that are consuming a lot of electricity, generating a lot of heat, so you need to cool them, and they're plugged to the grid where your data sits. So an example of that is for us to monitor for each instance of your AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud, how much electricity it has consumed. So we have built models dependent on the machine lifecycle analysis. We convert each instance, each vCPU on a minute level electricity. And you can then tell, why don't you change your mix of vCPUs? You don't need the big engine for your small computation, You can parallelize computing. You can get a 30% reduction of your electricity. And then second thing is electricity converts into carbon because it's plugged to a grid, and that grid may have a lot of coal, a lot of gas, or maybe some wind. And most tech companies have their data in Ireland, at least in Europe. And in fact, it's not the greatest energy mix in Europe, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So if you move your data to Norway or to Switzerland or to Austria or to France, you're just improving your cloud consumption by like tenfold. So just move your data, basically.
So the level of detail in the data you have helps you make intelligent recommendations. Just a last question. I've read you want to make carbon accounting as universal as financial accounting. What's the biggest challenge to reach that?
Yeah, so today we're at capacity to do about between 3,000 and 5,000 carbon accounting reports per year, but our ambition is to get to 1 million within 5 years. So part is the market is pushing SMBs to do this, but we also need to build more user-friendly UX, create more channels. So it's very much an execution play for us with a product that's super easy to us. I would say it's low entry floor. It's easy to get in, but very high ceiling. The more ambitious you are, the more granular, the more detail you need to get. So it's product and then just scaling the company and raising maybe a lot of money too.
Well, Alexis Maret, I guess that change needs to be measurable. Thank you so much for bringing together a solution here on Breaking Tech. How about we see what Catherine Nicholson is up to, Marat?
Let's see where she is. I'm sure she's somewhere interesting.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to see it.
Thank you.
So, Catherine, please end the suspense. Where are you?
So, Marjorie, I've got something extremely low-tech for you right now, but don't be afraid, okay? So this poor banana, at least 3 days old, it's been going for the whole of VivaTech or possibly more. It is going to soon have a new life as a handbag or something else. This is an innovative startup from the north of France. It's based in the Hauts-de-France region, and it's one of several startups with a particular eco side from the Parc d'Innovation de l'Artois. So this is 3 local regions up in the north of France, quite close to Calais, where they're trying to have an economic transition and encourage eco-minded startups and small companies as well. So they've brought several of their companies here to VivaTech. I can speak with Aubin, who's a consultant on this project. Aubin, tell us, this is a region that is really closely associated, at least in France, with sort of heavy industry in the past. But this is an eco-focused area now. Tell us more about that and the companies coming there and what you're doing with them.
So the Parc d'Innovation de l'Artois is a network of innovators that are companies, laboratories, universities that aims at developing a new economy based on eco-transition, because that territory is really heavily marked with coal mining, and now they want to bet on new companies that are from a diversity of new fields of eco-transition, like electric mobility, clean tech, recycling, circular economy. And us, what we do at EY with Entreprises Cité and the Parc d'Innovation de l'Artois, we innovate, we incubate these startups, we accelerate these SMEs so that the eco-transition ecosystem can thrive in Artois.
And it's something as well to do with bringing back more employment to this region as well. You've already got a whole bunch of companies that are associated with the Parc d'Innovation, and you're here at VivaTech to bring some more visibility to them.
Yes, we want to talk about those three territories. Urban communities that are between Bruay, Lens-Liévin and Hénin-Carvin, that are located like an hour from train from Paris in the heart of the Hauts-de-France region. So this industrial ecosystem that has this entrepreneurship DNA, and that we want to bring companies here, and we want to show the companies we have on this territory to investors, to potential partners at VivaTech.
Okay, thank you so much, Aubin, for telling us about the Parc d'Innovation in general. We already saw there the company that's turning banana skins into an alternative to leather. Of course, so many people trying to move away from animal-based products. Got another one of the companies here, a real success story with Carla, who's the founder and CEO of this company. The company is Trip Bike. And this is one of your star products, the Haibu.
Haibu. The brand is Haibu and the company is Trip Bike, and we have the lightest bike worldwide because with the motorization, this bike is 15 kg total.
Okay, so it's electric bike, but it's light. I've never experienced that before. Carla, I'm going to ask you to hold the microphone so I can test it for myself.
Yeah, I will.
If you hold the microphone for me.
Yeah,
okay, let's see.
Go ahead.
I can confirm I'm not a particularly strong person. That's a light bike, especially for an electric one. Just tell us more about where this concept came from and what you're doing in the Artois region.
Alors, Artois region home us as a startup, and we are very pleased to work with them because we are part of the North ecosystem Hauts-de-France. So we have also REV3. This project is also handled with ADEME and BPI. So, and we just have been awarded from the Concours Lépine of the gold medal for the bike, and also gold medal for this helmet here. And
it's made of bamboo as well?
It's also made by bamboo, and we have many specifications, but we are sustainable and recyclable with this product. So this is the interest of our products, and we are working in the transition and the mobility as well.
Okay, so bamboo electric bikes, bamboo helmets, and you're here at VivaTech looking for partnerships, investors?
So we are looking for investors because we want now to industrialize our product. Remind that we have been to the CES of Las Vegas in January, and we are IoT bike. We are a connected bike as well, so which is many interests, many technologies in only one bike.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Carla. Can't wait to test this out, perhaps outside. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Catherine. And I know it's going to sound bananas, but I mean, if you can bring me back that panda over there, I would be super happy here on Breaking Tech. Thank you again for this low-tech part of innovation here on the ground at VivaTech. Now we're going to switch to a totally different story, super high-tech, by the way, the future of computer vision for autonomous driving. I'm sitting live with Julius Kumerle. You're the CEO of Safe AD. You're definitely on a mission which is shaping the future of computer vision for AD. How do you intend to achieve this mission?
Yes, pleasure to be here. So, yes, like the whole autonomous driving space, this is not a challenge to solve alone. So this is a very open community, like software, hardware players, and they have to play all the same game to really win that for everybody. And so where we position ourselves is as a very agile, flexible, and quick startup, fast startup. We take like the newest research from software and also take the newest hardware platforms and bring them together very quickly to a really well-developed prototype that we then put to the OEMs and tier ones and with their help make a product out of this.
Wow. Well, so what you're building is a high-definition map. Does it sound as simple and straight to the point that it is?
So high-definition maps is a really important topic in the whole autonomous driving space. This has to do with safety. So safety has like primary importance for the whole autonomy space in general. And so these maps, they are very, very precise and giving additional information that the car has a prior understanding of the scene, which it then combines with the online data collected and to have a really, really redundant and safe system. And so these HD maps, these we are providing, and a big challenge now really is to scale these maps up.
And you have lots of technology in your hands to actually do that. LiDAR, radar, AI, 3D, name
exactly.
them.
Yes. So the big challenge is to reduce the technology, especially the sensors, to a minimum to make the cars very cheap. So this is the big challenge. And so our approach is really to get the best out of the video data. Yes, LiDAR is a nice technology, but it is expensive, and computer vision with new results from the community, from the research community, there's a lot more possible. In addition, with the increased computational power we have on the edge, on the car, you can do crazy things.
So I do understand you have to crack actually many different challenges, how to make this technology, efficient, actually happening, and affordable at the same time. Now, autonomous vehicles were pure sci-fi a while ago. They definitely do exist, like now in this very life, already operating under very controlled conditions, from metro systems to space flights. Autonomous vehicles are already in our lives.
Yes, so this is exactly the point. We have also some robo-taxis in very constrained regions, and the really, really big thing now is really to scale the technology up. And so there are two different ways. One is hitting directly the fully autonomous vision. The other thing is step by step making it assistant and then autonomous, really autonomous. But the real value lies in scaling it up. Then you have the real value proposition for humanity.
Well, another question for humanity is definitely autonomous cars. There are still many challenges to be facing in the growing and making of complete autonomous cars. There's different levels when it comes to their autonomy. We're about to actually achieve level 4, if I'm not mistaken. The last level is 5. Do you think we will come up and overcome these challenges to make it to level 5 someday?
Level 5, nobody can answer that question, I guess. I hope that we at some point achieve it, that will save humanity a lot of time. We also have the Vision Zero, so no fatalities from traffic anymore. And of course, this is the big vision. Nobody can answer it when this will really happen.
Well, actually, thank you so much, Julius, from your perspective on autonomous driving and, of course, what you're bringing to the market with Safe AD. And
thank you very much.
Thank you again. And now Luke Brown is waiting for us with the winner of the LVMH Innovation Awards, Asna Kudra. Luke, I want you to save my wardrobe.
Hi, Marjorie. You're quite right. We're here, joined here on the LVMH Dreambox stand with a Tunisian-British startup. This is the world of fashion and beauty and sustainability all mixed together. So thank you very much for joining us. Hasna Korda, you're the co-founder and CEO of Save Your Wardrobe. Can you just give us a quick outline of what it is that makes your product, your innovation special?
So Save Your Wardrobe is an aftercare infrastructure platform that supports fashion houses with their booking and management of care and repair services. So we've built a full technical platform to support the experience to make it as outstanding as the purchasing one. So when a customer goes from a boutique with their clothing or their products, they can expect the same level of care that was made while purchasing it after the purchase.
And can you tell me a bit more about how that adds to the sustainability of luxury products?
Yeah, so like yesterday was really loud and clear. It was mentioned that there is so much attention, so much care into crafting a product, a luxury product. They want to extend that same care and level of excellency after the moment of transaction and bring that beauty craft when it requires repair and servicing.
And can you tell me a bit more about the value that you're adding to the products that are already out there on the market? Your customers are the fashion houses, correct?
Yes, that's right. And the value that we add is this tech-enabled platform. So we just want to modernize operations while keeping the tradition, enhancing the skills and the know-how, and also promote the unsung heroes of and those who we don't see, but those ateliers, those skilled and specialists that we don't necessarily see when we buy something.
So as we've already mentioned, you are the proud winners of the Innovation Award from LVMH. You're here on the Dreambox stand. What does it mean to be the recipient of that prestigious award and to be here in the heart of VivaTech?
It's truly a dream come true because we've been working on this for so many years and we've met with a lot of doubt, a lot of questions from people, and today, yesterday was the ultimate moment for us. We couldn't hope for, but we've been rewarded with this amazing and very competitive award. This proves as well that our service, our solution is demanded by the biggest group, the biggest luxury group in the world.
And what kind of opportunities are you hoping to obtain from this prestigious award?
So now that we are part of the finalists, but also the grand winner, we will enter a stage of understanding the brand's requirements, what they need, their potentially pain points, or how can we improve and make the operations as outstanding as possible, but also making sure that the experience of excellency and the luxury experience is extended beyond the moment of purchase.
And I mentioned at the top of the interview that you're a British-Tunisian startup. So you've got a lot of your activity takes place, and much of your customer base is in Britain and other countries such as that. But can you tell me a bit more about the value for you to have that Tunisian heritage? What do you hope to contribute with that Tunisian heritage?
So I was born and grew up in Tunisia, and I came to Europe 20 years ago, and seeing those values I grew up with around circularity and sustainability, I took them with me, and I've just put them on steroids with technology, and now it means a lot to me as someone living abroad to be able to share a part of my culture and scale it at the global scene.
And do you think that's contributed to your success in a certain way, that way of working?
Yeah, as entrepreneur, you need to find creative solutions to solve problems. You need to bring a different perspective, and I feel like this perspective from another country, from another culture, helped me find a better solution to a problem that was dragging and was a pain point for so many maisons.
And here at VivaTech itself, what are the opportunities that you're hoping to achieve in the remaining time here at VivaTech?
So this award and this space has been an incredible exposure for us. This is also my first time in VivaTech. I wasn't expecting this drive, this energy, and so we are extremely happy to be here. We are extremely happy to meet with people and see their interest in a solution like ours and see how forward-thinking something quite traditional is, and how we are building as well the future for the fashion industry.
How do you find that the different ecosystems that are present here at VivaTech can contribute to your ability to move forward with your product?
I mean, there are so many innovations here. It's really refreshing to see how other startups are thinking outside the box, and the inspiration we can take as well from other solutions that are not necessarily in the fashion or the retail industry. It's really nice to be surrounded by entrepreneurial, creative people that wants to change the world. So this whole VivaTech and this whole environment is driving a lot of creativity, and we are extremely happy to be here.
And then when you're talking about that circular process, how important is it for you then really to kind of conclude to provide a sustainable solution to a problem that did already exist? How important was it for you to contribute that?
I think it is crucial to think about sustainability as something that it needs to be embedded in every businesses, and it's not just an afterthought. It's something that is moving forward with things. We need also to think about the planet's boundaries and how we can create value and create wealth while respecting the finite resources that we have at the moment.
Okay, and it's a really innovative and really unique innovation that you're providing for the luxury market, both in Europe but also in the UK and in Tunisia too. Thanks so much for taking.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for that. There are clearly some innovative solutions for the chic and fashion world. Back over to you in the studio, Marjorie.
Well, fashion for change. Thank you so much, Luc, for bringing us this incredible, great winner of the LVMH Innovation Award for 2023. Well, that's all we have for you in store right here, right now on Breaking Tech, but do stay tuned because you can, of course, follow us on our social media, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and of course, Instagram or even YouTube. You know that Elon Musk will be the sensation of this afternoon on day 3 here at VivaTech. Twitter's main investor, Tesla's boss, and of course, SpaceX and Neuralink investor will definitely be at VivaTech by 4 p.m. We're waiting for him. We'll be back in a few seconds, of course, after the break, and we're going to see how EdTech designs a better future.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. Using generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams, are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times, and this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake. Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
And welcome back to Breaking Tech. I'm Marjorie Payon, and we have a bright new 30-minute segment for you with guests, innovators, of course, and reporters on the set of VivaTech. When students, startup, and corporation team up to co-create tomorrow's world, well, SL Group aims at designing a better future. And I'm fortunate enough to have its CEO with me, joining me live, Julien Fayet. Under the group's shield, there's definitely Moho that we saw earlier ago with its CEO Olivier Cotina, but also School Lab and Raise Lab. And from what I understand, your superpower out there is definitely to create labs and places to foster social innovation and mobilize entrepreneurs, students, scientists, NGOs, corporations, and overall citizens to co-create the future.
Yeah, that's what we do. What we believe, we strongly believe that to change the world, we have to open the doors. And in fact, no company can change the world by itself. And that's why we've been working for now more than 10 years on the ability to open for organizations, startups, big companies. And we do it with many kind of profiles, as you said, students, big organizations, scientists, and startups. And we believe that with the complexity of the world today, and in particular with the environmental and social issues that the world has to face, openness is actually key, and that's what we try to do.
Speaking of opening doors, well, open innovation is literally on everyone's lips here at VivaTech, but should we take it for granted? Is there a process in opening innovation?
In fact, this is not natural. Naturally, every company has the tendency to keep the grip on its IP and on its personnel and everything. So what we learn to do, and what we've been learning for 10 years now, is the way of making people collaborate, making alliances, and now coalitions with Mo. And how do we do that?
Yeah.
We put people on actual projects, and that's the best way to make people collaborate, is to make them into action, to put them into action.
Action it is. Now, speaking of action, one of School Lab's verticals is definitely about food. to be even more accurate, about people and food. What went behind this decision?
In fact, we decided to focus on food in particular. Of course, food has a major impact in the world, and in particular the upstream part of the food chain. The impact on soil, the CO2 of course, but also the water, the biodiversity. The impact is actually huge, and it's mainly negative at the moment. So what we decided to do is try to change stuff in this industry and put some resources and competencies in trying to help different actors to change the way the food chain is actually working, and mainly in the upstream part of the food, which means agriculture in particular, and farmers who are the key players in the future of food.
And that's definitely the people, part of the people in food vertical, right?
Absolutely. And we strongly believe that we can change anything if we don't closely work with the farmers all over the world, here in France or in Europe, where there are fewer and fewer farmers, which is a big problem for the agriculture, but also in many different other countries where we work, in Vietnam, for instance, where there are many more farmers, but who are facing big challenges. But if we don't address the farmers and what they are going to learn and how they are going to tackle the new challenges, if we don't address the farmers, then we won't change anything in promoting regenerative agriculture and the solution that we believe will change the actual face of agriculture.
Yeah, which totally actually illustrates one of the motto of SL Group, which is blending digital inclusion with environmental transformation.
In fact, both aspects are necessary, of course, and the digitalization helps people work together. And of course, we put digital tools also in the hands of farmers and different actors in the food industry to make people able to work together. And so the social and environmental issues are closely linked, and the food chain and the food industry is really a very good topic to put that into the light.
Absolutely, and into action. Well, I don't know if it will answer the $1 million question everyone has in this world, which is how to feed 9 billion humans, but your coalitions are definitely part of a better solution. Thank you so much, Julien Fayet, for diving into what SL Group is up to when it comes to transforming and co-creating the future. And now, last year, only 10% of European startups were funded by women. In the meantime, male startup founders are drawing 90% of investments, according to a recent Sista study. Well, to give women the rightful place at the tech table they need, VivaTech have partnered with Femtech for a new edition of the Female Founder Challenge, sponsored by AXA, Mazars, and Société Générale. Let's take a look.
These are the women behind the latest disruptive innovations, the dreamers creating the future, the founders of companies that will shape our future. VivaTech's Female Founders Challenge aims to boost representation of women in the tech sector, while highlighting the added value that female-led and more diverse teams can bring to innovation.
What we're focusing on is the unconscious bias of investors that still have a hard time massively investing in women entrepreneurs.
Only 1.9% of global VC funding went to all female founding teams in 2022. And at a European level, even lower. 1.1% of EU VC funding in 2021 went to all female founding teams as opposed to mixed or all male teams. On top of that, the State of European Tech 2022 survey found that no less than 37% of women questioned said they had experienced gender-based discrimination working in the European tech sector. As part of the competition, VivaTech and 50 in Tech's Female Founders Challenge provide all entrants fundraising, coaching, and support to all female teams. 30 founders are then selected, of which 6 will go into the final round before a winner is selected. The winner is given their own stand at the following year's VivaTech event and one-on-one mentoring.
So the main benefits of winning the challenge is to create a unique opportunity for you to close your fundraising in the next 6 months. So it can give you like a concrete boost and generate all the connection that you need with worldwide top VCs, but also give you a lot of visibility that is really valuable for your business, and also to attract more investors. And finally, also you will get a lot of mentoring from the sponsors. And I think mentoring is something very important alongside your entrepreneurial journey.
The Female Founders Challenge gets funding and support from 3 VCs, Equity Ventures, Sista Fund, and Iris, all of whom are ready to offer their expertise to the next winner.
And now let's move on to Inside VivaTech. Alexis Lallemand is waiting for us on one of the booths of VivaTech. And Alexis, I'm pretty disappointed today. No flying, no jumping, no massage, Alexis. What are you up to today?
Well, Marjorie, you should be here at 5, but unfortunately you won't be hosting that one. So it's going to be for Thomas this year. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm right now on the Ukraine booth, and I'm joined by Paulina Larsko. Is that it? Good yes. Pronunciation? Okay. Thank you so much, Paulina, for a little bit of your time. You're going to present to us today, introduce to us, a mask, and you're going to tell me more about it. So the company is called, the startup even, is called Culinary. Yeah. And yeah, what is it for? What's happening down here?
Let's try it on, actually. Okay. You can...
Well, that's for you, Marjorie. I'm going to wear a mask. That's it.
Yeah, like that. So...
Okay, all right.
Yeah, this is world's first interactive mask that interacts with user. And we actually have an application that if you connect, you can... like shows whatever you show on your face, and if you talk, if you know, so it interacts fully with you, and if you talk, try to talk.
Okay, my name is Alexis.
And it answers to your movements, so it talks with you.
Okay.
So it's pretty much a live mask that has a lot of like bright stuff and pictures. Yeah. You can use any way you want, actually.
Okay, all right. Could you tell me, so I'm going to wear the mask for the last minutes of the live, I guess. Could you tell me what's the importance for you guys to be here at VivaTech in this year, 2023?
Yeah, we're actually really happy to be here for this opportunity. We're really grateful and to be here. So we had a lot of opportunities here to speak with great people that I attended here. So a lot of investors, a lot of people that are interested in Ukrainian tech, and we want to participate in big Ukrainian tech community because it's growing, and we want to be a part of it. We want to show the world that we can.
Of course, that makes sense, of course. Could you also tell me a little bit more about where your startup is going to evolve in the couple days and years ahead? What I know that there is something big coming in, and
Actually,
so
you know.
maybe I'm not. It's still a secret or not? Can we talk about it?
Yeah, a little bit. I can give you a peek. So there's a big insight coming for you. We're working on the second project. Actually, with this project we've been 2 years, and now it's time. It's time to go on. So we're working on the second mask that's going to be much more. So it's going to give you much more opportunity, like to show yourself. It's going to have a emotional recognition mode. So I'm talking a little bit about it because it's a little bit a secret, but it's a pick for you. And for this mask, you can choose emotion from the application. But with the second mask, you just have to choose it with your face. You just have to smile, and mask will smile back. And it will be a lot of opportunities to just, like a snapshot filter.
Yeah,
It will be easy and simple to make a real-life avatar, make a real-life character that you want to be. You can be anything who you want, so it's like going to be huge for us.
Well, all right. Well, we're kind of excited to see what's going to happen for you guys. And just a quick question for you as well. You are the co-founder of the company, right? Tell me a little bit more about the story of you guys.
About my story?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I come in this project like a long time ago. I met Mike, my co-founder and my partner, and he just told me about this crazy idea of the Musk that is going to talk.
A little bit crazy, maybe.
Yeah, but it was like, it's crazy, but I get it. I get it, and I want to be a part of it. And I was like a marketology specialist, and I thought, like, I can make a brand. I can make a huge brand from it. You know, Musk is great, but you know, you have to know how to sell it. And I know how to sell. I know how to make something huge. It's great, but it's going to be huge. And we just started to working on it. We started to like make it more. We started to working with influencers. We started to working with big bloggers. Now Mr. Who's a Boss and a lot of big influencers started to talking about us, and it was great for us.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that beautiful story of entrepreneur.
Thank you for coming here.
Well, thank you. That's appreciated. And now, well, I guess I'll get back to you with my beautiful mask.
Oh my God, Alexi, you can't have yourself, right? I mean, you love this mask so much you can't take it off. Thank you so much for this Alexis Lallemand moment. Now we're going to move on to another story because I'm sitting live with Teresa Rinnehofer. You're working on regulatory affairs for Apelin, and your core job is actually to develop a very innovative aircraft. Take a listen, a vertical takeoff and landing one. Are you there yet?
Well, yes, we are there yet. So we have a functional prototype, and we are looking closer to vertical takeoff and landing aircraft with electric propulsion. So that's really important because we want that aviation is becoming a sustainable business. And yes, that's possible with the technology right now. And well, we are working on it, yeah.
So how does it work exactly?
We're always saying we are combining the advantages of a helicopter with those of an airplane. So we have all the vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, so we do not need a large runway or an airport or something like that. So we are very flexible, but we still have wings. So we have a very efficient cruise flight. So we are a very efficient aircraft because all the multicopters or helicopters are not cannot cover a long range because they have no efficient cruise flight, and we have the wings, so we have the aerodynamic lift, and therefore we can go much more further, and with our drone we can cover up to 150 kilometers.
And how many passengers can it carry?
No, it's only for cargo.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry for that. So we have only a small cargo drone, so we can transport a payload up to 10 kilograms. So it's made for priority cargo applications, for example.
Absolutely, and I guess the application will be endless in the near future.
Yes, I hope so too. I see the potential in two cases quite high. The first thing is if the freight we have to transport is very urgent. So, for example, at medical applications, this would be a perfect fit. So we can transport blood samples, special medication or instrumentation from hospital to the laboratories and something like that. Or if you think about remote regions, it's also a great opportunity because there are so many countries with bad ground infrastructure, and you can use our technology to connect regions without building bridges, tunnels, streets or anything else. So yeah, there's a huge potential there.
Which is crucial in some part of Australia or even Africa,
yes,
of course.
Yes.
Now, part of the innovation you're actually bringing to the market here is to play along with regulations.
Yes, a lot. Yeah.
Make sure that actually your newly developed aircraft concept can be approved and that it can be applicable with regulation, like literally now.
Yeah. Yeah, the aviation industry, the certification is a quite huge topic, like similar to the medical industry. So we really have to ensure that we can avoid any accident or any something like that. Even if our vehicles are unmanned, we have to also ensure that we do not have any crash landings because it would be a danger for the people on ground. So regulation is really the key topic there. And if you want to have a successful product on the market, you have to think about the regulative topic already in the design of your product, because otherwise you may be designing a product which you are not allowed to use.
Absolutely.
So it's really a critical topic there.
Yeah, I mean, you'd rather know the rule of the game before playing, right?
Well, it would be great if it's like that, but as you know, the unmanned aviation is quite new, so it's an evolving business, and also the regulations are still in progress. So we have a basic set of regulations. It's all the same for Europe, and there's happening a lot in the regulation sector in Europe right now. So we have the basis for it, and we can start our operation on that basis of regulation, but there's still a lot to do until we have a full set of regulations there. Yes.
So what fuels the future of aviation?
We are working that the aviation is becoming a sustainable business. So aviation is not bad, and aviation must not be horrible for the climate. So we are working on it, that it's becoming greener, that it's becoming sustainable, and that we can generate a benefit for the people.
Well, Apple is definitely trying to get a solution and bring a solution to the table to how the future of aviation can be greener, lighter, more sustainable, of course, and play by the rules of regulation. Thank you so much for stopping by Breaking Tech.
Thank you.
And now, eventually, we're going to get our hands on a unicorn. Unicorn, am I saying? Yep, Cyril Chiche, you're the co-founder and CEO of Lydia. Can I Lydia you? Well, actually, I will in a few. You recently actually gave an interview where you remember the first time you heard this sentence, like randomly.
Absolutely. It was like back in December 2015 in the hallway of the University of Paris-Dauphine. And I have to say it was a shock because I didn't expect it. It was not a marketing gig. It was not something we planned for. It was just so natural. And the person who said it actually believed at the time that we were a huge company where we were 15 people and with 50,000 users. And that moment we knew we hit something strong and that going to change the way people interact with money socially for the long run.
Now, 7 million French users have your app on their smartphone since the launch in 2013. It's been a must for the young generation again. What's your average customer or user today?
Well, today in the user base of Lydia, we have 48% of every French between 18 and 35 years old. So it's definitely became a social phenomenon, a network effect. So the average age of the users is around 24, 25, but we're seeing the older generation becoming more and more an important percentage of the base because of that network effect.
Well, Cyril, you have made me feel young again. I mean, it was just very, very good, to feel like, and for my well-being and everything. So the idea behind Lydia is the reimagination of bank services and the empowerment of users. We all want our money to be as agile as our lives, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, what we really want is something we understand, something that behaves like we do and is very agile, very fluid, that is instant, that is accessible. And it's not always what your banks look like when you try to interact with it. And the idea of Lydia in terms of interface is if you can read, you can use. You don't have to understand what's happening in the back. You don't have to know what an IBAN is. You don't have to understand the routes the money takes to be able to pay back a friend, because what you really want to do is that social action, not a monetary transaction through the banking networks.
And the entire job here is to try to make it seamless. But still, there's some tech, the secret recipe behind Lydia, right?
Well, there is a ton of tech, but let's take a good parallel. If you look at the Google search bar, that really is the incarnation of what tech should be for consumers. You don't know what the tech behind is, and there is a huge stack of tech. And if you had to understand how the tech works to actually make a search, you would never search for anything. So the idea that if you can do it in your natural language, it's accessible for everyone, it's understandable for everyone, yet it sits on a very high level of tech, but invisible tech, a little bit like here today. I was backstage a few seconds ago. It's the two of us on this set right now, but it's 50 people in the back.
Absolutely, and they're doing an amazing job, by the way, really. And now, you know what's huge too? Your ambition. Lydia wants to be the first bank account for 10 million Europeans by 2025. It's literally tomorrow. The clock is ticking.
Yes, tick-tock, tick-tock. And that's what's exciting. You have to have ambition, and you have to have that kind of huge ambition and challenges to make sure that every morning you don't rest on the existing successes and you keep on doing things like it's the first day. And that's what motivates us since day one, which is now 12 years ago, to keep on innovating to make sure that what we bring to people is disruptive enough so they actually make that change that they don't do between banks today.
Very last question. Being a unicorn, it's a blessing or a curse?
Well, if you hear someone that telling you that reaching that kind of valuation and consideration by global investors is a curse, bring them to me.
I definitely will. Thank you so much, Cyril, for being the final guest of Breaking Tech here on day 3 at VivaTech. Thank you so much, actually, for staying with us all along this amazing journey here on VivaTech News. That's the end for Breaking Tech. Thanks for watching. Of course, Thomas Misraki is next with Tech Newsroom. More to come, of course, on the ground, live from innovation at VivaTech.
Welcome to VivaTech News. Live rolling news coverage from the heart of VivaTech. With a leading team of international journalists covering the newest in innovation and brightest minds in tech. 10 hours of live news, interviews, reports, and major announcements. 3 shows capturing the biggest moments of each jam-packed day. Tech Early Birds with Upton Saidi. Breaking Tech with Marjorie Payon. The Tech Newsroom with Thomas Mizrachi. Distributed across more than 20 channels and broadcast live on LinkedIn, on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and VivaTech.com. VivaTech's powerful technology ecosystem brought to you from Paris to Dubai, Cairo, New Delhi, Seoul, and New York.
Welcome to VivaTech 2022.
You can join us on our digital platform globally, anytime, and literally from anywhere.
We talk everything you need to know about tech, startups, AI, you name it, we are here for it.
This is VivaTech News.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sync activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Et typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
At JCDecaux, we're very excited to partner once again with VivaTech this year, where we will present to you our innovative out-of-home advertising solutions. We're the world's first outdoor advertising company. We operate in over 80 countries, and we believe that street furniture can leverage the potential of digital technology to improve the quality of urban life. We're coming to VivaTech this year for the 6th time, and we will be present on the JCDecaux mezzanine with a team of committed experts in R&D, digital, ESG, marketing, HR. we want to discuss the future of out-of-home advertising with a focus on efficiency and sustainability. Our team of experts will be on hand to share our passion for out-of-home and our culture of innovation to offer best-in-class media, urban services, as well as decarbonised solutions. So come and meet us on the JCDecaux mezzanine to discover a showcase of future tech and sustainable services. See you very soon at VivaTech.
Welcome to the Tech Newsroom at VivaTech 2023. I am Thomas Misraki, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live here on VT News. Over the next 3 hours, we will take the pulse of the day, recap the biggest announcements, explore technology disruption and big innovation in the world top startups and major corporations. The VivaTech ecosystem is getting stronger, pulling in the brightest mind and leading voices from across Europe and reaching out around the world. Bridges are being built between leading tech ecosystem at VivaTech. So much to see, so much to talk about right now. Let's dive in. It's Inside VivaTech. And our reporter Anna Kowalska is standing by. I believe you are joined, Anna, by Neil Payne from BNP Paribas. And we have a little sound problem, as you can see, as you can hear or not. We'll be back with Anna in a few seconds. Let's take a look now at an extract of one of the many conferences that took place during the event. Dan Schulman is president and CEO of PayPal, was one of the speakers. He explains why, in his opinion, every tech leader's priority shouldn't be technology, but rather morality and major issues of our time. Have a listen.
I think the thing that we most need to invent is not the technology, because I think technology is rapidly moving forward. I think we are just at the beginning of so many advances. Obviously, everyone's talking about AI, but let's not forget that quantum is right around the corner. And when you combine quantum with AI, it's going to take all of this to the next level. So I think things are moving quickly. I think the cost of compute is going to go down towards zero. I think the cost of software is going to come down dramatically. I think what we need is more leaders thinking about the big problems of our day.
Yep.
I think thinking about how do we become moral leaders, how do we become leaders that care about much more than just the bottom line, but what we're trying to accomplish. And I think that's not an easy thing when you have lots of different constituencies pressuring you. But if you want to make real change in the world, that takes courage.
All right.
Well, I think you want to think clearly about what your vision is as a company, and then look at your constituencies and put them in the right order. Like for me, the most important constituency in PayPal is our employees. Because if I have the best employees, I'll serve my customers the right way, I'll satisfy my regulators, I'll be a part of our communities, and I'll serve over the medium term our shareholders better than anybody else. So I think you really need to think very hard about who are you serving as a leader, and take advantage of the technology. It's all over, and be creative about it, but have a moral framework that surrounds what your leadership is about.
Anna Kowalska is back, and she is still with Neil Payne from BNP Paribas. Anna.
Yes, sorry about that. We're still Ben Pets. We are hearing one of the focuses is payment. What can we see on your stand in terms of payments?
So we created this table. It's a digital and interactive table, and the idea was really to get you through what is going to happen in real life for you, both for the customers, the guy who is going to pay, what's his new customer experience, but also from the merchant side, what the new solution that you can provide, what's coming to you.
Why? What is the idea behind it, and what opportunities is it bringing?
So maybe I will give you one example. Flora is the Femtech, the buy now pay later specialist. It belongs to BNP Paribas, and they created what we call a trade-in solution. And the idea for this solution is really when you buy a new device, a new smartphone, very often you already have one. So the idea is really at the time you're going to buy one, you will just say, I have this former one, and you will deduct the price of the old one from the new one. And when you do that, it's a new way to buy, included a device, and also it participates to, the circular economy. So it's really, the all beneficial process.
Any challenges with this?
Well, yeah, challenges globally is really, we need to make choices, and we need also payment is a habit. So each time you provide a new solution, it takes some time to take. And also the customer experience needs to be perfect. Otherwise, there's no point. So really the main focus of all the teams in payment, it's all about customer experience. And again, both for the customers, but also, and we forget, for the merchant. Because when you integrate a new means of payment, you have to make the life of the merchant easy and not, having a new burden in his head.
Okay, so now briefly, what are the next steps for this project and for the whole BNP Paribas payment transformation?
Well, a big project that BNP Paribas is pushing a lot for is EPI. EPI is the European wallet. We announced it a few weeks ago. And so the whole group and the whole payment community is pushing this wallet. It's how we will bring sovereignty in payment in Europe. So I'm very fan of this project and very supportive.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil Pan. Just to remind you, Neil Pan is the head of payment at BNP Paribas. He will be telling us until tomorrow how we're going to pay and use our money in the future. So stay with us.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. VivaTech is all about innovation, obviously. And who better to talk about innovation than our very own Stacy Binion, who's on the L'Oreal stand with Kerastase. So, Stacy, are we having a good hair day?
Thank you, Thomas. We're about to find out if we're having a good hair day. So I'm here with the team from Kerastase. I'm here with Aurélia Baudelaire, who's the Global Consumer Experience Director for Kerastase. And they're here exhibiting for the world first, the K-Scan, which Aurélia is going to talk to me through it. So welcome, Aurélia. Thanks for being here.
Hello. So K-Scan is a new in-depth scalp and hair diagnosis that will scan and analyzes your hair and your scalp condition thanks to an artificial intelligence. So it will be only available in salon, and this AI-based analysis will allow our hairdresser to prescribe you the ultra-personalized hair care routine. And you will also have a before and after feature to see the efficacy of a product in salon. So what I suggest is that you can have the K-Scan experience.
Okay, we're going to try this out for ourselves. So I'll take a seat?
Yes, take a seat. So Marshall is our hairdresser, and he's the one who will do the diagnosis to you today. So basically, he will take the K-Scan and he will take a picture of your scalp and your hair. And actually, it won't take only one picture, it will take 3 different pictures with 3 different lights, because each light is showing something different of your scalp and your hair.
I'm quite nervous. I'm scared that the whole VivaTech are going to see all of my grey hairs on my head. What are we looking for exactly?
So we'll see, all the lights are showing some stuff that are different. So we'll see on the screen right after, and I will explain you each one of the parameters.
So now the images have just gone through. So we've done the K-Scan on my head, and now the photos are about to come through, and Aurélia is going to talk us through what, I hope, nothing nasty they found on the top of my scalp. So here we are.
Here we are. So here we have the UV light. The UV light is a light that will allow you to see the invisible, what your naked eye could never see. So for instance, what you see in red is something that you could never see with your own eyes. It's called porphyrin, and it's a great indicator of your scalp balance and to see if your scalp is healthy or not. The more you have red dots, the healthier is your scalp. You also have the cross-polarized light that is showing the redness and the irritations of your scalp, and also the white light that is showing the sebum that is on your scalp. Based on these three pictures, we have an artificial intelligence that is based on more than 12,000 pictures to be able to have a very accurate analysis.
So how does it look on these three pictures that have come through on my scalp? How does it look so far?
So actually what we see...
You can be honest, it's okay.
I will be. AI is always honest. So what you see is that you have a very good level of dandruff. You don't have any issue of dandruff. But what we can see is that you don't have so much porphyrin. So it means that your scalp might be a bit unbalanced. And it's important to have a balanced scalp because it will mean that your hair will grow in a healthier way and your hair will be stronger if you have an healthy scalp. And finally, what you see is that you have an average hair diameter, but you also have a low density of hair. So meaning that what we can do is to prescribe you two different serums, to boost the level of porphyrin, to balance your scalp, but also to boost your level of density and prevent hair fall.
So how will this work in hairdressing salons? Is this set to change the way our hairdressers consult us in the salon?
So yes, so K-Scan is really the tool that will help hairdresser to improve the salon experience. It's really here to support the hairdresser to provide him the best tool to create the personalized hair care products. Actually, the AI is not here to replace our hairdresser, to replace his expertise. It's really here to support him in salon.
And what went behind the scenes in terms of research and development to create the K-Scan?
So K-Scan is a result of 2 years of research and innovation. So basically what we had to create the AI, to train the AI on more than 12,000 images of women and men with diversity of hair, diversity of scalp from all around the world to make sure that the analysis is accurate for any woman, any man who comes to have a diagnosis. And finally now we are at the launch stage because K-Scan will be launched next year from 2024 in the world.
And where are you launching first?
Sorry?
Which countries are you going to be launching the K-Scan in first?
So first what we'll do is that we have 2 pilots at the end of the year in Australia and in Spain to see what are the reactions of the clients and our hairdresser to make sure that we can provide the best experience for the global launch.
Okay. Fantastic. And my final question, what do brands like Kerastase get out of events like VivaTech? I know that L'Oréal has been one of the beginning partners from the early days of VivaTech. What does a brand like Kerastase get out of an event like this?
So first, it's the first time that we are revealing K-Scan out of L'Oréal, so we are very excited to be here today at VivaTech, and VivaTech is like an amazing opportunity to have media, people visiting, and also for us it's very important to see the reaction of people because it's the first time that we are receiving the reaction of people, and it's great for the visibility of Kerastase and the group L'Oréal.
Fantastic. Well, to any other visitors here at VivaTech, come and check out K-Scan. Aurélia and the team will welcome you here. And I'm about to get consulted on what I can do to my hair. Thank you so much. Back over to you, Thomas.
Stacey, you have a small hole in the back of your head. I just wanted you to know that. That's important that you're aware of this.
I know.
Good luck. Thank you so much, Stacey. We're back on set just in time for our next guest, Riyad Maktesi. Hello. Thank you so much for being with us. You're a founder and CEO of Playo. With you, exercising will be fun again. That's great news. How so?
Well, actually, inactivity is a major problem that it's a pandemic everyone facing today. We have in France more than 500,000 people becoming inactive every year with a lot of stimulate entertainment, video games. We sit all day. So our goal is to make fitness as fun, as social, to solve this problem. How do we do it? We have 3 pillars. First one is we have to make it easy for people to exercise. So for that we use a mini trampoline because it's low impact on the joint. It's a perfect device for people to do physical activity without the perceived effort that they do in normal way. Then we have the technology part that to enable recognizing the movement and people do on the trampoline. Then we use techniques from video games to make it fun. That's the second part of it.
So if I understand you well, you play video games on a trampoline.
So with your body, with jumping, it's like in video games you can be the hero, you can jump, you can fly, but in real world there's gravity. And so what we do is we defy gravity by using the trampoline and technology to enable that to work.
How effective is it?
Very effective. Like there is 10 minutes on trampoline is equal to 30 minutes on jogging, for example. Every time you jump is like you flex your entire muscles or the whole body, and when you're on the air, you relax all the muscles. So from a health benefit, it's great to have the trampoline. But also, it's not only about physical, it's about motivation. In order to be motivated to do this, you need to engage in the game. You have to be in the flow. And that's why it's like a video game.
But that's the question. How do you keep people motivated? Because a lot of people go to sports and then after a few days or a few weeks, sometimes a few months, you just stop because, it takes too much time, too much effort. How do you keep people in the game?
Well, first it starts with personalization. So every person is different from others. So they need a special algorithm to give them what they need. So this is number one, is you start small and then you can grow. But also the social aspect of it.
So it's a very personalized training.
It is personalized. It's in real time. It's actually, it feels like a video games. It is, it's also social. You can compete with others. There's a leaderboard, which makes you always engaged and to come back and then do the exercises.
How much does it cost?
Well, now at the moment we target B2B. It's for companies. It's about 9,000 euro. You put it in the company, and then every department have their own trampoline where people compete. The enterprise, they can create their own competition between departments, and this is how we go to market, and events as well.
How long does it take to come up with such a product?
Well, we started like 2.5 years ago, but we had COVID, so we had to go a few turnaround before we actually went. We just launched to market last September. We have our first customers, and now we are selling in France, and we're looking to expand beyond France.
Okay, I was going to say, what are your future projects, and what are you aiming at?
We are aiming to export the Pleo station all around the world, hopefully to be in companies, in every company where they can compete with each other and then exercise together.
How useful is it to be here at VivaTech for you?
It was great. We had a lot of connections. We have a lot of interaction with our users, customers, partners, the media, investors. So from all aspects, it's only possible in VivaTech to have this kind of combination, which we are very happy and grateful for.
Elon Musk will take center stage a little later at VivaTech in about 45 minutes. He will speak live here. Will you listen to him? And if you could speak to him, what question would you ask him?
Well, I think I will not ask him about the future because it's very hard to predict what we're going to do in 5 to 10 years. But I will ask him what he's planning to do, what is his plan for his companies. It would be good to have an insight about his vision of where we're going to go with AI in particular, especially with Tesla and the other product that is launching as a robot, humanoid robot is launching.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here with us today, CEO of Pleo. Yeah, thank you once again. Let's head back to the VivaTech floor where our reporter Simon Harding is waiting for us. It's inside VivaTech. And Simon, I understand that you are with Caroline Lenné, co-founder of the company Boom.
Hi, Thomas. That's absolutely right. I am with Caroline Lenné, the co-founder of Boom. Boom is the very first French brand of 100% natural nutritional supplements targeted to pregnant, conceiving, or new mums. So plenty of innovation in the Femtech market here in France. Caroline, thank you very much for being live with us on VT News. I'd like to start by asking you, tell us a little bit about your journey, simply.
Hi, so I'm Caroline, I'm co-founder of Boom. We are actually 3 co-founders, Sabrina, Lorline and myself. We are 3 moms and we launched Boom because we thought that the proposition in France about nutrients during pregnancy was very poor. And we wanted to propose something for women which can be better for their health and their baby health.
And Caroline, you've got some of your products here, so talk us about these products, talk us through these products, why they're groundbreaking, why they're new, why women need to buy these products.
Okay, first of all, our products, every one of them is plant-based, so the formula is very clean, there's no additive, no conservative stuff. So it's very reassuring for women to take that during their pregnancy. So we have the first product, which is Detox, which is a thing you can take before pregnancy, before conception, to clean your body, to help your liver to be in a better health. Then you have Baby Boost, which is a booster for your fertility, and it helps you to get pregnant if you have problems to conceive. Then you have Growth S, which is our best sellers. This product, you can take it before, during and after your pregnancy. It's a very good multivitamins with all the things you need, just the thing you need during your pregnancy and nothing else. And then you have Postpartum, which is for emotional stuff, for issues. When you are tired after birth and when you are a bit bluesy, you can take that to help you to see the life in a better way. And we have, a new thing, which is Potion Beauté, which is a product with collagen and biotin. I don't know, how you say that in English. So it helps you when you, after the birth, when you have hair loss, and to help your skin to be in a better health too.
Caroline, I'd like to ask you a little bit more generally about Femtech as well. We know it's an incredibly growing market. It's meant to double in just 3 years by 2027. A lot of people who are involved in Femtech France have told me that the French Femtech market still has a lot of steps to go through to improve, a lot of awareness, education. Would you agree? What do you think needs to happen to let Boom go to the next level?
Okay, so I totally agree with that. It's very difficult to be a woman at this time and to take care of your health, because actually feminine healthcare has been taken care of by men for many years, and too many years, and I think it's now time for women to take control and to take power about their health, because it's very important, because we knew better than anyone how to take care of ourselves. And I think we need first of all, some money to help us to develop more better products, and some stuff that which can help us during maternity, but other cycles of life, during the menopause or during young adults. We have so many issues, so many hormonal movements and activities that we can have, and we need, which need to be taken care of. And I think if maybe women can be less afraid of healthcare, because it's a bit scary from the outside to say, okay, I'm gonna. When we launched Boom the first time, we said, okay, maybe we're not able to do that. And finally, 1 year later, you can see we have 5 products, and we help everyday women to conceive and to have better health and better babies. So I think any woman can do what she wants to help the Femtech.
Caroline Linné, the co-founder of Boom, thank you so much for that. Incredibly interesting to speak to you. And just to say, Thomas, we're seeing innovation that comes in all shapes and forms here. Once again, finally, the health tech industry and the Femtech industry in particular helping to meet half the world's population needs in the end.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you for that. Very important to remind this to the public as well. Paris's public transport operators have some exciting new technology at their disposal. Extended reality headsets provided by a firm called Lunar. The headsets assist engineers in the field. They allow them to communicate and ensure maintenance and repair. Operations are completed with accuracy and efficiency. The technology can also be used to train new engineers. Have a look.
It's not virtual reality, but assisted reality. a headset allowing operators to act in the real world with visual and auditory real-time support. Its manufacturer Luna is working with the RATP, the Paris public transport operator, to test their hardware in real life, helping technicians fix problems on the network.
So this is the Lunar headset that we've made available for the RATP. It's a connected headset that weighs about 210 grams. Here you can see the feedback screen for the operator on the ground, a camera which shows those at a distance and exactly what the operator is seeing.
The idea with this type of solution is to improve exchanges between different units, but also between different departments, to be able to resolve incidents more fluidly.
The collaboration between Luna and the RATP came about thanks to the Rail Open Lab Association, helping private companies find new solutions to problems faced by France's public transport operators. After several rounds of successful testing, RATP has started to put Luna's assistive reality headset into practice.
It was great that the manufacturer, Luna, was working so closely with us. While they developed the software for the glasses, the ideas that were put forward by the agents in the field were taken on board. Luna is ready to bring the software in line with the ideas coming from the field, as much as possible, of course.
Use of the assisted glasses technology is not just relegated to fixing actual problems on the network. The RATP's Tony Adnell says there's also a vast potential when training new employees.
We have different uses, but it's true that the more we use the glasses, the more we say to ourselves, oh, wait a minute, we can also use the glasses in that way as well. We talk a lot about new teaching methods at the moment, distance learning and all that. That also allows us to do trainings. That's a bit more of a mix, both face-to-face and distance learning. You can have one person present as a trainee and a distance learning person in the field who is explaining an activity.
The Paris Metro may be over 120 years old, but collaborations like this ensure that its maintenance and development remains up to date.
Well, that brings us to the end of this half an hour. Don't worry, there is much, much more to come here on VivaTech News at the heart of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. If you want to make sure you're up to date with the latest, you can follow all the action happening here at VivaTech on our website and on our social media channel. Join our community. You can like, you can follow, share, and join us as we shape the future of technology.
$40 to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally, with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data, as soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming TotalEnergies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At TotalEnergies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created TotalEnergies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris, and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific examples of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance, or a second life battery design system, and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions, and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the TotalEnergies On booth.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misraki, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where a business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live together on VT News. My next guest now is Atlal Boudir, CEO of Louise. Thank you very much for being with us. It's a company that builds collaborative insight on human fertility. What does it mean precisely?
So Louise is named after Louise Brown, who is the first IVF baby, born in the UK 44 years ago. And what we do is we help doctors identify the best reasons for infertility. So we're a clinical decision support system for diagnostics and therapeutics. The goal is to have precision diagnostics and therapeutics for every patient, whether it is a man, a woman, or a couple. And we do that by structuring data, longitudinal, clinical, and non-clinical data, to help both the doctor make the best decisions and research make the best decisions for the future patients.
Okay, you say your techniques are more efficient, quicker, more humane. How so?
We include every stakeholder in the process. So the way that we do that is that we provide doctors with a tool that has been built with and for them for a while, and with patients with a tool to help them through every stage of their fertility journey as they do it outside of the clinic's walls. We do it more efficiently by making sure that every step of the process that can be optimized can be done so. We do it more humanely by making sure that this is a non-pathologized patient journey. People who are going through IVF or through any form of ART are not sick. They're trying to build their families. And according to the WHO's latest report, 1 in 6 people is infertile. So this is a growing demand in which society needs to answer with precision care, for which we're trying to help.
What do you change for patients if we go a little further in the process?
Yes. What we change for patients is we help them through one of the most suffering moments of their lives, in which we help them with visibility, empathy, understanding, and clarity on their journey. So our patient journey app adapts to language, understanding, and culture. It is an app that has been built to be global, and it is only available if your doctor or your clinic's doctor is partnered with us.
Talking of which, what do you change for health professionals?
We help them have every possible information they would need in order to make the best possible decisions. We know that healthcare professionals are here to make the best decisions for their patients, and we're just trying to give them more light to make sure that they can go into every step confident as to what to do next.
How do you guarantee that the information collected to help your patient is well guarded, it's protected on your platform?
That's a very good question. So we're a deep tech company. We've been financed by a government for a year. And what we do is we use decentralized machine learning models. What this means is that not only do we not have the data, we don't even see the data that we work on because it stays in the hospital or the clinic server, and algorithms basically talk in between each other without without us ever seeing or sharing that data. So it is privacy by default.
Yes, of course. We've been talking about Femtech a lot in the past few days, and it's one of the main themes here this year at VivaTech. What are the main challenges you find in Femtech?
I think one of the main challenges I find is funding, but it's not just funding. We're in Femtech, but we do women and men for fertility. But one of the main challenges, I think, is the understanding of this being a huge market, but especially the understanding of the different stakeholders for this to be a collaborative effort. We need more business model access, we need more funding, and we also need more access through governments and most likely industries to help us get into the healthcare systems, but also work together towards making this market that's very big a profitable market.
It's a huge market. 50% of the world population, obviously, is female, the other 50% is male. Why is it so difficult to find funding?
I think there are multiple reasons for it. The first thing is a lot of Femtech founders are female, so you end up with a crossroad for that. The other reason I find is that the Femtech market currently in Europe is not necessarily a ready market when it comes to business models, because while people can most likely pay for things, in a lot of countries we're not used to paying for things as a consumer. So I think it's a market that's more readily available in the US and in the UK, especially through employer benefits, for example, or going through insurers. But it is definitely a market that's going to find its foothold somewhere, and it is a market in which we need to invest and we need to break through.
And it is changing, of course, as you said, but what solution, concretely, what could be done to accelerate things?
I think it needs to be done both through regulation. So I think we need to help Femtech access the market through a more easy and fast-tracking innovation through hospitals. We need to fast-track public funding as well, through this being a specific field. And we need to fast-track private funding as well through specific Femtech verticals. And I think this needs to be done in a collaborative action.
Two more questions. How important is it for you to be here at VivaTech?
It is very important for me and for the company and my co-founder as well. So currently, VivaTech this is the second time we've been here, and I think this is the most excited we've been to come here this year, because we've been for the first time at the Femtech Village. And it was an important step for us because we know that this is an innovation hub. We're an innovative company, we're a tech and innovative company, and we wanted to come for this year to approach this with all of our Femtech collaborators that we love to see from other countries as well, and to showcase that not only is this a market, not only is there innovation here, but we can also show this innovation to the public, and different people that we've seen come to the stand and come to our booth generally have shown that this is a huge need and that people are here to accept it.
As we speak now, there is a huge line of people outside of this hall waiting to hear Elon Musk. He will take center stage in about 25 minutes and speak for approximately an hour. If you had a question to ask him, what would it be?
That's a very interesting one, because I don't know if you know that, but Elon Musk has used IVF for a lot of his children. And since Elon Musk also keeps saying that the birth decline is something that is going to be a major threat for our humanity, I think one of the things we can say to Elon Musk, and which we hope he answers back, is why hasn't he gotten himself into both the Femtech and the fertility market?
Louise could be a good way for him to enter that market.
We'd love to eventually speak to him.
Thank you so much, Atlal Boudir, CEO of Louise, thank you for being here with us today. Our very own Anna Kowalska has been roaming the aisles of VivaTech on the hunt for the next tech. She sent us this report. Have a look.
VivaTech 2023 means 450 different, very important speakers, 2,000 investors, and obviously, most importantly, almost 2,500 visionary startups. They come from France, but not only. They're also European and from different parts of the world. This year, as many as 30 regions and countries were invited to Paris for this 7th edition. There is even a country of the year for the second time this year, Republic of South Korea. This is to show the thriving Korean ecosystem of technology and also remind the world that South Korea is a very important economic partner, not only for countries but also for businesses and startups. You can really tell here in Paris that VivaTech is bridging European technology to the rest of the world. In terms of countries, they really come from all over the world. 30 different countries and regions, as I said. Behind me, European pavilion. You can see Italy, Belgium, Germany. There's also Poland, Ukraine, Portugal. Plenty of countries coming from Asia, India, with a very big stand this year. There's also Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. For the first time, 7th edition is also welcoming New Zealand and New Caledonia. We had a little walk earlier, and we want to stop here at the Dutch pavilion to talk to some of the companies. For instance, VirtuWalk. I'm joined by Leon Vanekes, who is the founder of VirtuWalk. That's a virtual treadmill used for purposes like entertainment, but also therapies.
Yes. We developed a VirtuWalk, that's the treadmill, which is completely haptic, meaning you can walk yourself freely and move around in the 3D world. It looks that if you can only walk straight forward, but we have a patented steering system which makes you actually possibility to rotate in different worlds. And what can you do? You can walk together. We could see each other as an avatar, and we developed different applications like gaming, like simulation, and we're now also working on therapy, meaning that you can walk in a forest with a therapist, and the therapist can help you during EMDR therapy. But the most important thing I would like to do is to walk with people together, because if you have two treadmills, you and me could walk in the Paris of the 16th century, we could see each other as an avatar, and then we could walk in the city of Le Roi de Soleil, but also in the time it was built like that. But it could also be on Mars or on another planet. And it's also very interesting for architects, because lots of the time you have to look at the drawing before it's built. Now you can walk into the house before it's built. You can say, okay, I want to have this ceiling lower, that floor broader. Oh, that color needs to be black instead of white. And so you can actually decorate your house and design your house before it's built, which is a great advantage. I have a friend who is architect, and he said, I should have had this system 20 years ago. And then then I would have more clients. So I invite you to walk the system.
I had a sneak peek before, and I have to tell you that is very interesting and entertaining, but let me try it again. In the meantime, I will do some running, and I obviously invite you to these international pavilions to discover the latest and the best of European, French, and worldwide tech.
So you can look around you, and you're now in a forest in the middle of a very busy exhibition. This is a Zen moment, isn't it?
Very Zen, absolutely.
This is all you can do here at VivaTech. Time to join my next guest, Jérôme Monceau. Hello, founder and CEO of Enchanted Tools. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're going to talk about Miroka. Who is Miroka?
So Miroka and Miroki are two robots designed as character. Here you can see Miroki.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a small robot, 1 meter and 20 centimeters, mounted on a sphere. And as you can see, the robot balances itself. It has been designed as a character, an animation movie character. And this robot is able to grasp objects like the one I have in my hand. And it can grab a plate or trolley to serve people.
What's the use? I mean, in concrete life?
Yeah, the idea is that to help people to automatically move objects in social places. Basically, you know what is logistic, what is applied on Amazon warehouses. This is exactly what we want to do, but in place where there is a lot of human, like in hospital, in restaurant, in retail, in industry, and so on and so forth.
You say it's a new generation of robots?
Exactly.
How so?
Sorry?
How so? How is it a new generation?
It's a new generation of robot because we spend a lot of time to work on the character design, as I said, and there is a movie that is coming with the characters. It's also a new generation because as you see, we do not promise to take any kind of object. We don't want this robot being able to grab a knife or a very hot cup of coffee or things like that. It's grasping only these kind of things. And the last point, which is important, is that since the robot is mounted on the sphere, is movable easily. Perhaps you can make it move to show how easy it is to move the robot, which is a mandatory features for robots who live with humans.
What's interesting is I went on your website and there's the whole storytelling around the robot. What do you do that?
We do that for people to understand why this robot is coming, to understand the values of the robot, but also to make people dream and make an hybrid between the movie and the real life. Like if you can live in a movie with a character from a movie, you know?
You know what people say the problem is with robots is they might take people's job. Is that the case?
Actually, we are creating a lot of jobs. We are recruiting so much today's day, and we are setting up factories, so there is a lot of jobs that are coming.
So it's more a job creator than a job killer.
This is what I think, and you know, hospitals are closing more and more because the job is very painful. You have to work to carry things at 3 o'clock in the morning and things like that. Walking 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers, it's an awful job sometimes. And if our technology can help people by moving objects and bring some dreams in the daily life, then we succeed on something.
So you're telling us that robots will not replace humans?
We want collaboration.
Okay. How much does it cost?
The price is 30,000 euro.
30?
30.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much does it cost to make?
That's a secret.
Okay. How much do you plan to sell?
How much robots?
Yes. How many?
In my past, I created a company and I sold 40,000 robots over 10 years. Today, I want to do at least 3 times what I have done before. So I want to sell minimum 100,000 robots over 10 years.
Who are your clients?
Sorry?
Your clients?
Yeah, clients are hospital, retail, industry that welcome public, but also hotel and museum and so on and so forth.
What does artificial intelligence change for you in the conception, in the way they work, in what you're going to be doing in the next few years?
Yeah, actually we have 4 layers of AI inside the robot. We have the athletic intelligence that make the robot able to balance itself, to move quickly. We have the animal interaction, so this means that the robot look at you, it can react to what you do. We have the multimodal semantic interaction. You can say something to the robot, it can understand, and it can synthesize its own behavior. And there is the social intelligence, so depending on the number of people around. And language model change a lot the way we design robots today. It's exactly at the center of the software architecture.
But with artificial intelligence, are robots still the future?
Sorry?
Are robots still the future for you? I mean, because with artificial intelligence, it seems that we won't need anything anymore than just a small computer.
But there is something that software cannot do. Software cannot operate material world. Yeah, see the robot as the continuity of the software that open the material world to it.
You said you say about this robot, those robots, that they're nice and useful. Why is it important that they're nice?
It's important because the life is nice, everything should be nice, the future should be nice, and we should make our kids understand that everything is feasible. That's why it's so important that the robot be a dream and something amazing, you know.
Is it a he or a she?
He's a boy.
Yeah.
And Miroka, she's a girl.
Okay, so you have the two. What's the future for you for Enchanted Tools?
Yeah, right now we're entering the industrialization phase. So we are setting up our factory, one factory here in Paris and one over somewhere else, probably in US or in China. So we are setting up this factory, and we will start producing robots in 2025, 500 robots first, and then 2,500 robots in 2026. That's our challenge today.
Elon Musk is taking center stage in about 13 minutes here. We'll be talking at VivaTech.
Yeah.
Are you going to be listening to him? And what would you ask him if you had a chance?
I will recommend him to work on the character design, because a robot is more than just a robot. A humanoid robot is more than just a robot. It's something that that says something about humanity, question our humanity, and I think Elon Musk can understand that.
Can we have a little demonstration of what the robot can do?
I think we can ask the robot to move, to say hello, perhaps. So as you can see, the robot is still balancing itself, even if it is moving like this.
Can it speak? Can we hear it?
Yeah, it can speak.
But there's a lot of noise here.
Hello,
so.
but perhaps no. We don't have mics there.
Okay, no mic for the robot, but it's nice meeting you, robot. A very last question. What's your take on artificial intelligence? Do you think it will change the future of robots as well?
Of course. It changes everything. Yeah. Actually, the robot can synthesize its own behavior using a language model.
So it can learn to grow?
It can learn, and it can be smarter in the way he acts in the reality.
Okay, thank you so much for coming here. Thank you for being here as well. We'll probably see each other in a few months or a few years if you're around. Bye-bye, have a good day, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Let's go inside VivaTech. And Luke Brown, one of our reporters on the ground, is dying to see the most expected visitor of the day, of the week, of the month, probably. Your personal hero, I hear, Elon Musk. Luke?
Yeah, you're quite right. The gigantic queues really forming all around the site of the VivaTech location here on the outskirts of Paris. As you can see around me, if Pascal can just zoom out, you can see there are clearly considerably more than the 4,000 people that are expected to be able to hear Elon Musk inside the dome over there. More like, it has to be said, a rock star welcome for the South African billionaire. Indeed, for quite a lot of people here, he is very much the hero of the tech sector. The enthusiasm when you speak to the people who have been queuing up for the past hour is to really find out what the great disruptor of tech, the great discombobulator, if you will, of tech has to say on this pretty rare visit to France. There's a lot of curiosity to hear what Elon Musk has to say. Of course, he's very much at the crossroads, a key player and a host of the key issues here at VivaTech, be they artificial intelligence, be they electric vehicles, be they social media, be they, of course, space travel. So clearly a great deal of curiosity there. Also a lot of the French visitors that we're speaking to in the queue, they're really keen to find out what he has to say, what messages, what announcements he has to say about any potential investment here in France. We know earlier today on Friday, Elon Musk met with the French President Emmanuel Macron. A host of issues up for discussion there. Would have been pretty interesting to be a fly on the wall in that meeting. Earlier in this week, when Emmanuel Macron came to the VivaTech Salon event on Wednesday, he announced that he had a couple of issues that he wanted to talk about. We know with Elon Musk, we know principally there's the question of social media. The owner of Twitter are likely to have some questions to ask when it comes to EU regulations. He'll have some questions to ask too of the French president of regulation here in Europe for social media companies. Artificial intelligence too. Emmanuel Macron announced 500 million euros of French investment in the artificial intelligence sector over the coming years. It's likely to be important to see to what extent that is in conjunction with Elon Musk. Elon Musk, of course, earlier this year was a signatory to a letter warning of the dangers of artificial intelligence, but also remains a great proponent of that kind of technology. Electric vehicles too, another key issue on the table of those discussions between the two men, given of course that Elon Musk has the potential to invest a great deal of money here in France. Emmanuel Macron very keen to ensure that the future Tesla gigafactories can be built here in Europe, here in France. France is actually in the running against Spain to get the contract for that, so quite clearly a considerable amount of investment there. Of course, France wants to vaunt the fact that it's already opened a battery gigafactory in the north of France earlier this year, or announced the opening of that. So clearly they want to demonstrate that they have the experience, and with this VivaTech salon and event, that they have the capability to convince that kind of investment to be made here in France. So Elon Musk expected to speak within the next 10 minutes, 4 p.m. local time, and not necessarily on time given the size of the crowds here and likely the crowd control issues of getting the 4,000 lucky few inside, and perhaps finding out for the unfortunate others what exactly it is he will be saying, and any announcements that we'll be able to follow here on VivaTech TV.
Luke, to make sure I understand this properly, the people right behind you are trying to get in the hall where Elon Musk will talk in about 7 minutes, if the schedule is respected, which seems impossible with the amount of people. How about the other people around there? I mean, what are they going to do? Are they going to stay outside?
Well, there's a lot of optimism. The lack of communication, it has to be said. I think most of the people around me still consider it possible to get inside, but I have a suspicion that the 4,000 people are already on the inside. It has to be said, though, like I said, it really does indicate the popularity for the South African billionaire, to what extent the crowds really are. They're snaking all the way over there from the far left of what is called the Dome, all the way around the other side there. And then on the other side again, the queues continue up there and all the way around the other side of the building. So 4,000 is the maximum capacity of the hall. We're clearly beyond that already.
Thank you so much, Luke. And we'll be listening to Elon Musk in a few minutes, of course. In the meantime, let's have a look at what's going on stage one here at VivaTech.
One technology where Europe really leads is clean tech. And I was wondering whether this is a good example of where policy and regulation and harmonization across the bloc has actually worked. Do you want to see more of this for deep tech?
Yes, I think taking a step back, we need to be aware of the alignment of stars which is required to launch successfully a deep tech project. You need to have the establishment of the relevant regulatory framework. You need to secure fundings, you need to secure offtakes, you need to secure industrial partnerships, secure competitive advantage. And that's true, that regulatory framework is one of the key aspects that need to be developed. And in Europe, we have the challenge to have two levels, the national level and the EU level, which creates a risk to be less agile than other continents. And that's something we need to be extremely careful about, because pace, and at the pace at which we are able to develop regulation, is critical in the development of very innovative industries. It's very
Stay tuned in a few seconds on VivaTech. On VT News, Elon Musk.
EDF is the everyday platform for people at work, and we're proud to return to VivaTech this year. This year at VivaTech, we will showcase our innovative payment solutions and share our company purpose, enrich connections for good, with all tech enthusiasts. And we're bringing something extra special to the table. At our booth, we'll be offering an immersive 3D gaming experience that has been especially designed for VivaTech. It's an opportunity to interact with our digital solutions in a whole new way. It shows you how the EDF platform is changing food, gift, and mobility, making them more responsible and fun along the way. EDF's innovative technology is designed to meet the needs of today's rapidly changing working world, and we're very excited to be sharing it with you. So whether you are an HR director looking to provide benefits to your employees, a business owner looking to streamline operations, or simply curious about the future of payments, we've got you covered. We really cannot wait to connect with you at our booth. Please come and see us.
Four spheres that awaken the senses. See the world with new eyes and experience the next dimension of inspiration. Fascinating, connected, automated, and powered by a sustainable ecosystem. A new era of high-class mobility.
At ENGIE, we are an energy company which is committed to be net zero by 2045 on all our activities. We will need lots of innovation, and that's why we're so excited to be here at VivaTech 2023. At ENGIE, we are working to make energy transition possible. That means working to decarbonize cities and industries. That means also finding the right energy mix between electrons and molecules, producing green electricity and producing green gases, biomethane or hydrogen. And that means also, of course, finding ways to store energy and to make the system flexible. We need an energy transition that's reliable, affordable, and of course, we need solutions at scale given the needs we have.
Our research and innovation at ENGIE is about opening up new paths to accelerate energy transition, to accelerate to a carbon neutral world. So how we do that? Thanks to our 4 research labs, to our corporate venture fund, to our incubation systems, to our open innovation approach. We do design the new solutions that will match the sustainability, scale, and competitiveness we need to deliver energy transition. We also connect talent with technologies, connect talent with solutions, and then we integrate the best of breed in terms of technologies, so we mobilize technology to make the impossible possible.
You're right, Olivier, to talk about talents, because at ENGIE, with our 600 researchers in our labs, we need lots of talents. So if you are watching the video, think about joining ENGIE. We need talents, and we need especially women talents. We very much believe in diversity in our labs. We need more women to join us.
So we're looking forward to meeting all those talents that are passionate about technologies and energy transition. Please come and meet us. We'll be happy to engage. See you soon.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom here at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misraki, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live here on VT News. Joining me is Rudy Rutenberg. Rudy, this is the big event of VivaTech this year. Elon Musk is about to take center stage and talk to over 4,000 people. I just want to show you some images of outside of where we are right now. It's an incredible, incredible crowd that is gathering just to be able to see Elon Musk. Apparently, not everyone will be able to enter that dome where 4,000 people are already seated, but that tells us a lot about this guy and what he represents for not only the tech world, but the world in general.
I mean, definitely some people have called Elon Musk a genius, and you can debate about some of his opinions, but it's undebatable that he has created change in the tech industry. And he's also a guy who has some bold opinions. And so in that sense, he's inspiring. Sometimes we know how this version this year at VivaTech, we've talked a lot about artificial intelligence. We do know that Elon Musk has strong opinions there, but he has strong opinions.
And he has the power and the money to have a huge influence on what the future of humanity could be like. You've seen the pictures outside. I just want to show you the pictures right behind me. There's stage 1, and in that hall, his speech will be broadcast live, and there's people queuing there as well. We can see those pictures right behind me here. There's so many people trying to get in the hall just to see and listen to Elon Musk. What should we be expecting from him today here?
Well, AI, artificial intelligence, has been the big topic, and we expect that Elon Musk will address that. We also know that he met with President Emmanuel Macron of France this morning. He already met with Emmanuel Macron just over a month ago, and we know that France would really like Tesla, the electric car maker of which Elon Musk was such an important element, would really like them to invest in France. So so far, Tesla has only invested in Germany. If President Macron could achieve a big investment from Tesla in France, that would be quite a get.
Well, we'll see very soon if he was able to convince Elon Musk to invest in France. Obviously, as you said, that would be something. Do we know what Elon Musk thinks about artificial intelligence?
We know that Elon Musk he's said this many times. He was an avid reader of science fiction, and some of his thoughts about what AI might be able to do and why it might be a menace have been inspired by that. He has commented and said that he would be concerned that AI might turn into Terminator robots that will basically kill off humanity. So that's quite a strong view. So one of the reasons even that he founded Neuralink was that he wants to have that connection between the human brain, directly the microchip into the brain, to have the direct connection with, for example, artificial intelligence, to make sure that AI does not become other, does not become something that is alien to us, does not become potentially an adversary.
But it's quite amazing that someone like him, who's really centered on the future, is a bit cautious, let's say, things, about artificial intelligence.
I mean, that's the thing about artificial intelligence. We just don't know where it's going to go. And we have seen that all the big players in the industry have cautioned about the need for some sort of regulation. And earlier today we had the head of DeepMind, Google's DeepMind, here on stage one, and he was saying this is too important not to regulate. If we regulate, it does need to be regulated well, but it's too important to just let it go and leave this to the private sector.
Once again, I'd like to show you those images right outside of where we are in Paris, at Paris's Dome. 4,000 people gathering in that hall to listen to Elon Musk. Outside of the Dome, here are the images. Thousands more waiting, hoping to be able to get inside. Chances are they won't be able to get inside because there are so many people waiting to hear from Elon Musk. Inside VivaTech here, right behind me on stage one, you'll be able to listen and to see Elon Musk as well. And there again, hundreds of people waiting to get in. How do we explain this? I mean, he's an entrepreneur, he's a rock star. Why is he so popular?
I mean, Elon Musk is a rock star, and as we discussed earlier, he has very strong opinions. So people are very much either big fans or not such big fans. There's really quite a division between those two. But it's true that he has changed tech. He was obviously one of the companies that he founded, contributed to the creation of PayPal, which has changed the way that has changed electronic payment, which has served as the example of many of the other payment companies that we have seen in the technology space. He has revolutionized access to space with SpaceX, which he has said has been inspired by his science fiction reading. For example, the books by science fiction author Isaac Asimov, they inspired him to look to space. I just want to make a sidestep to his thoughts on AI, because he's also commented, again, informed by his science fiction reading. There is a Scottish author, Ian M. Banks, who's written a series called The Culture Novels, and their AI works very well together with humanity. Despite being superior in intelligence, it is a benevolent intelligence, and he said that he hopes that AI will actually head that way, and that that science fiction author wasn't being too optimistic.
Yeah, well, we'll see that, I guess, in a few months or in a few years. Elon Musk is about to take center stage here at VivaTech in a few minutes. He should have started talking about 7 minutes ago, but obviously too many people inside and outside. People are being seated now. This is the images outside. This is live images from around the halls of VivaTech, inside VivaTech as well. People waiting to listen to Elon Musk. We'll get back to Elon Musk as soon as he takes center stage. You'll be able to listen to some of what he says in the coming minutes. In the meantime, let's head to our fireside set where our reporter Alexis Lallemand is standing for our fireside chat.
Yes, and I'm now joined by Pascal Brier, who is the Capgemini Innovation Officer, the French multinational leader in consulting, of course, but technology services and digital transformation, as well as embraced open innovation as a cornerstone of its strategy. Through open innovation, Capgemini seeks to harness the collective intelligence of diverse partners, including startups, of course, academic institutions, industry, experts and clients, addressing complex businesses challenges and staying at the forefront of technological advancements. Pascal, could you tell me, Capgemini just released a report on the impact of open innovation. What are the main findings of these reports?
Hi, Alexis. So, yes, we just released that study, and it's very interesting because, today, this year, is the 20th birthday of open innovation. Yep. It was coined by Henry Chesbrough at UC Berkeley about 20 years ago. So we were interested in seeing what about innovation today. Now, the findings are following. First, 75% of the companies see open innovation as strategic for solving their complex issues. And more interesting, I would say, 83% see open innovation as almost the main solution for their sustainability agenda. And that explains why 71% of them think they will increase their investment over the next years on open innovation. But at the same time, when you ask them whether they are satisfied with the results of open innovation, only 50% say, yeah, so. But when you dig into those 50%, only 22% say they think that the result they get is good or very good. So still a lot of improvement to get from open innovation.
That's for sure. And if we look across the world, what does this report also tell us about the most innovative locations on the planet?
Well, I think we can yell a small hoorah to some extent, because what our study shows is, well, first thing, New York and London stand on top. It was like this 3 years ago. It's still the case, and it should remain that thing. But on the third place of that ranking, where companies intend to invest in the next years around open innovation, there is Paris. And Paris used to be number 6. So it's a huge improvement for Paris. And, well, let's be honest, we're very proud to see Paris overtaking San Francisco, Berlin, and Singapore.
Of course. No, that's for sure. We are very proud. I am proud as well.
Yeah,
that's for sure. Could you tell me, in that case, can you tell us more about how Capgemini, itself approaches open innovation?
Well, for us, we're a tech company. So open innovation is, all about what we build for our clients. There is no way we can be the only provider of a solution. So we're trying to focus on open innovation on various fronts. The first one is we spend a lot of time with academic partnerships. So trying to understand the evolution and the future of technologies and put them to the test together with academic partnerships. We also obviously work as open innovation with clients, with partners, in consortium. So that's an area that we do. The third thing that we do, obviously, is startup. Here at VivaTech, we are showing more than 30 applications that we co-develop with startups. And there are a lot of environments, starting, for example, with healthcare, where most of what we do is done together with startups. And obviously, like many others, we also have a corporate venture fund, which is helping us invest in some startup and to some extent help them build the next generation of solution that we need. So overall, what we're trying to do is really to try to have this 360 degree, because we really believe that now the world is so complex that if we want to go to this digital and sustainable world and truly bring value to clients, it needs a team. And that's where open innovation is playing a big role.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Pascal, for all those details about Capgemini innovation. So that was Pascal Brier, Capgemini's Innovation Officer. Now we're back to you.
Thank you, Alexis. And let's go back straight out with those live images of 10, 100, thousands of people still hoping to be able to listen to Elon Musk. He will take center stage in a few minutes now here at VivaTech 2023 in Paris. 4,000 people are already sitting in Paris's dome to listen to the entrepreneur. It's quite an event. Because this guy is so important, not only for the tech world.
I mean, again, he's a superstar, but he's also one of those names who has really changed the world. I mean, we can, really see the world around us has changed in terms of, for example, take Tesla. I mean, electric cars, have been around since the advent of the automotive industry, but only, under the guidance of Musk has the electric car become sexy and something that now every car maker is doing, and that we can envision, an entire continent moving to electrification of mobility. So in this sense, he's really changing the world. Like we've had some other titans of tech. I mean, he's really up there with, or he might argue himself that he's going beyond that. But some of the, think of people like Tim Cook or Bill Gates. I mean, that's the kind of tech titan that we should be thinking of.
And we'll be talking here in a few minutes once again. What should we expect from him?
We know that President Macron has said that he wanted to speak to Musk about regulation of social media and regulation around that. And
because he's the head of Twitter,
he's obviously
as everybody knows
the head
now.
Of Twitter.
Yeah.
AI, interestingly enough, is obviously going to pose a big problem for social media, because with the advent of AI and generative AI, content creation, and also the creation of fake content becomes so easy. That's
people clapping. I think it's the end of what's going on stage one. Yeah.
We're all basically on the edge of our seat waiting for Elon Musk. Also, what he may have to say about the future of humanity. AI. Musk has been someone who has certainly in recent years has said that his decisions, his investments are informed by the welfare of humanity. He wants humans, for example, to become a multi-planetary species, and that's one of the reasons that he's behind SpaceX. He wants to colonize Mars.
And also, we want to hear what he's going to be talking about, what he's going to be saying, about artificial intelligence. I mean, this has been a key issue over the past 3 days here at VivaTech. We want to know what he thinks about it, because from what we know, what he thinks is quite interesting, and it's not necessarily what we would expect from him.
For someone who is indeed so tech positive, he is concerned about AI.
There's some caution, yeah.
At the same time, of course, there's an interesting dichotomy with the fact that Tesla, in its very intelligent cars, is definitely integrating a lot of AI and a lot of data. He's also founded the company Neuralink with the idea of being able to connect the human brain with a computer. That, he has said, as mentioned earlier, is to avoid the AI becoming something alien to us, but instead making sure that we develop with AI, that there's a symbiosis. So that would be Elon Musk's view, I guess, that we need to control AI by being in symbiosis with AI.
Stay with us, Rudy. Elon Musk on VT News in a few minutes. In the meantime, artificial intelligence that we talked about, a world of possibilities, but also a world of questions, with some of the architects of AI claiming it could endanger humankind. Investors are excited by the possibilities AI is opening up. How can society benefit? What are the tangible improvements to our life? And how do startups exploit this huge opportunity in the market? Have a look.
Creativity, accuracy, efficiency. The world of generative AI is in its infancy, rife with opportunity amidst a sea of uncertainty and criticism. According to Sequoia Capital, a $100 billion generative AI market will become more and more integral to everyday life and society, leading to an ocean of possibilities for investors.
I think now is a really interesting time to invest in AI. At the same time, I think we're in the earliest innings of where this technology will go, both from the regulatory perspective, but also the pace of new language models, new open source models.
Programs such as ChatGPT by startup OpenAI are living proof of how AI is impacting society. Reaching 1 million users in just 5 days after its launch, it can help with processing complex equations, composing emails or essays, and writing code. Calls for new laws and regulation are growing due to the dangers to society that AI could pose. The European Union already plans to introduce legislation with, at its heart, the notion of protecting the public. This highlights the necessity for businesses to find synergy between regulatory bodies, computer programmers, and investors alike.
I think that responsible companies, responsible individuals will actually welcome some form of boundaries, of regulation, of rules and guidelines and codes. And a lot of that will be up to, the relevant industries to set out for themselves.
Despite major questions on ethics and the impact on society, the AI sector is expected to grow 20-fold to $2 trillion by 2030.
So thousands of people are still waiting to hear from Elon Musk. He should be speaking any minute now. He's 18 minutes late. And thousands of people are waiting outside Paris's Dome to be able to listen to the owner of Twitter, Tesla, SpaceX, amongst other things, obviously. What he says, what he will say, could shape the future of humanity.
Possibly, but we also know that Elon Musk is a notoriously difficult person to interview. It will be Maurice Lévy, the chairman of Publicis, who will be doing the honors. But we have seen Musk in the past in some of his interviews go way off topic and ramble about definitely some off topic things. So we just don't know what to expect.
And it's also why it's so exciting. I just want to have an explanation about those pictures we're seeing right outside. Screens have been installed outside of the dome, so people that can't get inside can also see and hear what Elon Musk has to say. I mean, it's incredible. We've rarely seen such a crowd here for a businessman, because that's what he is.
He is a businessman, but the thing is, he is also a visionary, and I think that is part of what is attractive about Elon Musk. He is someone who has a clear vision on the future of humanity, which is why his thoughts on AI, which we discussed earlier, of course, are especially interesting.
Thoughts and caution on AI.
Thoughts and caution.
Which is the most surprising thing, really.
I mean, definitely the caution around AI, despite all the excitement around AI here at VivaTech in 2023, there has definitely been a degree of caution as well. And we've seen many of the large tech companies who are saying, yes, there is a need for innovation. There is obviously a need for innovation, but there is also a need for regulation of innovation. And they are not necessarily opposed.
We'll see what Elon Musk has to say about this. I mean, as you see, we're still waiting for him. He will start speaking any minute now, and you will be able to hear and see some of it on VT News. Streaming, social media platform, or artificial intelligence are upending how content is created and consumed. But who is genuinely the most influential, technology or content creator? Jeremy Zimmer was the CEO of United Talent, and Kevin Mayer, CEO of Kendall Media, share their opinion.
Well, there's always been this sort of back and forth between, content is king, distribution's king, content's king, distribution. And, I'm an agent, we represent talent. I always believe at the end of the day, it's about talent, content, celebrity, and the platforms are great tools to monetize that. Social media platforms really don't exist without talent creating content that brings people to them and keeps people on them. And I think what we see now with the more traditional, the Disneys, all that, is they're sort of believing that their power is more than the power of the talent, but unfortunately, if the content isn't consistently great, you start to see a diminishment of the brand. And I think that we're seeing some of that now in the back and forth between, who's got the power. And ultimately, we believe that without great content, these platforms won't really remain in force the way they think they will.
Well, I would just totally agree with that. The platforms are only as good as the content that's on them, and no better. That's it. If you have a platform that has the best interface, the most incredible AI recommendation engine, and all that stuff, and the content's no good, zero value. It's all about creativity. It's all about the creators. And I think talent is always going to be in a very leveraged position in the ecosystem because they're the center of the universe. And everyone knows it. And so
especially them.
Especially them, exactly. But platforms, aggregate audiences to watch creators create. And that's the whole thing.
It's 4:22 here in Paris at VivaTech, and so we're still waiting for Elon Musk. I mean, he should take center stage in a few seconds, few minutes perhaps. He should have started talking 22 minutes ago, but there are a lot of people waiting for him inside the Paris' dome and outside of the dome. Large screens have been installed for people who couldn't get in. 4,000 people are expected to be sitting in the dome right now as we speak to listen to him. A few other thousands or 100 people outside and here in the VivaTech hall to hear this man who could shape the future of the world.
I mean, I was just reflecting on the fact that this week at VivaTech we've had the two richest men in the world. We had Bernard Arnault here at VivaTech earlier, and now we have Elon Musk here. And not to say anything bad about Bernard Arnault, but and this is of course a technology company, but the level of excitement is quite a little different. I think we can talk about an exponential
It's the
difference
least
in
we
excitement.
can say, yes, of course. Yes, of course. But he has a lot to say, Elon Musk, and as you said, what's fascinating with this man is that he's very unpredictable. So even though the interview is prepared and he probably has some announcements to make, we don't know what he's going to say. We don't know how long he's going to be speaking, where he's going to go, and that makes it fascinating.
No idea, Thomas, no idea. What is interesting, of course, is that Musk has been described by his peers as a genius, someone who truly is a genius, and he definitely has been transformative in many industries. He's changed our access to space. He's made electric cars a thing. He changed the way that we process payment. Who knows what the future will bring now in his dabblings in artificial intelligence and connecting the human mind and the human brain with computers, and his quest to make the human species an interplanetary one.
The crazy thing is, talking about a journalistic point of view, the fact that we have absolutely no information on when he's coming, what he's going to say, the way he's even getting here. I mean, all this is kept secret. We're in the center of things here at VivaTech on VT News, and even us. I mean, it's impossible to know anything.
Elon Musk is setting the rules here, it seems. But
the time. He's 25 minutes late.
That is apparently, if you are a tech superstar, that is your prerogative.
Yeah.
So we know that President Emmanuel Macron, who met with Elon Musk earlier today, has said that he, before the visit, that he wanted to speak to Elon Musk about several things. He wanted to talk about AI, and we've had President Macron on stage here at VivaTech talking about AI this year. And he also wanted to speak about social media and regulation of social media.
And we're going to listen now to Elon Musk.
Here he is.
Elon. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, guys.
Elon, you have to know that no one in Paris believed that you will be in person. They all said, no, he's not going to come. He was already at Versailles for Choose France, so he's not going to come, and it will be a video. So is it real? Are you real?
I'm a hologram.
Then it is a hologram.
Or an android.
Elon, it is a pleasure and an honor to have you. So thank you for making the trip. I know that it has not been very easy. And I know also that for the first time in my life, I will interview somebody who is introvert.
Yes.
Yes, you told me.
I started out that way.
Yeah, shy and introvert.
Shy.
So I'm asking the audience to be a little bit gentle with Elon because he's so shy that he needs your support. And on top of that, on top of that, he's speaking in front of his mother. So you can imagine how difficult it is. Mel, stand up. Yeah. So, as you have seen, since we have announced your participation, it has been quite something because everyone wanted to be here. So we had to change. We had a very modest room with only 1,500 people, and we had to move here. And you have to know that the Dôme de Paris is the place where there is the musicals. Yeah. So we are not expecting you to sing or to dance, but if you can do it, we would be very happy. But you have also to know that this is the room where Steve Jobs was coming every time he was doing a keynote or presenting new product. It was here. Okay. So I hope that you like the symbol. Sure. You don't need any introduction. Your name is a brand. It's already a brand. It's a brand for innovation, for ambition, for a perfume. Yes. This is the agreement that you made with the Arnault family a few hours ago.
I mean, really, it brands itself.
Yeah. And you are the origin of PayPal, Tesla, SpaceX, to name a few, and even OpenAI. So, you love taking risks, and you are going always against the tide and the popular wisdom. You have been always proven right. Now there is almost.
Not always.
Almost. Now there is a bet of the $44 billion question, which is, will you still be right with Twitter?
Sure.
So
it was expensive.
Yeah, you agree.
I don't know if listen. If I'm so smart, why did I pay so much for Twitter then?
So, as I'm not a journalist, I'm not trying to get headlines and to have provocative response and to make a scoop. But nevertheless, if you wish to do that, it is authorized.
Okay, great.
So we are expecting that you will really make the show, because everyone comes here to see you, to listen to you, and to get some of the magic that you have.
All right. Well, I'm honored that you all want to listen to what I have to say. It's great to see the crowd, and I don't know, you guys seem awesome. So.
But you told me that you would like. You said that you would like to speak in French.
Oh my goodness. Zut alors.
Bonjour Paris.
Bonjour Paris.
So, there are some people who believe that you are a genius, and there are some who believe that you are evil. So,
I mean, you can be both. I mean, you could be an evil genius. That's not,
So you will tell us what you are, or you will let the people draw their own conclusion?
I am definitely not evil.
Tell me, what is the thing that you have ahead of your...
Yes, if you look carefully, you can see an angel's halo on my head. And the wings, it's subtle, but...
where are the wings?
Yeah, they're difficult to see, but if you look carefully, they're right there.
Yeah, small wings.
Yes. So, yeah, hopefully not evil. Aspirationally not evil. Yeah.
Okay, so...
That wasn't convincing.
Elon, you have done a lot of operation. You have created a lot of companies. The most important question for everyone is, what the hell is driving you? Why are you so obsessed by new operation, new creation, new things to do?
Yeah, crystal meth is the answer. If you think Red Bull gives you wings, so man, that quote's gonna probably sting. Yeah, just kidding for the record. Well, I think the companies still have a lot to do for their core mission. For electric vehicles, sustainable energy, still less than 1% of the global fleet is electric. So you've got about 2 billion cars and trucks on the road, but still less than 20 million are electric at this point. So there's still a long way to go for sustainable energy, for sustainable energy generation. So this, the Tesla mission, I think we've made a lot of progress, but still it's a lot more ahead. Then SpaceX, the goal is it's a big goal, but we want to try to make life multiplanetary, to extend life beyond Earth, and I think this is important for a number of reasons. There's the sort of defensive reason of ensuring that the light of consciousness does not go out. And if I may, some of these questions, if I'm going on too long, you feel free to interrupt me. But
no, you can.
Okay,
you can be long.
Okay, so people do ask me, have I seen UFOs and aliens and that kind of thing, and I haven't, and I think I would have seen them by now. So it appears that we might be the only consciousness, at least in this galaxy, and if so, that's kind of a scary prospect, because it means that the light of consciousness is like a tiny candle in a vast darkness, and we should do everything we can to prevent that candle from going out. So, yeah. And so some of the things, so that means obviously taking the actions to ensure that Earth is good, that Earth is safe and secure for civilization. And I think it also means extending life beyond Earth to other planets in the solar system and ultimately to other star systems. And I think that's both a sort of defense of the light of consciousness and also I think a point of inspiration, because life cannot just be about solving one problem after another. We need things that inspire us. I mean, we need things that move our heart, and that when you wake up in the morning, you're excited to be alive. And being a spacefaring civilization and making true the things that we see in the good science fiction movies, this is one of the things that I think can inspire all of humanity. Just like when the astronauts went to the moon in '69, it was something that, they said for all mankind, and it really was something. If you say to any human on Earth, what's like the most amazing thing that humanity has ever done? At least one of those things would be, we went to the moon, and so you want to have these inspiring things that make you excited to be alive and excited about the future. Yeah.
And you had those thoughts and dreams when you were a kid, or this came much later on?
Well, I didn't think I would be doing these things as a kid, that's for sure. I was interested in technology, and I read a lot of books, so I was obviously interested in science. I mean, this is hardly going to be surprising. I was interested in science fiction and technology.
You have to tell the truth, because there is someone who is listening to you, huh?
Yeah, my mom's right there. She can call me out on this if it's not accurate. But so I guess the thing that was maybe most significant from a philosophical standpoint was that when I was about maybe 12 or 13, I had somewhat of an existential crisis where I was like, what is the meaning of life? Is life just meaningless? Why are we here? What does it all mean? And I read a lot of books on religion and philosophy, and then ultimately, I read.
And we'll let you know what Elon Musk had to say. He's currently speaking here at VivaTech 2023 with, you saw Maurice Lévy. He started talking about his life. I mean, that's a surprise.
Yeah, but then he moved to, I think we were talking earlier about what attracts people to Elon Musk. And here he was very much, the big picture, inspirational, visionary. Some people, are really drawn to that. Other people may think that his vision of the future is a nightmare. He was arguing about, the light of consciousness. I mean, these are very big concepts, and for a lot of people, that is inspirational.
He says the only consciousness in the galaxy is us, as far as he knows. He thinks we might be alone, and we need to make sure to keep our planet safe for civilization and expand to other planets if possible, but we need to keep ourselves safe. We need to be inspired. Life can't be about solving one problem after another. We're almost into falling into philosophy here.
No, absolutely. Very, very big idea. Very, very inspiring, very inspirational, very aspirational also. I mean, we can argue, right, about these philosophical questions. Are we the sole consciousness in the universe? We know that AI, for example, is working on trying to translate whale speech, which is, I mentioned this yesterday, one of my favorite examples of what we're trying to do with AI. Maybe there are other intelligences here on Earth. We also know that, not all scientists agree that we are alone, and that there must be, basically just mathematically, there must be more intelligences. But Musk is, he wants to go out there, he wants to fly to another planet, and what he just mentioned, he doesn't just want humankind to be multiplanetary, he wants it to be interstellar.
Rudy, you'll come back a little later, and we'll see with you what Elon Musk had to say here on VivaTech 2023. Time to go back to the heart of the event with VivaTech on set. And here we are back on the main VivaTech news set, where we're joined by our next guest, Carola Siebold. Hello, thank you so much for being with us. You're the head of the global key account at Pantone. Pantone makes color shades. What does a company like yours do here at VivaTech?
Yeah, that's a very fair question, and thanks for having me here today. So I think color is something which is playing in the real world, but at the same time also in the digital world, which is at the end everything which you're promoting with Viva technology, because in every technology you need color. And the challenging thing is really to bridge this color between the real world and this new digital world. And I think this is where Pantone comes in.
Let's talk about how you make colors. How are they developed?
Say it again, please.
How do you develop colors? How do you make colors?
Okay, how we make colors. To be honest, colors are really started still handmade if you really select new colors. But our job is not really to make the colors like you think about paints or pigments. We do color standards. So we give the language for everybody in the world, it doesn't matter in which industry, to communicate colors. So this is our job.
Tell us, you talked about tech and color. Why is it important for tech?
Why it's important for tech? Color is important for everything, because color is the thing which you see first and you remember the longest time. And also in the tech world, look around you. Everything you see in the displays, everything which is lightning and flickering, which is technical, is color. And you are emotionally impressed by these colors. And if this is wrong, you get the wrong emotion inside.
What is the most found color in tech? Is there one dominant color?
The most common, to be honest, we see the tendency in tech colors which come from a purple and also this red, and you maybe have seen our color of the year, Viva Magenta, which is a color that come all from this Viva, from this technology world, and this color space, which is more in the digital color space.
In what technology are your colors or your tones used?
We have our colors used in a lot of technologies, in all the B2B platforms. Think about a 3D animated design program, for example, where all designers use today. Our colors are in. Think about companies who do a metaverse. You want to get your skin color correct. Our Pantone Skin Tone Guide is in. So all these are technologies where our color sits in a digital way. It's crazy. Every year Pantone has a color of the year. In 2023 it was, or it is, Viva Magenta, if I'm correct. Yes.
How do you define that?
Sounds sometimes easy, but it isn't. We have a big group of team members which are in the Pantone Color Institute, and they're real color gurus. And they're looking for what is really the zeitgeist, what is really influencing people for the next year. Why do we need to do something or not do something? And this is how they bring up a color family. And then they narrow it down with a lot of undertones to really get then this exciting message out of it.
Do you already know what will be 2024's Pantone's Color of the Year?
I know it.
So it's already decided.
Yes, but of course, it's internally decided.
Yes.
Because, as I said before, we have a lot of licensing partners. They need to know it to produce it. But it will be launched then by end of the year. And this year will be the 25th anniversary of Color of the Year. So watch out. It will be a very special story and a very special color. This year it's reddish, to give people a rough idea. Is it going to be in the same kind of tones? You don't want to say it. In terms of innovation, what are you working on? We work, of course, a lot in the digital space because we believe strongly that color will be communicated fully digital in a few years, that we go away from all physical things, maybe not in the design center, but for production. And this is our main focus where we're working on. And sustainability. I think we all need to look into how can we make our world better and how can we work more with recycled materials, for example. And how can you bring up color in recycled materials? This is a big thing where we're working on.
We've been talking a lot about artificial intelligence here over the past 3 days. Is this something you use to define colors, or will you be using it to define new colors or new tones of colors?
Absolutely, yes, because I think really these new worlds is the same like if you have a new world of materials coming up, the same as if you have a new platform coming up. And these platforms give you new color inspiration. And this is, of course, what we incorporated in all our research when we add new colors, yes.
We've seen in the past months crazy technology with colors. For example, cars changing colors. BMW has car actually just like magically changing colors. Is that also something you work on?
We work together with our customers on, because we have a lot of enterprise customers who ask us for color consultancy in a trend aspect. And this, what you mentioned, is definitely going into trend aspect. And therefore, of course, we're working on to see which colors have to be shifting to which colors.
Very last question. Why is it important for you to be here at VivaTech?
I think for me personally, it's important to see what's going on and see all these really very exciting, very futurized ideas. And I think for Pantone, it was important to give the message out, yes, there's a technology world outside, but we still have a real world. Please make a good bridge and match the colors in both worlds accurately. Carola
Thibault, thank you so much for taking the time to come here today.
Thank you very much.
Sports and tech now. Sports and tech is an absolute powerhouse of possibility. This year at VivaTech, we have opened up another space dedicated to the future of sport. Our very own Luke Brown went to spend some time there. Take a look.
Focus now very much on the diversity of the different sports startups that are on offer here at VivaTech. The first that we've got here is one that's based in the mountains. It is Snook. And Cyril Colmedage. Can you show me a bit more about your product and why it's special?
Yeah, of course. So you have here the product and all the environment to use the product in the ski resorts. And our goal is to make actually more easy to get onto the slope and bring more customers to the ski resorts. So for that, we have an app that we can we scan the product, we say, I want to rent it. So in 1 minute, it will open the lock and you will be able actually to go on the slope with the snook. So that's the first part. We make it very easy to get the activities. 1 minute to go on the slopes, you take it, and after, it's a sit ski. So you just sit on it, and when you want to turn, you just have to turn your shoulder, look back, and you will actually be able to go on the slopes, even if you are non-skiers. In 15 minutes, you get hooked on it, and you really have a lot of fun.
How fast can you go on it then? And how dangerous is it?
It depends exactly how much you want to go. So you can go 5 kilometers per hour if you want to get slow, but if you really master it, you can go like 90 kilometers per hour. So it's quite fast. You really have to master it.
And tell us more about the product itself. How much innovation has gone into this, and why is it particularly unique?
So it's particularly unique because for handicapped people, it makes it much easier for a very low price actually to have this activity. If you're a complete beginner, when you go in the ski resorts, it's always take a lot of time and cost. But with this product, in 15 minutes, you actually get to the slope and enjoy it. That's quite crazy if you know how it takes to learn ski. And also, for 13 euro, you will get it for an hour, which is a very low price. So the goal is actually to bring a lot of new clients to the slopes.
Okay. Show us more. We've got a couple of examples here. Tell me more about what the value that you're hoping to add to ski resorts around the world here in Europe.
So you know what's the value added the snowboard in ski resorts? It was a big, new, huge market. We want to be this big, new, huge market for the ski resorts, because actually there is a lot of people in ski resorts already who don't ski, and we can bring them on the slope and take a lift ticket.
Okay. Thank you so much, Cyril, for that explanation. I'm going to do a bit of a screeching change of direction here. We are going to stay on the question of sports, but we're going to move away from the mountains and talk about esports. So a completely different domain, but really demonstrating to what extent there is a diversity of different sports represented here at VivaTech. We're talking with Tristan Lécuyer. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but you spoke good English. You represent the IFC. Tell us more about the IFC. What is your product and why is it special?
Hey, we launched the IFC during COVID when we realized that there were a real problem around social interaction. We all remember COVID. So we saw that there was something to do with gamers, in gaming. People wanted to connect, people wanted to play together. So we were like, okay, now there is no sports, there is no interaction. Okay, let's create something to gather people and to help them connect. So we developed a platform for esports competition, esports club, and esport players to easily connect people and help people play together. So now if you are a competition, if you are a team, or if you are a player and you like to play with other people online, you go on the IFC and you connect and you meet players like you. And this is the real challenge today, is to leverage the social power of gaming and to help people connect with esports.
And what's the added value that you're bringing for esport gamers around the world?
Yeah. Today it's very difficult when you are a gamer to find people to play with you. There is no LinkedIn for gaming, there is no Tinder that help you match with other people, because there is not a lot of data. We don't really know where people are. And today we know that people are on the IFC. Every player have the track record, every team have the track record, and we have this visibility that before we didn't used to have. And so it's very easy today to connect with people in seconds when you are a gamer.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Tristan. So as you can see, esports, mountain sports, motorsports, traditional sports are really one of the key axes of interest here at VivaTech has been sports over the past 3 days. So clearly a future there for the world of sports, as we can see there, the future of sport very much in the spotlight.
Back on set now, and joining me is Samir Adamin, CEO and co-founder of Absolute Labs. Thank you so much for being with us. Your platform allows you to put in place marketing campaigns on the third version of the internet. Can you tell us a little more about this?
Thank you for inviting me. Yes, Web3 is about blockchain, right? And, we see wallets, crypto wallets, replacing emails and cookies in the coming few years. And the way we're going to interact on Web3 is different than what we know today. It's going to happen through wallets. So we started 2 years ago a company that is actually built, think about a Salesforce, right? But for Web3, meaning that it's going to run not emails, not cookies, but wallets, crypto wallets. And, we do analytics, marketing automation, CRM, and, all of that in one platform. Again, it's how brands and companies actually are going to transition to Web3.
Web3 is supposed to be an internet in the end of its users. I mean, that's the idea of it all. But is it still the case when major companies are investing in it?
Yeah, because, Web3 is also about wallets. It's about consumers taking back control of their data rather than sharing them with these big platforms, right? So Web3 is where your wallet is anonymized, right? We don't need your birthday dates. We don't need your name to interact on Web3. So it's actually the ideal channel tomorrow for the post-cookies world and the privacy compliance world we all want to have.
We talked a lot about Web3 in the past few months. Even last year we spoke about NFT or metaverse. Is this already part of the past for you?
No, it's just the beginning, actually. Okay. We're just the tip of the iceberg now. We are hosted on the LVMH booth here. Yeah. And we got an award yesterday, by the way, the LVMH Innovation Award. I came with that today. We're very proud and honored, to have that today. And many, many brands inside LVMH, but others, are actually seeing that as the future. It's a new way, NFTs that you just mentioned, to create relationship with customers. These companies are all about new experiences, right? Combining creativity and innovation. That's what Bernard Arnault told us yesterday.
Talking about the future, what is artificial intelligence going to change for you?
So I think artificial intelligence is going to change a lot of things, but it's actually the best. Web3 and the blockchain is going to guarantee that artificial intelligence is not getting crazy, because actually data is decentralized, anonymized, and we don't want to see with artificial intelligence this big platform taking control again. So artificial intelligence is great news for Web3. And, we talk about decentralized machine learning here. We talk about decentralized data and anonymized data.
How is it going to be a safeguard, Web3, for artificial intelligence?
Because artificial intelligence, what you see today, the cost of processing the data is huge. That's why you see the OpenAI, the Microsoft, the Google of the world, right? They are taking control of it. So we are repeating what we know with Web2. Web3 and the blockchain is actually the perfect solution combined with AI to avoid that.
Let's have a global look now. What is changing in the tech world in general today? What's the new trend?
So I think, as you just mentioned, artificial intelligence is going to go everywhere.
Yes.
Everything. Generative, artificial intelligence. There's a lot of topics here. Blockchain continue to evolve. I'm actually based in San Francisco, in the Bay Area. There is hundreds of new startups. All these young guys that got, that left Google or Microsoft recently, or Twitter, right? They all are starting companies, and most of them are going to Web3 and AI these days. So I think we're going to see a lot of innovation, right, happening here. And Web3 and the blockchain is about open source. So every time someone creates a technology, another person is going to build on top of it, right?
You've recently raised $8 million. How will you use this money? How will you grow?
Look, we're creating the Salesforce of Web3. So we're going to need a lot of money here, right? We started with 8 million. We have great investors, including LVMH Aglaé, Animoca, Samsung, MoonPay, and a few others, right? It's just the beginning. We have around 40 customers today, but we have a team in San Francisco, New York, Montreal, and Paris. Paris is very important because you have all these luxury groups in Europe that are transitioning to Web3. And this is just the first step. We're going to Series A very soon.
Elon Musk is actually currently speaking in Paris's Dome in front of 4,000 people as we speak. What would you be interested in his vision in what he would have to say.
So Elon has been involved in crypto, right? Dogecoin and many other things. I'm very excited with what he's doing with Twitter, and I'm very interested in what's going to be the crypto part of that, the blockchain, right? I'm sure he's going to leverage the blockchain. They have a plan on that. We don't know yet. We have a few informations about it, but, you know, in the press. But I believe he's got a big vision on that as well.
Why is it important for you to come here at VivaTech? I mean, you're based in San Francisco, in the heart of the tech world, and you're here in Paris for a few days here at VivaTech.
First, I'm French, right?
Yeah, well, that's a good reason, yeah.
Yeah, but still, you know, it's becoming probably the #1 tech event in Europe, right? And honestly, it's the first time I attend. I was invited by LVMH, and I had a great time here with the team, met with many companies. I'm very impressed with how dynamic. I've been 10 years in Silicon Valley. I'm very impressed by, you know, how dynamic is this place, you know, with all these companies in France, big companies inviting startups is very impressive.
Thank you so much, Samir Adamine, CEO and co-founder of Absolute Lab. Thank you so much for taking the time. A few images of a man you might know, Elon Musk, currently speaking.
That law, but for Twitter to go beyond the law, that doesn't seem quite right to me. I think we want to allow the people to express themselves. And really, if you have to say, when does free speech matter? Free speech matters, and it's only relevant if people are allowed to say things that you don't like, because otherwise it's not free speech. And I would take that if somebody says something, you know, potentially offensive, but that's actually okay.
I'm really thrilled to announce our upcoming TotalEnergies booth at VivaTech 2023. Let me take you behind the scenes of our electric journey. At TotalEnergies, we firmly believe that the electricity is the energy of the 21st century. We have created TotalEnergies On, an acceleration program with the aim of detecting and supporting the most promising startups in the electricity sector. We are based at Station F in Paris, and we support entrepreneurs working along the entire electricity value chain. This year at VivaTech, we will welcome you to our fully digital booth, where you will discover our vision and ambition for the future of electricity and see first-hand specific examples of the solution that we have developed with the 20 startups we have supported since the beginning of the program. So, for example, you will see an IoT system to improve wind turbine performance, or a second life battery design system, and an AI-based platform to optimize business decisions, and so much more. So stay plugged in and see you at the TotalEnergies On booth.
We are very excited to be back at VivaTech after a first successful participation last year. We were so happy to present you Kappa. At the JCDecaux Group, we believe that tomorrow's world is built with today's talent. Digitalizing without demising, keeping talent at the core of tomorrow's digital challenges, this is what drives us. As the global leader in human resources solutions, we offer the most complete range of services on the market by developing and providing our organization and clients with cutting-edge technology tools that helps to identify, train, retain, and employ talents. This year, at VivaTech, we will showcase some of these tools, which you will be able to try out at our booth, physical and digital. First, artificial intelligence to fight against discrimination. Virtual reality for safety training. Games to identify talent soft skills and to assess them. There are so many tools available to help us to build a more intelligent and more human future. A future that works for everyone.
So join us at VivaTech to discover how we make our talents central to your future.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom here at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misraki, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. This is where business meets innovation, and we are following every moment live. And to start this new hour of news, we are with Mireille Dundas. Hello, Mireille.
Hello.
Thank you so much for being with us. You are our very own Tech for Change editor here at VT News, and you have something new for us.
I do, absolutely. And just, we just heard Elon Musk say that we need to take actions to make the Earth safe and secure for civilization. And that, of course, means not exhausting our resources. Yesterday, Thomas, I was here with your fallen leaves for paper. Today, I have another ingenious innovation, which is, again, not exhausting our resources. It's my pleasure to welcome Antoine Lay, France's regional manager for Woola. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, I think you can explain it better than me. What's happening exactly at Woola, and show for us what you've got there.
Sure. So what we are doing at Woola, it can hold it in one sentence. We are replacing plastic bubble wrap by waste wool. So we are doing protective packaging made of a waste through felt technology.
Maybe you can pull out that wool for us and show us. Thomas, normally we've got the bubble wrap inside.
Yes.
And this is an absolute replacement. Does it have the same properties, though, as plastic?
Yeah, exactly. So on the shockproof part, we are going to have the same level of protection. That means that fragile goods can be dropped, glass bottle, cosmetics. It has also a couple of other characteristics, as extreme temperature change protection, resistant to humidity and to fire.
So you mentioned humidity there.
Yep.
It can't be as waterproof as plastic, though, is it?
No, it's still a textile, but wool, naturally, it's holding 37% of her own mass into humidity before giving it to the product. So for ambient humidity or for a small rain, there is no problem there, which is what in general is the problem with transportation.
Now, what's the most interesting I find about it is where this wool comes from. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, of course. So it's a waste wool. It's not very known, but in Europe we have 200,000 tons of wool that is destroyed every year, so or buried or burned. And we are bringing this wool to the farmer because, well, obviously it's a production that they are doing, and we think that it can be put at a better use than just being wasted.
How did you come up with this idea?
So the idea didn't come directly from me. We have a young female founder that is absolutely amazing there. She had herself little e-commerce, and she realized that if you really want to send something in a protective packaging, there is not a lot of option. Plastic is always, solution there. And in the same time, she read an article saying that in Estonia, 90% of the wool is going to waste. And the two information put together, and she was like, I'm going to do something with it.
Oh. Now, I have to admit, I am guilty of ordering online, so I do have a lot of bubble wrap at my house. Imagine I ordered something and it came in the wool. How could I avoid that becoming a new form of waste?
So here there is three different answers. The first one is you can reuse it at home very easily. Just remove the paper, you buy a new one, you send it back to another friend, you cut it to put in plant. It's actually going to regulate your water consumption. It's going to be used as fertilizer. We also make it 100% wool, which means that it can be compostable at home. We are in the process of TUV certification for this. And in Estonia, we already have a pilot project for a return system. So customer can bring it in a box in shops that are partners, and we got back the wool, and then we can ourselves recycle it 100%. So we make endless packaging with the first waste.
In terms of pricing, how much does it cost to produce? Is it more interesting than producing plastic?
So that's the thing with plastic, right? It's pretty cheap. That's what people use it. Nevertheless, we are still competitive, so we are a bit more expensive. For example, our little bubble mailer is about retail price 62 cents, but for bigger quantity, it's reduced really fast. in general, it's never the main question for company, because today they realize not only that, well, we need to switch to more sustainable option.
Definitely.
And also, it's a marketing impact. When we talk about sustainability, it's quite hard for company to actually express what they are changing with decarbonization of the transportation line, while actually when you receive a product in a wool envelope, straight away the customer understands that for your company, sustainability is at the heart of your process.
Maybe just one last question. Can we imagine any other applications for this?
For the wool envelope?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, we're also protecting bottles. We have a bubble wool that can protect like bigger pieces, like art pieces, chairs. Well, basically, wool is a protective packaging that can replace all what we could wrap into bubble wrap plastic.
Where do you do business now, and where do you plan to expand?
So, well, yesterday we won the award in the sustainability with the Innovation Award. So we have started in Estonia. That was our main market. Then we have expanded to Scandinavia, and myself opened France since 1 year. France is our market with the most potential and the most attraction. And well, of course, we want to continue in France. We see that there is a lot of interest there. We have talked to amazing companies that really want to change things. So France is definitely a market that has a lot of focus at the moment.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the two of you. And it's a great idea. I'm sure you're going to do well in France.
Thank you.
Without a doubt. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been a few minutes now since we have checked what's happening on the main floor. Time for Inside VivaTech. And Alexi is, I believe, on a soccer field?
Yes, Thomas. It is indeed a soccer field for the last report of the day, last report of VivaTech 2023 for me. And I'm glad to share one of my passion, of course, with Julien Lépine today from AWS. Amazon is, of course, here in hall number 1, but also in hall number 2 for the future of sports. So, to begin with you, Julien, today, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
You're so welcome. Tell me, to begin with, I'd like to know, why did AWS choose to put a little bit of the focus this year on sports as well, and especially football?
Yeah, so we've been a part of VivaTech for many years, and when Maurice announced that this year was the future of sports, we just jumped in. We loved it. So we are working with many sports franchises and big leagues, and this element here, right, specifically is for the Bundesliga. So Amazon is a partner of the Bundesliga, and we develop for them all of the fan engagement capabilities. So when someone gets the ball, you're going to have statistics on where they should pass the ball, what is the percentage of chances of making a goal, and all of these elements. And we say, how can we make it fun? Because we're not going to have a team of professional football players. We'd love to, but they don't want to come. They come but as visitors, not as professionals. And so we developed it with one of our partners and the Bundesliga to actually have something fun and easy to test for everyone. And that's the Bundesliga Free Kick Challenge that is present at Hall 2 today and this entire week at VivaTech.
All right, so we brought with us someone from behind the scenes that you're going to see on the screen right now, which is Thibaut, for part of the production team since, day one of VivaTech a few years ago. So, Thibaut, there you go. This is your time. Show us what to give. There you go. Boo. All right, pure shot. So, tell me a little bit, what can we see on the screen right now?
So, we use different elements, sensors, machine learning, and actually tracking. So the ball actually has a sensor inside, like the one from the World Cup.
Okay.
So the ball knows where it is, and we have trackers all around the stand that actually knows and tracks in real time where the ball is. So on the screen, what you can see is we have a square where you need to shoot, and that's where you actually need to send the ball. So, yep, here we go, if it won't work. Based on that, we can now see where the ball was, so absolutely right on track. So, well done. And also, this is a fun challenge, so we had a bit of a gamble. So once you have precision, shooting in the right quadrant, we're going to be rating on speed. The goal is to shoot as fast as you can in the right quadrant. So here we have 94.7 kilometers per hour, and that's a really short span, like 6.8 meters from goal. So that's super fast. And so the goal is shoot as fast as you can, shoot as precise as you can, and we rank people throughout the day. The record we've had this week is 108 kilometers per hour in a shoot. That's 6 meters.
Thibaut is far away from that.
It's not far. I mean, 94 is really by the top of the class. He's 13 today. Okay. That's a really good score. But you have to do 3 shots on the right quadrant. So maybe you want to go for the second one.
And 97.
97.
97. So could you tell me as well, because we talked about a little bit about Bundesliga, of course, so professional football, is that something that one day we could see get popularized and see on every football pitch? Know that 5v5, for example, football is very popular because it's kind of an easy access for amateur people as well. So yeah, is it something that is going to be spread over the years in amateur football?
I can say for amateur football, but yeah, we're working with many leagues. And the goal of it is, it's really a demo. Deploying and building this platform, except for this ball that actually has a sensor, the rest of it is actually pretty simple to build. So the goal of it is to really democratize access to all of the technology. Using the cloud, I mean, the only equipment we have from the balls is basically the sensors and computers. Everything is managed through the cloud, so it's available for everyone as a web app. So it's super simple to develop. And it works for football, but it can work for any other sport as well.
That's it. So we can have, for example, a handball, or is it possible with golf as well, for example?
So actually, we do work with the PGA Tour. So actually, yes, we do. Okay. But we work with Formula One, we work with Formula E. We actually have a live Formula E, so the electric Formula, on our booth in Hall 1. Yeah. So if you want to go there, we actually have the proper car. And we do that with the National Football League, so American football, many sports. So you can really augment. So 2 elements. First, you can augment the viewership experience for the fans. Like, you know what's going to happen, you have stats, you have different stuff like that. And also for the sports people, actually the athletes, the first use case we've done with the NFL was actually player security, working against concussions, which is a real problem. Mm-hmm. So you can see that in professional sports, but actually I would say it's so easy to deploy that I'm absolutely certain we're going to see that in amateur sports in the next years.
Well, we hope so. That would be something I would love to try at some point. And yeah, I won't do it live because I don't want to get injured live, that's for sure, but I'm going to try it afterwards. So
No.
Yeah, okay, all right.
You do it live.
The last one. Hey, there we go.
Alexis?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Julien, for joining us.
Alexis, don't pretend you can't hear me because I know you can hear me. I want you to put the mic down and try it. So we see what you can do with a soccer ball.
All right, so I got to obey your order, Thomas.
Well,
that's it.
It's not an order. It's a subject.
If we have a minute. Okay, all right. All right, someone hold me the mic. Thank you.
You don't need to take the jacket off. Oh, nice one. All right, so what's the rank? 48.
Okay, I'm done.
Very good,
close
Alexis.
to the injury.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm back to you, Thomas. I guess this is a good moment.
Let's go over to stage 1 now, where the Female Founder Challenge is getting underway. Our reporter, Catherine Nicholson, is there. Hello, Catherine. First of all, what is the Female Founder Challenge?
Yeah, Thomas, the Female Founder Challenge is organised by VivaTech and 50 in Tech, championing startups led by women and breakthrough innovation invented by women. So it gives them networking opportunities, access to funding, connecting them with venture capitalists, for example. And the long-term goal is increasing representation of women in tech. I can just give you a few statistics. There is persistent underrepresentation of women in tech. According to VivaTech itself, only 1.9% of global venture capital funding went to all female founding teams in 2022. And statistics do show that when teams are mixed, they do actually get more money in the first rounds of pitching. So the Female Founder Challenge actually is a little bit delayed because people are still listening to Elon Musk, but it is going to get underway quite soon in stage 1.
Through the final 6 who are pitching today.
Yes, well, the final 6 have done extremely well to get through to today. There were almost 500 applicants from 27 different countries.
Right.
First, they got it down to a long list of 30, and then there's 6 female entrepreneurs who are going to be pitching on stage 1 today. They come from Israel, Switzerland, Nigeria, 3 entrepreneurs from France, and their companies are about all kinds of everything. We've got food tech, cybersecurity, energy, information tech, software, and banking and finance enterprises being presented today. The French Prime Minister, Elisabeth Borne, is going to be coming to this event as well to meet those 6 finalists and give a prize to the winner. So yeah, we're really looking forward to hearing their pitches for their companies, and of course just finding out more about these women who are taking the lead in their technology sectors.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Earlier today, you met up with Zubin Garamani, VP of Research for Google, and he was on stage to talk about his company's latest advances in the field of artificial intelligence. That's what he told you.
Well, I'm very pleased to speak now to Zubin Garamani, Vice President of Research at Google DeepMind, who's just come off the stage here at VivaTech, speaking, of course, about artificial intelligence. It's a field, Zubin, that you've been working in for more than 20 years, 30 years, I think, in fact. We're all feeling a little bit new to it. There's a lot of AI hesitancy or skepticism. You seem to be more on the positive side regarding AI. Why is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, we don't want to be going into this technology in a way that, is ignoring all of the potential issues with it. Like any technology, there's going to be challenges to overcome. But if you think about AI technology as a tool in people's hands, then you can imagine all sorts of uses that are already here, whether it's in healthcare or transportation, self-driving cars, education, having an educational assistant, addressing climate impacts. We already have many of these tools out there, and I don't think people are aware how much AI is part of their daily lives.
Absolutely. Just thinking about some of the ways I've used it, on holiday, using Google Translate to translate menus and things. Looking at some of the real-world uses that are being developed now and coming into play in the near future, you highlighted a couple that were to do with climate change, also health.
Yeah, I mean, for example, in climate change, what we need to do is we need to think about climate mitigations, for example, floods that affect hundreds of millions of people around the world. And we have an AI system that helps do flood forecasting, giving people advance warning, deployed to 80 countries already. For over 400 million people get these flood warnings based on this flood forecasting system. But that's just one of many examples. I'm really excited about the potential for advancing fundamental science and technology, whether it's discovery of new materials or using AI to develop new medicines, or, for example, transforming electricity production through clean fusion energy. I mean, of course, it's not just like AI is going to do it on its own. We work with physicists and engineers, and we publish research around how to control plasma and fusion reactors to produce energy. And so these are just some examples.
And just a brief word about regulation. It's a huge discussion. You said during your talk that we can't leave it to self-regulation. What's your vision?
Well, I mean, I think it's absolutely important to people in societies around the world. And if we think about AI from a people-centered point of view, we want AI systems to do the things that the societies want. So working in partnership with governments and regulators, that's the stance that Google has taken. AI is too important not to regulate, and it's also too important not to regulate well. So we need to be thoughtful about how we regulate it so it doesn't stifle innovation, so we get all the benefits that I talked about.
Back on the set now of the Tech Newsroom with our next guest, Nadim Abir, your CEO of Design Hubs. Thank you so much for being with us. It's a great idea, what you've designed. It allows customers to try on products from their home without having to go to a store. Tell us how it works.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. So we're really trying to solve a problem from two different standpoints here. from one side, we are actually empowering online shoppers to virtually try on products before they buy them. So understand what they're buying, seeing the size, the fit, and really removing all the doubt from the online shopping journey. By doing that, we are empowering brands and retailers to increase their conversion, so increasing their sales, reducing their return rates, and increasing consumer engagement as well as loyalty for these brands and retailers.
So let's talk about the consumer's viewpoint. Basically, I see a pair of shoes that I like on a website. I can take those shoes and virtually put them on my feet to see if they're nice or not. That's what it is, really.
Exactly. So basically our software enables like try before you buy, but virtually. So we're using the camera in order to empower or enable these customers to try the products using the selfie camera. They will see an overlay of the digital product. If it's like shoes, they'll be able to point the back-facing camera of their mobile on their feet and see the shoes overlay, like they see themselves wearing the digital versions of the shoes. If it's eyeglasses, they'll be able to see a digital version of the actual eyeglasses or sunglasses with the exact size and fit.
Can you try anything?
Yes, that's our vision, is to really bring the complete in-store experience and bring it online by creating the next generation e-commerce interface.
How do you bring the stores now to work with you?
Great question. So we have already, we've already established a reputation. We've been in the market for the past 4.5 years approximately. We work with some of the largest brands and retailers globally. So it's there's a momentum when they see your solution live on some of their competitors and live across different websites. They reached out to us, but we also have several growth and partnership strategies that we deploy in order to reach the scale that we need to
We
reach.
talked about clothes. I just want to mention that you can also do this with furnitures.
Yes.
For example, with a sofa and put it in your room, which is really, I thought, a great idea. Do you use artificial intelligence?
Definitely. We use a combination of deep learning model, AI, computer vision, as well as so many different algorithms combined together that allows us to, achieve these advanced technologies.
What are you doing to move on from now?
So as I told you, I'm going to be very brief here. If we take the experience, sorry, not the experience, but if we go 20 years back and with the first batch of e-commerce stores like the Amazons in the 1990s, the experience is still the same. You go to a website, you see images of the website, you read the dimensions, but you have no idea how the product's going to look on you or in your space if it's furniture. We're redefining the whole shopping journey and really bringing these immersive experiences, empowering consumers to really try the products and really see them live before they buy them. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, please.
So what I wanted to elaborate on is really our ultimate vision. Hopefully in the next 5 years, what we'll be looking for is starting just with a camera, and with the camera, we have all your data. We know who you are. We are able to bring products to you that would look good on you and that would fit you and products that you would love. So instead of the consumer going and searching for the products in order to buy them, we would be bringing the products to the consumer based on hyper-personalization of the shopping journey, based on the consumer herself or himself.
And that's what artificial intelligence allows you to do. Ideally, in a crazy world, what would be better for you, to raise money and continue developing, or sign a partnership with Amazon, for example, that you mentioned earlier, and work for them?
So just to establish a couple of things here, we're not targeting the very big companies like Amazon. Amazon, they have the capability of developing it in-house, and they started working on some of these technologies in-house. We're targeting the 90% of the other 90% of the brands and retailers. Of course, we having established partnerships and closing deals is the way forward. And if we are able to do that without raising funds, that would be the way to go. But there's a lot of R&D involved, and we need partners for fundraising and to be able to develop these advanced technologies and scale them up.
Thank you so much, Nadim Aberov, to be here with us today, CEO of Design Hubs, and go check it out. It's really worth it. What we're going to check out now is a guy you may know, Elon Musk. He's still speaking.
In our virtual world, Victoria VR.
Sure. Well, so Neuralink is, first of all, I want to assure everyone, if you may be worried about Neuralink, that you will see Neuralink is going to be a fairly slow process because anything that's done in humans, it's very slow. So sometimes people think that this suddenly we're going to be chipping everyone's head, and then before they know it, everyone's connected to the internet, and then we're in trouble with your brain. So it's going to happen very slowly. Hopefully later this year we'll do our first human device implantation, and this will be for someone that has sort of tetraplegic, quadriplegic, has lost the connection from their brain to their body, and we think we should be able to. That person will be able to communicate as fast as someone who has a fully functional body. So that's going to be a big deal, and we see a path beyond that to actually transfer the signals from the motor cortex of the brain to past the injury in the spinal cord and actually enable someone's body to be used again. So essentially shunting the signals past the broken point and restore potentially full body.
40 seconds to buy a train ticket, 100% digitally with no effort and the lowest environmental footprint possible. This is a good example of tech by people for people. Technology is everywhere, in the pockets of our customers and our employees, in the technical centers, in the control centers, in stations, in our freight and passenger trains, as well as in other modes of transport. It is designed and implemented by our creative talents and thanks to collective intelligence. We like tech in all its forms: Web3, virtual reality, predictive maintenance, AI and big data. As soon as it can benefit our passengers, our employees, the communities, the territories and of course, the planet. At VivaTech this year, we will take you behind the scenes. We will reveal about 100 innovations and nearly 100 technology use cases made by people for people, presented directly by those who create and implement them every day. Many of our employees will be present, accompanied by over 40 partner startups. So we look forward to welcoming you at our booth. See you soon.
Je fais partie de l'Immersive Lab chez BNP Paribas Real Estate. On travaille sur un outil qui permet de voir une ville sans y être physiquement. Et typiquement, si on a des clients qui sont à l'international et qui cherchent à investir sur le marché français, on pourrait leur permettre de prévisiter la défense en amont pour leur faire gagner du temps pour quand ils viendraient potentiellement.
The bank is changing. Discover our unexpected jobs. BNP Paribas, the bank for a changing world.
At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And AI is at the heart of our ambition to transform the practice of medicine. Sanofi is back at VivaTech this year, and we're thrilled to show you how we're championing AI across the entire value chain to bring better treatments to more patients and faster than ever before. First, in R&D, where we're slashing research times through improved predictive modeling and automating time-sync activities so our scientists can focus on what truly matters, finding miracles. Secondly, AI is improving the efficiency and quality of our manufacturing operations. Our factories run more efficiently thanks to comprehensive performance monitoring and meticulous yield optimization. And thirdly, when it comes to reaching the people we serve, our patients, our healthcare professionals, we're using AI to better engage them with the information they need in the format they want, when they want it. You'll find all of this and much more on our booth. So join us to discover the journey of a molecule through AI, from the lab right into the hand of the patients. See you all very soon.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom here at VivaTech 2023. I'm Thomas Misraki, and you are joining us live in Paris at the very center of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. We'll begin with our next guest, Alex Korma. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
You're CEO of VidMob. You use artificial intelligence to make advertising campaigns more effective. How so?
So we do use artificial intelligence, but maybe not in exactly the way that everyone's thinking right now. So we use artificial intelligence to first understand everything that's happening inside of a marketer's creative. So if you think about a large marketer like LVMH or L'Oreal, they have tens of thousands of pieces of creative in market at any point in time, and inside every one of those, in each frame, there are different things happening. There are logos or trademarks on screen, and actors might be smiling or scowling. They might be holding up the package itself or rubbing the lotion on their hand. All of those are creative decisions. So we first unpack and understand that creative decisioning, and then pull all the behavior signals from the platform. Are people clicking? Are they purchasing? Are they adding to cart? Do they feel better about the brand? We cross those two things, the behavior and the creative decisioning, and then we come back with insights. We tell the marketer, if you're trying to communicate on this platform and get this result, you should do more of this and less of that.
It sounds simple, but how does it work?
Well, so first it's about generating enormous amounts of data. So we literally analyze trillions of impressions each year. And then we come back with these insights that help them understand what they should do to improve their creative.
So that everyone understands, what is, in your opinion, today, an effective advertising campaign?
I would say an effective advertising campaign is one that does what the marketer wants it to do. So, some people might be trying to drive more desirability out of a brand. Others might be trying to create leads for or drive sales. So everyone has different things that they're trying to achieve with marketing. What we do is work with them to figure out what it is they're trying to achieve, and then help them improve their creative so it drives exactly that result.
Understand what the client wants first, and then do it. The advertising world has been changing incredibly over the past 5 years. What are your clients looking for now?
Well, I think now there's a couple things. First of all is people have spent the last 10, 15 years focusing almost exclusively on media side optimization. So how do I improve my targeting? How do I move budget from channel to channel to drive better media side results? But people are realizing that creative is far and away the most important part, and it's frankly been overlooked. And that's only going to be exacerbated now with more and more generative AI spitting more and more creative out into the world. So I think we're quickly entering a world of creative abundance. And people are now trying to figure out, how do I be more effective in my messaging amidst that sea of noise?
And we're going into a world of hyper-personalization as well. Would you say it's easier or harder to get to customers today?
I think it's easier if you have the right tools. It's harder if you don't.
So what are the right tools?
Well, I'm going to very humbly say one of the right tools is VidMob, but there are many. But I think ultimately what it is about is making sure data is a key part of your decision making. We've seen data's impact in all other fields of enterprise operations. It'd be foolish to assume that data doesn't have a role to play in creative.
Yeah, but my question was, what's the best or the most effective way to get to people now?
Which channel?
Yeah.
It depends. If you're a brand trying to market to 18-year-olds,
so
probably TikTok.
It depends on the brand. Okay, all right. Okay, so it depends on the brand and the targets you have. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, said about artificial intelligence that it was a new industrial revolution. Is it so for your sector?
Absolutely. I agree with him completely. This is probably the biggest change that any of us have seen in our lives, and maybe the biggest change we see in the rest of our lives. It's really that big a deal. This is not Web 3. This is for real. And so it's going to impact all of our jobs in some way. And I don't think it's necessarily going to take away every job, but people who use AI better than others are going to have a real advantage.
How do you see the future of advertising with this coming on?
I think you're going to see a lot of people taking different approaches. You have Facebook and Google now building purely AI automated systems that'll do the creative for you, do media, do everything. And it sounds wonderful, but if you're a large enterprise marketer, marketing may be essentially the whole of your company. So if you give all of that to Facebook or Google, it might not be good for business in the long run. So I think people are going to take different approaches to figuring out how to harness these and hopefully some will use it in a way that actually gives them more strategic power and strength, and gives them the tools to understand creative and drive their business forward.
You have raised 110 million last year. What will you be doing with that money? How do you plan to expand it?
That's a great question. So we are a very heavy technology company, so a lot of that is going to be invested in increased data science, just basically improving our product, listening to customers, and making sure that we're meeting them exactly where they want us to be. So it's expanding from our original core strength in sort of the social walled garden space into the open web, into commerce media, and into CTV. So really covering the whole of the sort of digital marketing ecosystem. And we're already fairly global, but we look to become more and more global with every day.
Why was it useful to be here at VivaTech for you, for your companies? Well, what did you learn?
Well, first of all, VivaTech is amazing. This has been so much more helpful than I expected. The senior level presence is incredible. It also helped that we're in the LVMH booth and that we won a Digital Innovation Award. So I think that we've had a particularly large crowd coming to see us, which has been incredible, and I'm very thankful to them. But no, it's an amazing event. I will absolutely be back next year, and I'm very impressed.
Thank you, Alex Colmer, CEO of VidMub. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We're waiting for this. Let's dive into the action. It's inside VivaTech. And Luke Brown, one of our reporters on the ground with us. Luke, where are you, and what do you have for us?
Well, we've been hearing a lot about the challenges that artificial intelligence can potentially pose for humanity, but also a lot about here at VivaTech about the applications, the potential applications of AI. And one of those applications is right here. It is about bringing ancient and classical and cultural figures to life so that we can benefit from them today. This is a Jumbo Manor, and that you are Fatma Chelli. Behind us, we've got an example of the work that you've been building. Can you tell us a bit more about what it is exactly you've created here?
Yeah, sure. So as you told, I'm Fatma Chelli. I'm the marketing manager of Jumbo Mana. And what we did is we bring characters to life. Here we bring Van Gogh to life so we can interact with him, ask him any question you want, you even laugh with him and play with him. So that's our purpose, is to bring characters to life. And if you see, Van Gogh has his own accent, and with this AI, he has his own accent. So, as I told you, Van Gogh is an artist, and you can ask him about his paintings. And if you want to show you how we can interact with him, I'm going to show you.
Okay, let's have a quick look at how it works. So you've got the button here.
So there's the buzzer. I'm going to choose the language. We have two languages, French and English.
And then we ask him a question, Cesar?
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to say something. Dear visitors, and the headphones, you can hear him. But right now you can't hear him because we are in VivaTech, and there's a lot of sounds around us.
And can we ask him a question?
Yeah, actually that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask him a question. So, what is the relationship with you and your brother Theo?
The $1 million question.
He's replying right now, and unfortunately you can't hear him, but if you want to hear him, you have to come and visit us, so to hear his accent and the way of the English and the French he uses.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how you've achieved this artificial intelligence? This is the fruit of a great deal of research, correct?
Yeah, exactly. We are not here to compete, for example, with ChatGPT or even Skynet. We are here to bring characters to life. And to do that, we worked with Monsieur Wouter van der Veen, who is a specialist in the life of Van Gogh. So Monsieur Wouter gave us a lot of information, 1,000 letters, to have a database, our own generative AI. So we generate text and voice so we can interact with him. We create a personality and not just a chatbot or ChatGPT like. We create a really an AI we are going to humanize AI with his own behavior, face expression, and more and more. In the future, we want to talk to characters with their gestures and even with emotions that we can see them in their face.
Can you tell us a bit more about who this is targeted for? Who are your potential clients and customers for this?
So for now, in our roadmap, we want to work with the industry of culture and creativity, like museums. Actually, the born will be in the Museum of Orsay, starting with October 2023, and au Château d'Auvers during 1 year. So our potential clients are the museums and maybe parc d'attractions and why not films? So we can interact with films characters and ask them any question. Also, we're gonna bring characters to life. Video games where we are developing a video game where we can interact with the characters, ask them questions. That's our market for now, and maybe we can use our generative AI in publicity. We can create mascots and interact with them. It is all about the branding, so we can do branding around the mascot and interact with the mascot of that brand.
So you have a potential market there. How do you scale up? What's the potential for bringing in new characters, new different cultural figures? How easy is it going to be for you to be able to rely on other figures?
So with Van Gogh, we spent 6 months to realize that technology. Now we have the technology. What we need is the data. If a client or potential client give us the data, we can we can bring characters to life between 2 and 6 months. So that's the durée to bring a character to life and to interact with him.
So, for example, you could be seeing Picasso or other famous artists. We could see them one day on this screen, or is that something that's beyond your control?
So exactly, we can bring Picasso, we can bring Gauguin, we can bring any actor, any painting, or even a person who is not dead, a person who is famous. You can talk to your famous person, like your idol. Ask him anything you want. We need the consent of that person.
Okay. But what are the likelihood that he's also going to be able to recreate paintings in the style of Van Gogh? Is that a potential application too, or is that a different field?
So we are specialized in generative text and voices. It is not our. It is possible, but it is not our main value to the market.
And one final question: how have you, after 3 days of VivaTech, how have you found the experience so far?
Honestly, it is a perfect experience, and I invite every person the next year to come here to exhibit his products or even to have a tour in VivaTech, because it is a good experience. You meet a lot of people, potential clients, and even you can talk and no one give you the vibe of being stressed. You can talk loudly, you can be you in VivaTech. It is a really good experience.
Okay, Fatma Cheli of Jumbo Manor, thank you so much. Just one quick point I'd like to point out, of course. It has been pointed out to me that there might be a slight resemblance. I don't know. It's up for you to judge. Maybe it's just the colour of the hair. Back to you in the studio.
You look wonderful. Wonderful look. And you don't look like Van Gogh. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, though. Our next guest here joining us on set is Pascal Asselin. Hello. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
You're co-founder of Morpho, Make the Planet Green Again. That's what Morpho wants to do, and quickly. How so? How are we going to do this?
Exactly. We could sum it like that. So the objective is to restore forest ecosystem at scale. And so how do we do it? The first step is that we constitute these seed pods in which we put seeds, nutrients.
Don't move your hand. We're going to see what they are.
Yeah, exactly. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah. These are small ones in which we put the seeds, we put nutrients, we put fungi, we put bacteria, put everything to constitute a small ecosystem in it. And we take these seed pods and we put them into drones, into planting drones. And these drones will disseminate with high speed and accuracy, because we can plant up to 50 hectares per day with one drone, compared to one man who can plant traditionally 1 hectare per day.
Yeah, so that's a lot.
After that, of course, when we plant the forest, we need to monitor to make sure that the ecosystem that we restored is actually growing, following the biomass, the biodiversity that is growing, and then the carbon that is being stocked by all these ecosystems.
Is there any steps you need to take before you actually plant the seeds?
Yeah, of course. We need to understand the ecosystems in which we will deploy the project. So the first step is to go on the field, understand the soils, understand the economic, the ecological conditions,
structures,
context of the project, to make sure that the project that we will deploy will still be there in 100 years.
The forests you managed to regrow, are they durable?
Yeah, of course. So they're durable. For the first aspect of our forest is the biodiversity. So we plant from 20 to 80 different species, from herbaceous, arbustive to trees. So that it's a real forest ecosystem. So we never say we plant trees. We plant forest ecosystems.
Okay.
So that's the first aspect.
Many different kind of trees.
Exactly. Many different species. And of course, we take care of the people, the local communities who live with this forest. Because if you don't take care of that, 2 years later, your forest will be burnt, and that's, of course. So you need to involve all the people living around this forest, from the seed collections that we'll put in the forest, to the preparation of the soils, to the manual planting, because we always reserve some parts of the project to the local communities, to the field monitoring, in which we work with them.
It might be a stupid question, but how long does it take to regrow a forest?
So for us, the operations, we take 50 hectares per day. So that's the plantation time. But then you know that your forest will be viable after 3 years.
3 years only?
Yeah, exactly. And you already have like trees like 2-3 meters high. And then the real forest will be there after like 20 years.
Okay. How much does it cost to regrow a forest?
Yeah, so I won't answer to this question, because you have so many.
It depends on the situation.
Of course, of the soils. If it was like a mining site, if it was agricultural, pastoral lands, so many different aspects.
But my question is, would it be cheaper or more expensive than using a traditional method?
Yeah, so the idea is that we want to scale these reforestation activities. And so to scale, you need, of course, to cut the costs facing that. And we are, with this technology, you don't need to make a nursery from 2 to 6 months, so you don't need all the people involved for that. And then we plant only in 1 day 50 hectares with one drone. So, of course, we can cut a lot the cost of every project, so it makes it really more cost-effective.
And so the more you plant, the cheaper it's going to get in time, obviously. Yeah. What are the world needs in terms of reforestation?
So there's 1 billion hectares already ready to be restored. 1 billion hectares. Okay. Without impacting human activities. So agriculture, urbanization are not involved in that. And the UN said we need to restore them before 2030. But today the pace of reforestation is 5 million per year. We should be at 100 million.
Okay.
But there is, facing this 5 million, you have 10 million deforested hectares.
Okay.
So
now the balance is negative.
Yeah, exactly.
Where have you been working? With what results?
Yeah. So we've started in French Guiana, where I grew up, so that was our first market. And next to French Guiana, you have Brazil, which is a huge country with huge needs and this tropical forest, where we already deployed 3 projects. And we deployed already 2 projects in Gabon as well, Central Africa, in which we'll have many opportunities as well.
And how many hectares or acres have you planted there?
Yeah, so we've planted 500 hectares already in these different areas.
In all the areas?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have any new projects in preparation?
Yeah, sure. So we have many projects in preparation in Gabon, French Guiana, and Brazil again for different use cases, let's say, different type of projects that we'll deploy by the end of this year, next year, so many in preparation.
Who are your clients? Are they states? Are they companies, enterprises?
Yeah, so the common points in our clients is that they have degraded lands and they have some legal constraint to restore these lands. So we can work with private companies, we can work with NGOs, we can work with states, governments, and so we have different types as well of customers.
For your perspective, for the way you work, do you use artificial intelligence?
Yeah, of course.
In what ways?
So we have 2 ways. The first one is from the pre-analysis of our projects. So we deploy a drone to get images of the projects, to understand the ecosystem, and to define a plantation schema. That's the first step. And then the main part of our artificial intelligence is on the monitoring, to understand from aerial images how does the forest is growing. So how many trees are growing, how much biomass is growing, what kind of species, so to classify these trees, and to understand how much carbon is being stocked by this forest. And for that, we use computer vision applied, and we apply it to machine learning.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck in your project, because I think we all need more forest in this world. Let's head back to the main floor now. Time for Inside VivaTech. And our reporter Anna Kowalska is standing by. Anna, tell us more about where you are and what has caught your attention.
Thomas, weekend is starting very shortly. Some of us may do some shopping. Did you know that you can now try on clothes without really trying? That's 010, a startup here presenting the new invention at VivaTech 2023. And I'm here with Maxime from 010, the CPO, who will show us how it really works. How do we try on clothes without going to the actual store? Hi, Maxime. Tell us about this product.
Hello. Well, thank you for inviting us here to 010, to VivaTech, And we have created augmented reality try-on for fashion, for clothes and bags. And the way it works is purely magical. You just stand in front of a screen and items appear on you that don't really exist in real life. So right here, we have created 2 items specifically for Viva technology this year. This is a tote bag that is much more fun in augmented reality. Yeah. And the lawn sleeve t-shirt, just take a look at it. It's really beautiful. And you could wear that here, or you could actually order it using the iPad here and get it from our desk. So this is our first concept for a pop-up store that could be powered by augmented reality, where you browse items in AR and get them in real life.
There are actual clothes that you can buy online, right? Clothes that were actually produced by big companies, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. It could actually be used for just that. And here it's been used for our merchandise. And in fact, talking about big companies, we've worked in the past with already with a lot of exciting brands. Yeah, so obviously Coach, we did a great activation with them this May in New York City. You could see that these bags are very realistic, but they also have some added flair.
Yeah, and that's what's actually going to happen at store. Those kind of visuals can be put at a Coach store, for instance. We have this brand, and people can try without having to go to the changing room.
Exactly, but we also can use this for digital storefronts or, say, out-of-home advertising. In fact, with, say, the Coach activation, it ran 24/7, so people were actually trying on these bags at 3 a.m. in Soho, in New York City. I think it's amazing.
Okay, very last question. There is an app that works exactly the same way. It's an app just to show a video very briefly, if we can. App is exactly the same. Let me just show you one last picture. Okay, here we go, and we can see a woman trying the bag. That's
Let's find someone who standing up.
Okay. I'm afraid, Maxime, that we have to leave it there. But if you want to try some new augmented reality here in Paris, still available. 010, and Maxime, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. And we're going to stay with you because earlier today you spoke to Marguerite Bérard, who is the head of French retail banking at BNP Paribas, and this is what she had to tell you.
Thank you very much for joining us. I'm here with Madame Marguerite Bérard, who is head of commercial banking at BNP Paribas. Thank you very much for being with us.
Hi, it's a pleasure.
Just so you know, we just participated in a very interesting conference. How can the ecosystem bring deep tech to the next level? And I would like to ask a couple of more questions on that. As we know, deep tech, it's quite of a risky part of bread, quite risky capital. How do you think we can encourage people to invest into deep tech and get money into that?
I mean, you're right, it's risky because these are long-term investments. These are breakthrough new technologies, and sometimes these are also important capex. So I think the right way to do it is to be able to bring together
public incentives, public investments, and at the conference we mentioned some of the government programs that have been built, but also institutional investors. And that's all the sense in France of the TB initiative, of which BNP Paribas through Cardiff is going to be part of, to be able to bring institutional investors to financing deep tech. And TB2 is actually going to bring 7 billion euros to deep tech companies.
Here at VivaTech, Deep Tech is one of the major themes this year during the 7th edition. We've seen loads of startups, but we also try to identify business opportunities in Deep Tech. What do you think they are?
I think there are many of them, and if you look at all the big corporates, including BNP Paribas, who are here present at VivaTech and who have their lab there, we usually are there with a number of partners and startups we work with, and we want to introduce to others. And one of the things we do also as bankers, because being a banker, it's about relationships and getting people to meet one another. And we are lucky because in France, I think we have 80% of innovative companies that have chosen BNP Paribas for their banker. And so what we do is also introduce them to older, larger, more established corporates so that they get to build bridges together. And even us, BNP Paribas, we use a lot of innovations that are built by, new tech companies. And for instance, AI, we build corporations with or quantum computing, corporations with deep tech companies.
Okay, Marguerite Bérard, Head of Commercial Banking at BNP Paribas, and I invite you all to listen to some of the very interesting conference on how to finance the deep tech.
Thank you, Anna. Stay tuned. More to come at 6 o'clock. We'll have our look back at this third day at VivaTech. VivaTech Debrief is coming up.
The accessibility of generative AI opens up possibilities that were unthinkable before. This will be the main focus of our discussions during VivaTech this year. By adopting generative AI, companies and organizations are already becoming more productive, efficient, and agile. Our AI-powered products, including Microsoft 365, Copilot, Security Copilot, Bing, and the latest versions of Teams, are tangible illustration of what this amazing technology already allows us to do. We also provide the tools and language models available through Azure OpenAI, which can be customized with company data in a secure environment to build your own products and processes. These are exciting times, and this technology will also be key in addressing the crucial challenges of sustainability and cybersecurity. But as with any major transformation, it also raises ethical questions, which we take very seriously. This is why our responsible AI principles guide every innovation we undertake. Join us at the Viva Lounge to learn more about generative AI, discover our latest innovations, and share your thoughts with us. See you soon.
When I was your age, things were different. Getting Shiloh's food was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design my own room. And now Dad thinks he's a big, fancy chef.
Wow. I wonder what it's going to be like when I'm your age.
At Manpower Group, we believe we are entering a new era where technology can help us create a desirable future of work for all. We are very excited to discuss this with you in our lab. What we call the new human age is a world where people use technology not only to be more productive, but also to enhance human connection and live more meaningful lives, where technology is truly leveraged for the benefit of talent and not the opposite. This year, we will showcase the latest HR innovations that serve this idea. Innovations already deployed within our group and others that we are currently developing with startups. For example, we will talk about augmented and virtual reality learning, immersive onboarding and upskilling, AI and human ingenuity, and so much more. So, come and meet us on our booth, and let's create together a better future of work, more connected, more diverse, greener, and above all, more human. A future of work that truly works for all.
Hello, I'm Livy, the face of innovation at LVMH. I'm glad to be back for this new edition of VivaTech. This year, we will showcase how our talents leverage innovation to create unique products and experiences. Let me give you a taste of what to expect. You'll see a showcase of our latest omni-channel and retail experiences. We'll have exciting innovations from Tiffany & Co., Dior, Fendi, Sephora, and Louis Vuitton, including 3D customization and sensory experiences. Loro Piana will also show how the Aura blockchain allows them to stay ahead traceability and authentication. On the wines and spirits side, we'll talk with Veuve Clicquot about the use of organic materials for packaging, while Renard will present how technology helps to preserve biodiversity and regenerate soils. These are just a few of the examples we want to share with you. Come and meet us at the LVMH booth to find out more.
Thank you so much for being with us and welcome to the VivaTech Debrief. I'm Thomas Misraki and you're watching VT News, broadcasting live from Paris at the heart of the world's biggest startup and tech event. We are at the end of day 3. We have been talking about the future of marketing and the CMO Summit with the leading marketing experts and tackling the creators economy, influencers economics here at VivaTech. Today, also, as you know, the tech visionary Elon Musk was at VivaTech today. He is the chief executive officer of electric car maker Tesla and rocket manufacturer SpaceX, and recently became the owner of the social media company Twitter. Earlier, he was talking with Maurice Lévy about artificial intelligence and its potential impact on society. Take a listen.
I didn't think anyone would actually agree to the pause. But I thought, just for the record, I just want to say I think we should pause. I didn't think that
Why do you want we should pause?
Well, I think there's a real danger for digital superintelligence having negative consequences, and so if we are not careful with creating artificial general intelligence, we could have potentially a catastrophic outcome. So now I think there's a range of possibilities. I think the most likely outcome is positive for AI, but that's not every possible outcome. So we need to minimize the probability that something will go wrong with digital superintelligence. Yes. So I'm in favor of AI regulation because I think advanced AI is a risk to the public. And anything that's a risk to the public, there needs to be some kind of referee. That referee is the regulator. And so I think that my strong recommendation is to have some regulation for AI.
And I am very happy to welcome our reporters and expert editors on set. Murray Dundas, thank you so much for being here. Rudy Rittenberg, thank you for being back. And Luke Brown, thank you so much for being here. Van Gogh lookalike extraordinaire reporter on the floor today. Before we talk about specifics, I mean, what did you think about what Elon Musk had to say today, Luke?
Well, I was kind of stuck outside. I didn't get to hear exactly what Elon Musk had to say. But I would like to say what really impressed me by speaking to the people that were queuing up. There were in their thousands. There were 4,000 people inside, as we know. But there were at least as many, again, unable to get inside. Very much a rock star welcome for him, for many of those people. A lot of the people that were queuing up, the young tech bros, if you will, their acolytes, they very much seem to idolize Elon Musk, for good or for ill. They very much much see his success as a model that they want to follow, perhaps understandably given, of course, his great wealth and his great success. But also a lot of them were saying to the extent that he has a lot of charisma. He's very outspoken, and they respect his views on a great deal of the issues they were expecting to hear from during the conference itself. A lot of then Elon fans outside, and very much a desire to see what he proposes in the solutions, be it the artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, but also their applications here in France. To what extent the regulations that are going to be put in place here in the European Union will have an impact on on the business fields that he's looking at, but also they're very keen to see what extent he will continue his promises to invest here in France, because of course many of the people here, they will want to benefit from the largesse that he might implement.
And we'll get back on the specifics once again in a few minutes. But first of all, general impression. I mean, what you said is correct. I mean, he was here at VivaTech as a rock star. 4,000 people sitting down, listening to him. There were a widescreen outside of that dome for people to watch and listen to Elon Musk, and that's amazing. I mean, we rarely see this.
Absolutely. I mean, as you saw the pan around that room, you know, it felt like a stadium. It felt like a rock star, a singer, a sports star. And, you know, we've got a tech giant, reasonably one of the greatest tech giants we've ever seen. But at the same time, what was really interesting was what the reception that they gave Elon. But also, we realized that he was really there to please. He knew his audience, and he was coming here with an open mind. And we noticed even at the end, when he was encouraging more questions, a very kind of convivial approach to this exchange. You know, not every interview with Elon Musk, it goes very smoothly. He can be very tough, but from the very beginning, in the first instances, he made a joke that he kind of paid too much for Twitter, and we knew that he was going to be kind of genuine during his exchange. You know, the questions, he answered all the questions as honestly. Sometimes he took his time to respond, to really prove that he's thinking about the right answer rather than giving perhaps an answer that's just off the cuff, and demonstrating, you know, the mind behind Elon Musk. And that's what, you know, what everyone came there really was to see the thinking behind this great mind, and you know, to push him on some of the points that we're all asking about, whether it is AI, whether it's Neuralink, whether it's even Tesla, and, you know, all going to Mars and his passion for Mars. And he was really open to address all of those topics, and, you know, that sense of bienveillance, like we say, and well-being to his audience was really obvious during the whole of his conversation.
Yeah, the people came to see the man behind the legend. What did you think, Rudy, on what we showed today here?
I mean, there were a couple of references where I thought, where are we going to go? He mentioned, he made a reference to crystal meth. He talked about Tesla developing a humanoid robot that they were calling the T-800, a reference to the Terminator, of course. So, you know, he was you know, on the edge.
That's why people like him, you know.
But, yeah, definitely. I just want to take a step back because, of course, Musk talked about AI. I was very interested to hear that he said that it would be mostly positive in his view, or most likely positive, when he is certainly someone who's been warning about the dangers of AI, Terminator
He
robots.
also said there was a possibility of it being a catastrophe. I mean,
absolutely.
You know, but overall,
absolutely.
It should be pretty positive.
The thing about AI, and this is something that has been discussed by some of the other experts on AI and who look at the dangers of AI, is that if you ask scientists working on this, they think there is a non-negligible chance, a majority of AI scientists think that it might cause the extinction of the human race. I mean, those are quite some stakes. But I just want to step back because we were discussing at some point backstage about, you know, maybe this will be the last year that we do VivaTech News as with live presenters, and maybe we're going to be replaced by AI. Now, I don't think it's going to be as fast as that, but the idea that we can already seriously discuss this is amazing, right? Yeah. I mean, we made a tremendous step.
I mean, it's you know, it's a possibility.
The thing is, it's become a realistic prospect that this might happen in I don't know how many years' time, but at least we can imagine that, and that's just wow, right?
So yeah, and what I found was interesting was the fact that this guy, who is, of course, you know, some say a genius, he's very someone who's looking ahead in time and what the possibilities and capabilities of humanity
visionary,
are.
I mean,
yes, a visionary. Is still a bit cautious about AI. We said it, we talked about it yesterday, but now he actually said it. He said, be careful, this is not for everybody. Be careful what we do with this. It might not be for the public yet. We need to understand a little more how this works, how this can work before we put it in everybody's hand. That was interesting, I think.
Well, you know what, for me it was really interesting is this contrast between Elon Musk, who's known for being fast, for getting there first, for going hard and fast, and all of a sudden there was, 2 instances during his conversation where he was like, hang on, we need to take things slowly. Obviously reiterating this pause that, this letter that he signed back in March calling for a pause on some of the, the research and the applications of AI. But also in terms of Neuralink, he said the words, I just want to reassure everyone this is going very slowly. Again, appeasing some of the fears out there that we're going to have kind of, I don't know the word, super Borgs that are going to overtake humanity because we've got a chip in our head. And so this is, double-headed Elon Musk. I'm going to be the first on Mars. I'm going to be the first to do this. And all of a sudden, hang on, we're not going to be so fast with that.
We don't know what slowly means for Elon Musk.
True. That is true, yeah.
Slow for him is not necessarily slow for us. Luke, what did you think about the artificial intelligence debate and what he had to say about that today?
Well, for the artificial intelligence debate, what I found most interesting is really seeing the applications. I mean, I know this is not necessarily what Elon Musk is talking about because, of course, his focus is on how far it can go. But seeing the real applications, from my point of view, doing the Inside VivaTech interviews, it's been really fascinating to see to what extent the diversity of possibilities that can be offered around the world. As we've just saw just earlier, there's the possibility of bringing to life those cultural figures from the past. To what extent that poses a danger is very difficult to say, and I think what will be interesting, as we've already discussed earlier today, we know Elon Musk met with the French president. I think it is going to be interesting to see the conclusions of those kind of meetings. His political level, it's the second time he's been in France this year, and as such, I think I'd like to know more about what exactly went on in that room, because from my point of view, I know here in the European Union, they are very keen to regulate more and more artificial intelligence, and we don't know whether Elon Musk agrees with that and to what extent he will continue his...
Let me tell you something. I mean, every single person I've seen on the set over the past 3 days is already using artificial intelligence, no matter what the business, no matter the side of the company, no matter anything. They're already using it, and some to like a pretty important extent. So, regulation will have to come, but it's already late. It's already too late. Let's move on and go back to Elon Musk, because during that conversation he spoke about his recent Twitter takeover and the transformation he says he brought to the company. Let's take a listen. We'll talk about it just after.
Obviously, I was on Twitter as a major user, and even before the acquisition closed, my Twitter account was the most interacted with account in the world. So I guess I'm pretty closely attuned to what's going on with Twitter. I get a feel for how is it shifting one way or the other. And generally I was concerned that Twitter was having a negative effect on civilization, that it was having a corrosive effect on civil society. And so that, anything that undermines civilization, I think, is not good. And go back to my point of we need to do everything possible to support civilization and move it in a positive direction. And I felt that Twitter kept moving more and more in a negative direction. And my hope and aspiration was to change that and have it be a positive force for civilization.
It is not perceived like this. People are very happy to listen to that approach, but the perception is very different.
Well, I think it depends on, I think if somebody is a regular Twitter user, I think most people would say that their experience has improved. We've gotten rid of 90% of the bots and the scams and the various bad things that were happening. We've gotten rid of, now at this point, I think 95% of the child exploitation material that was on Twitter, which was a shock to see, the amount of that was really terrible. Some of that had been going on for 10 years and no action. So I think we've done a lot of good on that respect. And then I think we've also done things like we have open sourced the algorithm, so we're trying to be as transparent as possible. So Twitter is the only social media company where you can see the actual code of the algorithm. So it's not like some secret black box. I mean, the way to build trust is not take my word for it. It's let's show you exactly how it works and full transparency, and we're also going to be showing, like, if your account is in any way affected by the Twitter system, you can see it clearly, and just moving in, I think, a good direction. I think the recommendation algorithm. Anyway, I don't want to go on too long for Twitter, but I think it's actually quite good, and that those who are on the Twitter system, I think, generally think it's good. We are seeing all-time highs in usage, so at least for the public out there, they are using the system more. So we're seeing pretty significant week-over-week growth in usage.
Elon Musk today trying to reassure people what he wants to do, what he will do with Twitter. I mean, there's the open source question with Twitter. I mean, that is important, but he says he wants to make it a positive force. I mean, it's an answer to all the criticism there has been in the past few months since he acquired the social network.
There has been a lot of criticism about what Elon Musk has been doing at Twitter, and there were also some critical questions because later on he wasn't just with Mr. Maurice Lévy on stage, but he was joined by a few executives who actually had some critical questions about Twitter. And I mean, I'm a Twitter user, and many journalists are Twitter users. And with the change in policy for the blue check marks, for example, to take just one thing, I'm not sure that my experience has improved.
I was just about to add to that. Even I didn't find Elon Musk particularly convincing when he says, for the majority of people, their experience has improved. It wasn't said with the conviction that we're used to hearing on, some of his thoughts. And as you mentioned, I mean, the echoes, I'd say it's probably too soon to know whether the experience has proved because those changes are so new and we're still sorting through those. But, as Maurice Lévy did say, he said, you lose trust quickly and you build confidence slowly. And I think we're still in the confidence building phase of what Elon Musk is going to do at Twitter. And it would have been interesting to perhaps have had some new information from Mr. Musk on, where he plans to take it in the next months and years, and we're perhaps lacking a bit of information there.
Are you implying that he was talking to investors more than anybody else today about Twitter?
I didn't say anything there, but there was questions from one of the executives about the business model, and he was going, to some lengths to reassure that Disney is still a major advertiser.
I mean, that was interesting. I would argue we're still in the trust losing phase, but he was very adamant about the fact that he didn't see any long-term loss of advertisers. Right? He said advertisers are talking about coming back. Again, he's the CEO of the company. He's obviously defending his investment. He did admit that he paid too much for the company.
$44 billion.
$44 billion, a lot of money. So yeah, we'll see where this goes.
But the philosophy behind what he said is very much libertarian. I'm not doing anything. It has to be open to everybody. It's an open source system, and everybody can say, it's simplifying things, but anybody can say anything they want on Twitter. This is, it's a social network, so it's a free-for-all sort of thing. That's what he implied, and since it's a free-for-all kind of thing, it's going to come back to where it was, and it's going to get better.
This comes down to an extent to different philosophies between the United States and Europe, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure that the European Union is going to take a very positive view of this, and we know that Europe, I would say, cares more about protecting the consumer and in the United States there's more of an emphasis on free speech, which is of course part of the Constitution, and that doesn't exist in Europe. And I think some of the views that he expressed there come from this dichotomy between the two systems.
Luke, what do you take on what your take on what he said on Twitter?
The question of Twitter and social media is clearly extremely important for Elon Musk. Notably, I would say, because it's probably one of the biggest challenges. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a failure so far, but it's the closest he's come to having real difficulties in making a success. Up until now,
well, he says, I pay too much for it. I mean, that's already something.
So he's, as you mentioned there, the question of scrutiny is not necessarily something that he's had to deal with. The public scrutiny, every day, people use his products and people are complaining on his product about the way that he does it. So I think Elon Musk is perhaps finding his feet to a certain extent in this new situation where he is in control of something which is incredibly valued by many of its users, and many of its users are perhaps dissatisfied. And as you point out, in the United States is a different situation to here in the European Union, but faced with the upcoming election, it will be really interesting, I think, to see to what extent, the US election, in 2024, to what extent he will change his policy, given, of course, he's already handed out free press coverage to a certain extent of some of the Republican candidates that are challenging Donald Trump. So I have it's difficult to see in which direction he will go, of course, but he is being tugged in two different directions between here in Europe, where, as you mentioned, we have tighter regulations when it comes to freedom of speech, but also in the United States, where criticism of that libertarian freedom of speech is increasingly being heard ahead of the 2024 elections.
Elon Musk and artificial intelligence, Elon Musk and Twitter. Now we're going to speak about Elon Musk and space, of course, because that was one of the topics that was discussed. Maurice Lévy was able to get a few more insights about